Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the American Cup. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Jürgen Ludwig Hammer. Jürgen Ludwig, I decided you've been putting so much effort into pronouncing my name with a little more je ne sais quoi that I thought, let me put some of that effort in myself. How did I do?
You did okay. I mean, I can't even pronounce my own name in Norwegian, so it's an issue. We're here with the elimination bracket final between Wesley So, who lost against Hikaru in a very thrilling playoff yesterday, and Levon Aronyan, who is he's been stuck in the elimination bracket for quite some time, but he's been fighting his way through it. And now So is the final hurdle for Aronyan to qualify to the grand final against Hikaru to be played tomorrow.
Absolutely. One of them will get a shot at Hikaru. That means Hikaru gets a rest day today. He has also already pocketed an extra $10,000 for winning the Champions Final. Whoever wins here today and goes on to play Hikaru will have to beat Hikaru not just once, but twice in order to win the whole tournament. So Hikaru is really in a great situation right now, and I'm sure he will be enjoying his rest day. Today, Levon and Wesley, they will be facing off, first of all, in two quite long rapid games where the time control is 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. What are your expectations for this match?
Well, we saw that Wesley put a lot of pressure on Hikaru in the rapid, despite ending up losing the first match of the rapid playoff. Wesley got a good position, and Wesley even managed to win with the black pieces when he had a must-win situation. I guess my point is Wesley has proven himself in these quicker time formats, because even though he lost to Hikaru in the Blitz 3-minute portion, I mean, who doesn't lose against Hikaru in the 3-minute portions? There's a lot of grandmasters playing Title Tuesday used to that situation. However, I will note that Levon Aronyan has been incredibly speedy this tournament. Mm-hmm. He has made quite a few mistakes on his way, but he's managed to use the clock as a way of putting pressure on the opponent. And Wesley, who's coming in here from the winner's bracket, he's been primarily playing classical several hour long games, which maybe I'm thinking Levon is better warmed up for the rapid format, having been stuck in the elimination bracket for so long.
Yeah, I think you're making a very interesting point here about how different the way was the players got here, how they've played all kind of different formats almost. I think it will also be a very interesting style clash of styles. Wesley surprised me yesterday. You know, I'm not great at Twitch chat, but I was actually lurking last night watching you and Maria for too long. I mean, I should really have slept at some point, but I watched until the bitter end. And where was I going with this? I was going somewhere. But oh yeah, that Wesley surprised me really pleasantly when he played that modern slash Pirz. Because I'm so used to, you know, playing him, seeing him play 1E5, very solid openings. So it was really a nice surprise to see that, of course, he was in a must-win situation, but to see him mix it up. And I'm curious what he will have prepared today for Levon. I expect two very exciting matches. I don't rule out that this is decided within the first two games here, with Levon having taken taken quite a risky approach, playing very fast. This can either work out well for you or it can backfire quite badly. We will see what happens today, but this should be a good match. It will start in under 5 minutes now. You can see the bracket there on the screen with Hikaru waiting in the final, wondering who he's going to be facing tomorrow. But we also have another slide for you, which we're going to bring up right now, because in case you haven't heard yet, there is a very exciting new event coming your way on Ludwig.
Yeah, it is Hikaru's chess Decathlon. 10 different chess events happening throughout the year. And the first one is starting on Monday. And it's open for everyone to participate. So set the date, check the timing. You're not going to want to miss this. Not only will everyone be competing for prizes, but you're also going to get the opportunity potentially to play against Hikaru himself. It kicks off on Monday, like I said, with a chess 960 event, which is a special form of chess where the pieces are shuffled around on the first rank to start in a different way.
Yeah, so this first event, well, for once, the opening preparation will be out of the window. One thing which is very important, if you would like to play, you will have to, before the event starts, have played 30 games, and not just any blitz games, not any games, 30 games of chess 960. So if you would like to take part, I would advise you all to get playing. It's going to help you anyway to warm up and familiarize yourself with chess 960. Mm-hmm.
And if you go into the tournament section of chess.com, there's chess 960 tournaments running all the time. So I think there should be decent chances of finding an opponent there. I would hate for someone to want to play this event, but not have the required 30 games before tournaments start. So if you want to participate, it's time to get started playing this weekend.
Absolutely. I saw a question in the chat, what does Woman FM mean? Which made me think, oh, that's quite a random question. And then I noticed that I have been demoted today by our producer, which probably, seeing how I've been playing my last few games, is fair enough. So I do accept the demotion. So yeah, the events, there's plenty more. We will tell you more about the first event coming up on Monday a little bit later, but there's so many fun events to look forward to. April will be a King of the Hill tournament where you have to run your king all the way to the center of the board to win. Then tree check, probably my favorite chess variant. Then I'm sure a lot of people will be looking forward to that one. A bullet tournament in June, Crazy House in July, and then there is more coming up. We'll tell you more about them a little bit later. We will get ready now for the games, as it's less than a minute. Oh, I've now been promoted to Super GM. Thanks, Jaren. It's funny, I've never seen the SGM title, but I appreciate that. I have now got a higher title than Jan Ludwig.
In addition to this Aronian versus So match, we will also stay tuned with the similar match in the women's section. Alice Lee, the 13-year-old prodigy, was actually taken down yesterday in the playoffs by Irina Krush. She will now have to beat her opponent, Nasi Paikidze, in this elimination bracket final to get a rematch against Irina Crush for the crown. So 2 exciting matches on the menu today. Levon Aronian now facing the very difficult task with the white pieces, trying to take down a Wesley So that's content to make a draw. We've seen Hikaru try to do it in the past couple of days. It was so much easier to try and beat Wesley when Wesley had a must-win situation than when Wesley was content at the beginning of the match. So there's a challenge ahead for Aronian. But if there's anyone capable of exciting play, it is this man.
Absolutely. We see actually on the camera that the games have started.
Yeah, and it says that Wesley has the white pieces, which may explain why I don't have it on my screen, but that's partly not my fault, if I'm honest with you, because there's no game for Wesley with the white pieces. The only thing that's being offered is the game with Aronian having white. So in order to stick with the moves, we're just going to have to make the moves on the board and let everyone know that unfortunately there's been a mix-up with the who's who in this game, and it's actually Levon Aronian playing with black.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is going on here. We'll try to find. Oh, I think the link is live now. I don't know if you have access to.
Okay, I'll go back and try and find it.
I can put the link in the chat in Zoom. I don't know if that's easy or.
In Discord, maybe?
Yeah, it is already there.
It's not in the tournament.
It's in the Discord.
Okay, here we are.
I think we're good now.
Yeah, you can see it even if I opened a new tab, right?
Yeah, I do. Does it surprise you Wesley opened with 1d4?
I think based on everything we talked about before the game started, everything we talked about kind of made me realize that Wesley would have preferred to be the black pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
Like Wesley is so good at being nice, solid, and defensive to start the match and then try to get the win with the white pieces. Now the pressure is on him. If he doesn't manage to win with the white pieces to start off, then he's going to have to defend very accurately with everything on the line in the second game. But, you know, the match has started. I think the thing I'm the most surprised by is Aronian's pace. Because I've gotten
much slower.
Yeah, I've gotten so used to Aronian playing ridiculously quickly. And frankly, if I'm honest with you, I think he's been making a lot of mistakes as a result of his quick pace. But now he's slowing down for this elimination bracket final. And I'm wondering, is that a good thing because he's trying to play better moves? Or is it bad that he's not trusting his instinct, which frankly has brought him a lot of success so far in the event?
Do you think it could be neither of the above and it could just be that Wesley has surprised him in the opening?
I mean, that is definitely the case, but the Levon Aronian I know, he can be surprised in the opening and still play very, very quickly.
But not always. I mean, we are generalizing a bit too much, I feel, you know? I mean, he's not all... Yes, we've seen him play very fast here, but Levon, you know, he's not one of the best in the world. You don't get to be the best in the world if you just blitz your way through everything, no matter what.
Well, I think that's what he's been doing though in the elimination bracket. Time and time again, every time we're looking at Aronian's games, he's got a massive time advantage on his opponents. But, you know, he's going for a different strategy now. Maybe it is, like you say, because of unfamiliarity with the opening. Or maybe he's simply saying that the strat I've used so far, it doesn't work against Wesley So. And that similar thing we saw with Hikaru. When Hikaru faced Wesley, he was much less inclined to play risky stuff than when he played the rest of the field. And Wesley commands a lot of respect from these players. Yes, he's difficult to beat. Yes, he doesn't necessarily beat other people so quickly because he has sort of a safety first approach, but he is a brilliant player, and the other guys know that.
Absolutely. And yeah, well, Levon already down 3 minutes on the clock. How do you like the way in which he has reacted to Wesley's setup?
Well, at this point, they're just trying to get their pieces out. And I feel like this has been sound play from both players. Aronian is kind of copying Wesley in that both guys are trying to get their queenside bishop pointing in to the center. White has the advantage of moving first, and that has allowed White to put their pieces on slightly more aggressive squares. So we see here the white bishop went 2 steps, while the black bishop only went 1. The white bishop tried to attack 2 squares into the center, whereas the black knight went a bit more passive and is only attacking 1 square. So Wesley is the aggressor, but whether it will be enough to gain an advantage as time goes by is too early to tell. Because what Levon can be happy about is that he's going to get all his pieces out. He's already gotten all the minor pieces into good placements, and sometimes with the black pieces you can't even do that. So he's being solid, which is kind of unusual to say about Levon Aronian.
Yeah, it's an interesting. It feels like it's a different approach on the clock and on the board so far by Levon, compared at least to his previous games in this event. This is the first moment where Wesley is thinking. I mean, to me, the most natural move if I was white here would be to castle, just because the king is the last piece that isn't developed. If you're just starting out playing chess, usually there are 3 opening principles you want to follow in the opening. You want to control the center, you want to develop your pieces, which both players have done here. And then the third principle is king safety. And we saw what happened to Levon a few days ago against Fabi when he did not mind his king safety enough. So that would be the first move on my mind. I understand there's maybe no immediate rush here. There doesn't seem to be anything that black can do that will stop me from castling on the next move. However, I'm not sure what a more useful move would be than castling.
Yeah, no, general principles apply even for top players. Castling, a sensible move, a sensible suggestion, I think.
If you don't castle, I mean, I guess the king is always going to go kingside, right? When I first looked at the position, I thought, is there any chance I can go h3, g4, castle queenside? But maybe, you know, if it was me playing bullet, maybe that would be fine. If you're Wesley So playing Levon Aronian in a rapid game, it's maybe a different situation, right?
Yeah, I think there's a big difference in play style there between Fiona and Wesley. Instead, Rook coming into the center That's a sensible move as well. I'm sure Wesley will castle now soon, but he felt like putting that rook pointing down potentially towards where the black queen resides. That was his priority in this moment. And now I would be very surprised if Aronian did anything but move this pawn 2 steps forward to challenge in towards the white pawns in the center. It did indeed happen. Wesley trades, and now the big question for Aronian. He wants to avoid getting a pawn in the center that cannot be defended by other pawns at the moment. So this could be a potential pawn weakness for Levon Aronian. It's not the end of the world, but he would like to avoid it if possible. And that means in this position, Levon is considering, is it safe for me to capture with my knight? And apparently he didn't need to consider it all that much because he's played that move.
Yeah, I think if you can get away with knight takes, as you're pointing out, that's the move you want to play. Because if we go back for 1 second, if black captured with the pawn on d5, I think one of the problems is that white will maybe at some point capture on c5, and then you're left with an unpleasant choice. You capture with the pawn, and you have to play with what is called hanging pawns. So these 2 pawns are called hanging pawns, or you recapture with a piece on c5. But then you have to play with what is called as an what is known as an isolated pawn on d5, and in both cases, it's something that you in general want to avoid if taking with a piece is fine.
So instead, Levon judged the situation as being okay to recapture with the knight first and then the bishop. The only potential disadvantage of this is that this rook we saw enter the game just a couple of moves prior can now maybe make threats down towards the black queen. And Wesley highlights this with his move, pawn takes on c5, because now not only is he opening up for his bishops towards the black king, he's also opening up that file for the rook. So here Aronian has to tread carefully to avoid getting into trouble. One very normal line here for black would be to recapture with the knight to put pressure on white's bishop. But in that case, engines are advocating bishop coming in on the side of the board to give a check. And when that king moves away, the pawn can push forward in the center, exploit the fact that the rook and queen are on the same file. Because of that pressure, the bishop cannot move, but the bishop is being attacked by a pawn. So that's a problem for Levon Aronian in this position. And that means the position, while looking pretty calm, is potentially treacherous just around the corner.
I would really like to avoid capturing. I mean, we've just seen that taking with the knight isn't really possible. I would like to avoid taking with the pawn if I can, to find myself with these 2 isolated pawns on the left side of the board, on the queen side. So that begs the question, can I take with the bishop?
Yeah, good question. I don't really know the answer. I guess it is going to be Levon's main instinct, having gone over the variations we just did. And to me, it looks like, yes, this is possible. And indeed, it is what Levon has done. But
I love it. Mm-hmm.
But the engines didn't really like it, actually. So now they're giving an advantage for white.
And once again, it has to do with this problems along the d file. I see the engine is advocating for e4 here, which makes sense, kicking away one of the pieces that is on that d file. The bishop, of course, wants to go back to c6 to stop the white bishop from coming to b5. So let's imagine the bishop dropped back all the way to b7 here. Then there would be some serious problems already for black here after bishop b5, opening up that d file. So bishop c6 instead, I guess. Really kind of the only move for black. And the question is, what now?
Yeah. White has managed to chase the black bishop back, but what is the disaster in the position? Right now, I cannot see a big problem. And I guess that's why Wesley is thinking right now, because it's not clear to him that pushing this pawn forward in the center immediately will actually do so much damage to the black position. And Wesley instead decides to castle the king. And this is the kind of position where either something crazy is going to happen in the next, say, 3 moves, or the game is just going to be a draw in the long term. Because black's pieces are decently placed. The only concern you have is this rook pointing down on black's queen. And if you can find a way to neutralize that pressure, you're probably going to be fine.
Yeah, it's a great point you make. I was just thinking the same. White really has to. I mean, we saw just a move ago that the engine was giving white the tiniest of pluses. That's already gone down somewhat after Wesley castled. And I think that tells you something about this position. If you want to get just a little push, something to work with, you have to play all the most precise moves. I was talking about king safety. I would probably have castled. Well, I think I would definitely have castled myself as well here. But maybe it already required the precision of going e4 to get a little something, because if Lev can consolidate, we see him doing that right now. Queen e7, what is he doing? He's stepping out of that d file. We were talking that the queen might be in a problematic position on d8. He might also, in some cases, be looking to play bishop a3 or just get control over that diagonal to exchange some pieces. And every exchange of a piece will bring him closer to full equality, because what are we looking at with the pawn structure? John Ludwig talked about this quite a bit the other day. We're looking at a completely symmetrical pawn structure where all the pawns are on the same files. There are no pawn weaknesses for either side. So black is actually very close here to equalize. And unless Wesley can show something in the next few moves, this game is very likely to end in a draw.
Maybe that's a good opportunity to stop by one of the other games we have going on, which is the one between can you pronounce actually we got the wrong color.
Naji Paikitse. It's actually not just one of the other games. It's the only other game. As I'm sure John Ludwig knew very well. Today, only 2 games happening in St. Louis, as Hikaru Nakamura in the open event and Irina Krush in the women's are awaiting to find out who they play in the champions. Well, the grand final, I believe, it's called tomorrow. This is looking a lot more exciting, Jan Ludwig, than the game we just came from.
I mean, there's certainly a very big imbalance in this position. White has gotten 2 pawns on the same file, which is problematic. Because now these 2 pawns are not working together. They're blocking each other's path, and they're not being able to move further forward. In addition, we've seen this black king kind of just calmly moving its away from the center of the board in a very unorthodox fashion. And is as if that wasn't enough, right now There's a pawn sacrifice. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of this latest move, but maybe it's brilliant because you do get the pressure on the c4 pawn afterwards. And if you trade bishops, that would be favorable for black because it would eliminate white's bishop pair. A very tense position with big imbalances here.
Shall we very quickly go back to the beginning to see how the Black King ended up on c7?
Absolutely. It started out with a d4 queen pawn opening and then g6, the immediate fianchetto. And then when white was allowed to put all the pawns in the middle, black challenged those pawns with her pawn. And when white developed her knight to have protection in towards the center of the board, that knight got captured.
Don't try this at home.
Well, yeah, no, this is a tricky play from both sides. And then after improving her queen positioning, she just walked over with her king, judging that there's no way for white to attack on this side of the board because the white pawns are unable to challenge this black pawn. Very, very intriguing play. And it turns out what I thought was a pawn sacrifice, this pawn to f5, is not a pawn sacrifice because after being captured, Paikidze played the move e4, attacking the bishop, but also interrupting the protection from the bishop to the pawn. Alice moving her bishop out to put an attack in on the black queen. That queen can now move back. And if the white bishop retreats, black can get back the pawn you initially gave away. So very tense game, very tricky decisions to be made. Both players going for the win in this first one.
Yeah, I mean, a thrilling game. I would not like to be black here. I mean, I see the computer says this is fine, but I feel one of the things that would really concern me as black here is the gaping hole on e6. I feel like if in the long term, if I can get my knight there, and the knight is very close to getting there, it just needs 2 moves. Of course, for now, it's not that big a deal because if black moves the knight away from d7, then the bishop that for now has been doing nothing, the black bishop from c8, I think that bishop would be very happy to give itself up for that knight, even if it didn't lose a pawn for white as it does here. So not a problem for now, but just a long-term problem I would see with the position as black, because I can never really challenge that white pawn that is sitting on d5. So I don't know. Who would you rather play?
It's very difficult to tell. I didn't like this f5 move. So if I'm allowed to go back a little bit to this position, here I would definitely want to be black. Because I'm very protective of my pawn structure, how my pawns work together, and I don't like these doubled pawns. However, after this f5 move, what has happened is that white now has very good control over the dark squares. And for instance, that knight location on f4 is just really, really good. And so I dislike that black moved the pawn forward away from the dark squares when you've already given up your bishop that was supposed to control the dark squares. So, yeah, I'm not loving how Paikidze executed this, but I am liking her fighting spirit. The way she's played definitely tells me that she's looking not only to kind of stunt Alice Lee, she's trying to win this game and get that massive advantage, having the white pieces in a game where a draw would be sufficient.
For sure. I'm Naji Paikitsa just because she hasn't been so active for the last few years. So there might be some people in the chat who are not as familiar with her as they are maybe with Irina Crush or Alice Lee, who we've been hearing loads about lately. But Naji, she's a two-time US women's champ, so not to be underestimated. And yeah, this game will come back here for sure, because shaping up in very exciting fashion. For now, let's go back to Wesley So and Levon Aronian.
Oh, darn, I misclicked. My bad. So we have had a couple of moves there since we went to watch the girls. Bishop h7 check on the board. And then the bishop moves right afterwards. So how do you justify moving the same piece twice when you could have just, if you wanted to get this bishop to the e4 square, you could have gone there immediately? Why do you first go to give a check? Are you that much of a noob that, Patzer sees check, Patzer gives check kind of guy? But no, this is actually a very, very smart top level strat, because White is anticipating this to go into an endgame soon. So White is saying, I will force your king all the way into the corner, and I'm getting this position with a king in the corner rather than the king on the g8 square. I can also benefit from now having my bishop pointing down on your king. So Wesley is spending a move extra, but he is provoking the black king to a worse position. Will that be enough to win the game? Maybe not, but it is a smart, what we call in-between move to worsen the coordination in Black's forces. Afterwards, Wesley is trying to trade the black bishop in the center. That bishop was doing very well, blocking the white rook, for instance. And so Wesley goes for the trade to open up the rook's potential. In the meantime, Levon Aronian pushing his pawn forward on the side of the board. It's a very equal position, but White is for preference because the white bishop is pointing down on the king with only one pawn blocking, while the black king technically is pointing down on white's king as well. Here there are two pawns blocking, which means the white king is much safer than its black counterpart. And Wesley illustrates that with his latest move, queen to f4. It's a trap now on the black king. If Aronian is not careful now, Wesley can capture the pawn on the side of the board, exploiting how this bishop is pointing down on black's king. The queen cannot be captured without putting your own king in check. And so right now, Wesley is threatening checkmate.
Absolutely. Big thanks to the Vault for the gifted sub, to the community. I was watching last night, Maria, and I know you lauded her for it. She was doing such a fantastic job. I mean, the gifts and the primes and everything was just flying. And I was thinking to myself, I can't do this. I mean, I try, but I don't have, she needs to teach me her craft. But thank you so much. Remember to check your primes. You might have one available. Don't let it go two ways. I'm sorry I can't sell it as well as Maria, but we really appreciate the support. Meanwhile, here in the game, was not Wesley, Levon is still thinking how he wants to meet this threat of the queen taking the pawn on h6. There's a couple of ways to do it. Of course, the first one would be to move the king, and you can decide, do you want to go back to g8 or do you want to go forward to h7 just to step out of the pin? The other way to deal with it would be to play f6. However, as we all know, Mr. Feingold does not think highly of this move. The engine seems to think it's okay. It's not a move that I would be very happy to play as black. It always just feels a bit weakening. We can suddenly see that the light squares around the black king are losing some protection. We can imagine in the future some knight h4 could be annoying in some cases with this big hole there. So I don't know how I feel. If I were black, I wouldn't play this.
Yeah, I think if Levon didn't have his pawn here, if the pawn was one step further back, then this f6 move would be automatic, and he would be very happy having two pawns block the bishop's diagonal. This is one of my favorite chess sayings these days, that the bishop is good as long as there's not two pawns blocking its path, because that just has a tendency of killing any potential of that bishop contributing. However, in this case, like you mentioned, knight h4, looking at that g6 square, unprotected by the black pawns, and if the knight can get in there, it's also going to be attacking both the king and the rook. So I'm not ruling out that Aronian plays the f6 move, because it's strategically what he wants to do to stop this bishop's influence. But it leaves a very big problem with this g6 square and the potential for white to get the knight there.
Someone in the chat is telling us that king h7 was played, but I don't see that move anywhere. So, indeed, it was played. And Wesley, so let's go, Wesley. You know what he responded before it appears? What would get me excited?
I'm guessing what would get you excited is the move g4. And the only way I'm managing to guess this move is because that's actually the best move according to the chess engines.
No, you would guess it also if it wasn't. It doesn't take to be the best move of the engines to get my stamp of approval. Or to get me excited anyway.
But I mean, it is a very aggressive move, and it's a move that really announces White's intention of putting black under pressure. Like, Aronian must have thought that he's very close to just equalizing the game, getting a draw with the black pieces, and then looking forward to having the white pieces and trying to win the match with a win there. But now his mindset has to be switched completely. Aronian now has to defend against the threats Wesley is making, with the bishop on the diagonal, with the queen in the same area, with the rook pointing down on the black knight. But the piece we haven't mentioned here is the knight on f3. And that explains Wesley's move. Because now if black tries to get their pieces into better positions, Wesley will activate his knight by pushing this pawn further forward. And if these pawns are traded, the knight contributes with devastating effect. The knight and queen works together to give a checkmate in on the black king. And you can come with your knight to try and stop the checkmate, but then the bishop on the diagonal pointing towards the black king comes in, eliminates the defensive piece, the queen for the checkmate. And, well, this is what Wesley's trying to do. And it's very, very dangerous. And it's also, according to the engines, very, very good. Like, it was the best move in a tricky situation.
Kudos to Wesley. This reminds me, earlier, before we jumped to the Alice Lee game, I noticed a question in the chat. I believe it was a question by Chess Zebra, who was asking, isn't it too early to call it a draw? This game is only just getting started. And I just wanted to clarify that I don't think either Jan Ludwig or myself were calling that this game was going to be a draw. I think we were just saying that if white doesn't play in a proactive way, this position has a lot of chances to fizzle out into a very drawish, very equal position. But I do love that the way that Wesley has gone on about this, and Levon has some serious questions to answer here. I'm so excited, Jon Ludwig, about this G4 move, but I'm going to very quickly take us back for a second to the Alice game, because I think it might be our last chance to see it before it concludes.
Wow. Yes, in fact, 1 second after we went into Alice's game, it's over. Alice Lee has won her first game of the elimination bracket. She is well on her way to get a new opportunity to challenge Irina Crush, because in this position, Alice is up by 2 pawns, but in addition, she's threatening the black bishop, and if the black bishop retreats, that will eliminate the bishop's defense of the e6 square. And Fiona, you did call it. The e6 square, I'm worried about this. You said if the knight gets in there, that's going to be a problem. Well, the knight did get in there with a check on the king. And actually, the king has no escapes, as the other white pieces are contributing as well. And this would have cost black the queen to avoid immediate checkmate. So,
I mean, what did the cool kids say back in the day? That escalated quickly. I mean, this really, can we quickly see how it happened so fast after we left off?
Yeah, we can go into the game where we left it off. Bishop, which was under attack, retreated. Then Paikidze, she recaptured the pawn that she had lost or sacrificed a bit earlier. Alice improves the positioning of her queen. Paikidze trying to push the white bishop back. And when that bishop got pushed back, she tried to push it back even further, but that was a decisive mistake, because she missed that the bishop is now pointing down on the black king. The black king that moved twice to get to the c7 square, because, oh, that square is so safe. The black pawn on c5 is making sure there's no way for white to attack on that side of the board. Well, now she lost that very important pawn, because the queen cannot be captured without allowing the threat on the black king. And not only did one pawn go missing, the second pawn was lost as well. And the whole justification for this king's placement on the queen side was shattered. And Alice easily managed to get the win shortly thereafter.
That was brutal. Kudos to Alice, who is now only a draw away from setting up a rematch against Irina Crush tomorrow. By the way, worth being noted, as we go back to the Wesley against Levon game, that we will not see any more classical games in this tournament. Tomorrow, Hikaru against the winner of this match. That's correct, right?
That's classical tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah. But, you know, it was a 50-50.
As soon as I saw your face, I was like,
it was a 50-50 situation,
Friday.
Fiona. Like, you could have been wrong, you could have been right. On this occasion,
no, but I should have done the math that there was 3 days left.
But, you know, oopsie daisy.
As soon as I started talking, I looked at you, and I mean, I even knew it, because I thought, okay, tomorrow I'm only commentating on one. Tomorrow's my last day here, and I knew tomorrow it's just the one classical game, and then I'm done, and then my brain just. Yeah, I said it with such confidence, despite knowing it wasn't true. Anyway, back to the game, because things are happening here.
Yeah, no, things are certainly happening. Levon Aronian moved his knight over Basically, he's just trying to get more pieces close to his king as Wesley's attack is looming. But moving that knight over allowed Wesley to push the pawn forward while also creating an attack on the black knight. So now you don't really have much of a choice with all these threats. You're going to have to capture the white pawn, but that allows the white knight to get involved. We talked about what was the intention of this incredible G4 move, moving the pawn that's supposed to protect white's king up to attack the black king instead. Well, the bishop was perfectly placed, the rook was perfectly placed, the queen was perfectly placed. The piece we needed to get involved was the knight, and now this continuation has showcased why Wesley did what he did. He's managed to get the knight into a very scary attacking position, giving a check on the black king. The king moves back, and now Wesley, queen h4, very, very tempting. We saw a similar variation when we studied earlier, that it's close to checkmate. If black is not careful here, we capture the defensive knight so that the queen can come in right afterwards. So in a matter of 4 moves, maybe even less, like in 3 moves, this position has gone from, oh, looks pretty boring, to how is Levon going to survive this attack?
Yeah, I mean, let's put queen h4 on the board again, because I'm not even sure I'm seeing how he's surviving. Oh, all those moves? No. So, wait, did Wesley not play queen h4?
No, Wesley did not. So
Wow.
Wesley here decides that, yes, I want to attack the black king, but I have multiple ways of doing it. One of them was trying to get the queen involved, but the other one, king to h1, is trying to get the rook involved. And the benefit of that, the queen was pointing into an area where there were no pieces to attack, but now that Wesley is moving the rook over, that rook will immediately point down on the black king and one of the remaining pawns that can defend said king. After rook d8, Wesley has gone for the trade, and Levon is thinking. Levon is thinking, because right now, if you take back with the rook g1,
natural, right?
It feels like something you would play without really thinking too much about it. But he's so scared, because look at all of these pieces pointing on black's king. Actually, let me do that in colors. Well, it's nicer. It is
nicer. I agree. No, I mean, you're saying Levon is. I would be more than scared. I would be terrified as a black. And the engine might only say plus 1.2, but the players do not see the engine evaluation. They do not see the computer lines. I can tell you over the board, it is scary.
But also the engine does confirm that black is in dire straits. Like you can say, oh, black is only in some trouble, not, definitely losing territory. But at this level, these players are good enough to win almost 100% of the time, given an advantage of this size. So this is significant. I think Wesley's going to win it, and he's going to win it in style.
I mean, you say that, about they win it 90% of the time. I agree, they win loads of them. I have to say, I already mentioned that I was lurking yesterday, and I had a very painful loss last weekend in the English League. And I've been feeling miserable about that game ever since. And last night was the first moment that I felt a little bit better about myself, because first I watched the Alice Lee against Irina Krush Endgame, which of course is super complex and almost impossible to calculate. But then I watched the first playoff game between Wesley and Hikaru, and my engine, at least at some point, gave Wesley up to like plus 30 or something. And I was like, okay, if Wesley loses a position where the engine at some point gave him an almost mating advantage, I thought then I can feel a little bit better about what I missed myself. But here, this is a very different situation. Most of all because there's a lot more time on the clock.
That's the key. That's the key. There's a significant difference, even for players like as experienced and as good as this. Yeah. There's a big difference between having 10 seconds on your clock and having 6 minutes. So having a couple of minutes to think about things in those very critical situations, that can avoid some embarrassing scenes. I say embarrassing, but frankly, for the audience, it was just very entertaining seeing the miracle of back and forth between Hikaru and Wesley yesterday. But right now, I'm concerned on Avranian's behalf, because Wesley with 6 minutes and a clear plan forward. I'm not sure this game is going to last for another 10 moves.
Yeah. Did we already discuss? I was just wondering if I blanked or whether we discussed, is queen takes d8 better than rook takes because the bishop can come back to defend, or what's the point?
I don't understand.
Must be related to bishop f8, right? With the bishop.
Bishop takes, then you can go with the bishop back. Yeah. You can give some extra protection to the knight. Sure. I mean, it's still terrifying. All of these white pieces, every single one of white's pieces is directed at your king. Wesley has done an amazing job of what chess coaches always go on about. With you got to talk to your worst placed piece. You got to figure out how they can get involved. So when Wesley started this attack, G4, he was talking to the knight on F3, and he was like, how can you get into this attack? And the knight said, I would like to go to the G5 square. And Wesley says, well, there's a pawn protecting that square. And then he said, well, let me see what I can do about that pawn. So he pushed his pawn up to eliminate the black pawn. When the trade happened, the knight found a good location. And after that, Wesley was like, okay, all of these pieces are good, but there's one piece. There's one piece that's not involved. How can I get this guy into my attack? And Wesley came up with King H1 and said, oh, you can come here. Point down on the king. It's actually just very textbook attacking play, but neither G4 or King H1 was obvious. And after Avranian has offered the trade of rooks, Wesley traded. Avranian has taken back with the queen, and now rook G1 pointing at the black king. You were absolutely right, Fiona, about what is the point of taking with the queen. The idea was to get the bishop back into defense, but Wesley doesn't even have to think to come up with his response. Pawn to E4. And now if Avranian tries to get his rook involved, then pawn to E5 attacks the knight. If the knight moves, then the queen enters for checkmate in a classic Hikaru pre-move finish. I remember seeing Hikaru having a couple of checkmate and 3 pre-moves like this previously. So yeah, that E4 move, it just came instantly from Wesley, and it's a great move, and it's going to win him the game.
Yeah, Wesley looks like he's very close to taking an important first win here with the white pieces. We were talking earlier about how he might rather start with black and then, have that freedom about how much to press in game 2. But okay, let's not jinx it for Wesley just yet. But he's also up 3.5 minutes on the clock, and I think I didn't make the point very well last time, but the engine only says +2 something, but I feel like it's more than that. It just feels like in practice with 3 minutes on the clock, how is Black going to hold on here in a position which is also probably objectively just lost?
Well, Aruna is trying his best. So this queen to e8 was a good move because it gives extra protection to the f7 pawn. Now, if Wesley continues with what was his main plan, then this knight can safely move away, not having to be concerned about the white queen coming in for a checkmate, seeing as how the black queen has defended against that threat. However, there are some other disadvantages to this queen e8 move, one of which is that the queen is no longer offering extra protection to the knight on f6. So now something like knight f3 is interesting because when the knight moves back, it opens up the pressure on the black king, meaning that if white were to move here, say if Avronian tries to get his rook into the game, then bishop takes knight is very good. The bishop is recaptured, but then you capture with your queen as well. And it's not a queen sacrifice because, well, I'm not allowed to capture that queen with the rook pointing down on black's king. So, yeah, still lots of scary, scary ideas for Wesley. His biggest issue right now, in my opinion, is that he has so many good options to choose between.
Yeah, what is the expression I'm looking for? Something of riches. Embarrass? No. Help me out, chat. I hate it. Queen h4 is on the board.
Okay,
Chat
so
will help me out.
So queen h4 is going for a different plan. So now Wesley is returning to this queen h7 checkmate. At the moment, that square is being protected by the black knight. But after rook c8, trying to get that rook into play, then e5. The pawn pushes forward, attacks the knight. And if the knight moves, the queen steps in for the checkmate. So then the question becomes, can Avronian find a way of preventing this pawn from kicking the black knight away from its defensive positioning?
It's not easy.
Embarrassment of riches? I never even heard that phrase.
Yeah. I mean, it's what I was kind of mumbling, right? But then I thought, because I've seen the expression and I've probably used it, but I don't use it spoken very, very often.
But you went to school in London, right?
To uni, but not. I mean, I didn't learn English. English is actually my fourth language.
Sure, but you lived in England. You're going to learn some English.
But we didn't. Embarrassment of riches is not a phrase you hear very often in your everyday uni student life.
No, but you
have an embarrassment
pick up
of riches of lectures to attend today.
Are you going to deny that your English is better after having gone to school in England?
No. I mean, English, it might be my fourth, but it's the language I speak the most.
Yeah, Benjamin in chat says major Fiona flex, fourth language.
A little humble brag.
No, not that little a one either.
Not that humble. Not that
little and not that humble. We have moves on the board. Queen c6. That actually is a really good move because I was talking about, he needs to prevent the pawn from pushing forward to e5. Well, there's no better way of doing that than pointing your queen in against the white king. However, Wesley responded now almost without thinking. So it's clear he was expecting that move. He played f3. And now this f3 move is protecting the white king so that you renew the threat of pushing the pawn forward in the center.
Oof. Is this just over? How do we stop this?
There's a very cute variation being suggested by the engine. I just have to show it. Queen to c2 makes a lot of sense, trying to attack the bishop. And now if bishop takes, it actually turns out that this bishop is doing a great job defending the king. The king can try to kind of lure its way out into the middle of the board. But after queen check, king moves over, the move e5 opens up between the queens while at the same time attacking the bishop. And if a trade is made, the knight comes in to attack both the king and the bishop. That was very cute.
It's not over just yet, because if king g8, the king is attacking the knight. So if you take with the pawn, then suddenly black can capture the knight. But here, once again, you utilize the pin along the g file, capturing with the knight. So really a very cute little line, this one.
A nice little indulgent excursion there, looking at this queen move, which in fact did not happen. Instead, pawn to e5. That's kind of clever by Levon Avronian. He's preventing the white pawn from moving forward by putting a pawn there himself. And when the bishop comes in to take the pawn, well, now the white pawn cannot move forward either, because the white bishop is blocking the path. Rook a7 on the board. The problem of this pawn to e5 move is that it did lose a pawn for black. So now, in addition to facing this massive attack, black is down a pawn.
Yeah, black is also, I mean, I wasn't even paying attention any longer to that, but black is also down to 18 seconds on the clock, which is another serious problem. And now white is not in as big a rush as he was any longer, because as Jan Ludwig just pointed out, he did pick up a pawn and the attack remains. All that black has gotten in exchange for the pawn is surviving. Black did not manage to create any counterplay or to get any compensation. So white can just continue with the attack while being a pawn up. The question is, how do we continue the attack?
Yeah, it's not that clear actually, because Levon Avronian has a nice move planned. Bishop to c5 will try to hit the rook on g1, trying to force the white rook to move away from its perfect positioning, pointing down on the black king. And Wesley has understood as much. He realizes that it's not 100% obvious how I win this game. And he's taken quite a lengthy think to figure out what is the precise way of getting the win.
Ludwig, can I ask you one thing? I think a lot of people in the chat, and myself included, the first move that I would be inclined to look at is bishop takes f6, and see if I can somehow hunt down the black king. So let's just take a quick look at that to see what happens.
Yeah, and look at the eval bar. It goes from a winning position for white to being equal.
That's crazy. I thought it would go down, but not that much.
And the key here is that after bishop takes back, yes, the queen can give a check, but now that the bishop has moved, that square where the bishop was located is now made available for the king. In addition, this bishop has gotten a perfect defensive position to try and defend the black pawn. And in fact, bishop takes f6 has been played. Is Levon Avronian gonna make a miracle save? Now the engines are liking, well, not liking black's position, but saying that black is all right. The queen comes in for the check.
I still had a question about what would happen. He hasn't played it. Can I just ask very quickly, what would happen after queen h8, king e7, knight h7?
You've trapped your queen.
Oh, actually, you know what I thought? I thought I saw rook a8, but I somehow thought that the king was on a square when I can take on f6 with a check, but that's
but we got to stay with the game.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because Queen f5 has been played by Wesley. Aronian takes this opportunity to eliminate one of those dangerous white pieces, the knight on g5. Levon Aronian has survived to a position where he is down a pawn, but he's still kicking. And because the white king isn't all that safe either, there actually is a legitimate chance of rescuing a draw despite being down a pawn.
This is insane. I mean, remember what I said. I, as well as people in the chat, would probably be inclined to take on f6. But that Wesley would go for it is quite shocking, I think.
Yeah, like, but he was concerned about that bishop move to attack the rook. He didn't see a way to keep the coordination of his pieces. So Wesley decided to rather just go for an endgame. And we're seeing moves being made on the screen. The rook has gone one step back, pawn to h4. Wesley is still attacking with his pawn, but he's got to be careful because now the queen is trying to infiltrate against the white king. The white king actually moves up the board. Wesley is using his king in the attack, and the percentages are increasing in his favor. The engines are very much liking Wesley's plan of getting the king involved early on here. Wesley now using his queen to give a check on the black king.
I think Anish says Anish in the chat. I think Wesley is actually still a favorite to win this game because
for sure. No, at this point, Wesley's 100% going to win it because he's been so brilliant with his king that now
100%.
when Aronian hides his king in the corner, the engine was even recommending that Wesley continue up the board. Instead, what has happened after king h8 is that Wesley is trying to make a trade of the queens. Wesley with his king somewhat aggressively placed, wants to get the queens off the board to lessen the chance of a checkmate. But Aronian is saying, no, I want to keep the queens. I want to be able to create an attack here. And even though Wesley can capture the pawn on b6, in which case he would be 2 pawns up, then there's very, very scary things happening with this white king as the black rook gets involved in the attack as well. So thrilling things happening. Oh, and Wesley has in fact captured the pawn on b6 instead of using the queen along the side of the board. Aronian has that gone 100% into the center.
Win looking now, Jan Ludwig?
I mean, every prediction I'm making this tournament is just going sideways. And right now, Levon Aronian might win this game. I'm just putting it out there. Levon Aronian has a very dangerous attack on the white king right now. Wesley So is up by 2 pawns, but if he's not careful, this black rook will get involved to create a checkmating attack. Wesley decides to move his king to the corner. The rook does indeed get involved. The rook now attacking the pawn on f3, and when that pawn is eliminated, the rook will also be attacking the white king. Recommended here by the computer engines is king up to g4. I can already tell you right now that move is never gonna happen. But Wesley is gonna try to find out something here with just, oh, never mind.
Never. Ever. Well, the thing is, I think we underestimated that Wesley had very little choice, actually, of how to defend the pawn on f3. And actually, the king on g4 couldn't be checked. So I agree, it looked unlikely, but maybe we'll see. Maybe I mean,
that king is not safe
here.
Well, yeah, no, yeah. I'm not even. I don't see a single way of getting a repetition.
There is no repetition, yeah.
Ooh, but Wesley is trying to make a trade between the rooks. Good move here by Wesley. I'm expecting Levon to try and keep the rook on the board to still attack towards the white king. If Wesley steps wrong here, then he could very easily win the game. However, if Wesley manages to get some trades, then he'll he'll probably win the game with 2 extra pawns.
I like this comment in the chat from Zipzom. Jan Ludwig needs to speak the opposite to what his brain tells him to.
Okay, Levon has started
what's happening
checking
here? The checks are starting.
But now Levon at the same time is allowing Wesley to move the king back into a safer position.
Okay, king g2. I mean, is Wesley thinking of going up to g4 again? But then,
well, if he does, then it's an instant draw. Yeah. So I'm not sure why he's thinking he has to go back.
And the time situation has completely gone to h3.
Wesley goes to the side. Tricky play. Because now if Aronian continues the checks, then the king can step back in more favorable circumstances as the the black queen can't get involved along the second rank. But instead now, after that king h3 move, rook again comes in to threaten. And then the king steps back.
I mean, at this point, with the clocks having evened out, it's hard to... It should be a draw, right? But it suddenly feels like all 3 results.
I feel like you would favor the person with 2 pawns extra.
I thought you were going to say with the active pieces.
No, I'm a sucker for pawns, you know?
I mean, I look at that white king. I know that if I was white here, I'd feel very uncomfortable with some rook h5 coming.
I mean, Wesley isn't feeling comfortable, but he is feeling like he has 2 more pawns. And this queen d7 move he just played is very good because now, you said you're scared about rook g5 check. Well, I have a pawn to protect that. And if that pawn is eliminated by the queen, then I can move my queen to guarantee a queen trade. And that's what has happened on the board. Wow. And now Wesley has an extra pawn in a rook endgame. This game gets to a completely new phase. We've had the white's king is very scary, moving towards the front lines of the board. Now we're going into black is down a pawn in the rook endgame. Can you salvage anything?
What is your feeling? And I know rook endgames are impossible. Like, it's impossible. I'm sure even the players don't know, is this a draw? Is it winning? But what does your gut feeling tell you?
Well, I'm in the rook endgames are always a draw category kind of player. But as far as rook endgames go, this one is looking less drawish than most. I will say Wesley will need to keep as many pawns on the board as possible. So here, after this a4 pawn move from Aronian, Wesley cannot capture this pawn. That would be a mistake. The rook will be able to recapture and attack both pawns. And I don't see Wesley winning if those pawns are traded off. And he's done it. Okay. Someone in chat said, Hammer, just say you're not going to be a trillionaire. It's going to be good for your future. Okay. So Wesley is going to lose this one of the pawns on the side of the board. He tries to make a counterattack here first. Levon comes in with his king to protect Wesley, pushing his pawn forward on the side of the board. Wesley manages to capture, Aronian manages to capture one of the pawns, but in the meantime, Wesley is infiltrating with his king on the opposite side.
Incredible
Great play. Amazing play by Wesley. Because if Wesley manages to come close to these black pawns, it's game over. Right now, the black king is defending this area, but how long is the king going to manage to keep that defense, given that the white rook is about to check it out of position?
Yeah, and I guess the plan is eventually we'll give up our A pawn if needed to capture both black pawns, and then the end game with the 2 extra pawns will be quite easily winning. I'm super impressed. I don't know. I mean, it all happened so fast. Maybe we can rewind for a second later to see where it went wrong for Levon. But it looks like Wesley is back on track to win this game. 100%, 100% is back.
The rook moves forward, attacks the white pawn on. No, sorry, not that pawn. The rook
You should
moves
never have
forward
doubted yourself, Jan Ludwig. You knew it all along.
Yeah. And now Wesley has a very easy task. He's just going to move the rook up. He's going to give a check on the king. He's going to force the king away from the g6 square so that the white king can go here. The white king is not going to go there immediately because right now the white pawn is undefended. So the pawn steps forward, trying to become a new queen. Levon desperately tries to go on the counterattack, but in the meantime, Wesley can move his king in as well. And that should be enough to win the game.
Yeah, I think Wesley is doing the right thing. He still had 40 seconds on the clock.
Wow, he blundered. He blundered. Rook e7, massive blunder according to eval bar. It just shut down.
Someone was also saying in the chat, Fiona, this game is going to make you feel better about your own game again. It really is, actually.
Wow, it's an incredible line, but
okay, let's show the line.
A run-in is going to manage to find the draw now simply because he doesn't really have any other choice. So Wesley's idea is to move here, and when this pawn is captured, Wesley's idea is to push this pawn forward, exploiting that there's a pin so the king cannot be captured. The problem here is that when Levon runs back with his king, even though Wesley is about to get a new queen, which would normally be enough, there's a checkmate on the white king afterwards. And right now, Wesley is realizing the bad news. He realizes that my plan of just pushing this pawn to becoming a new queen will end in me getting checkmated. He takes the pawn on f6 instead, but yet again, the threat of checkmate from Levon Avronian. So Wesley needs to protect his king, run away. But in the meantime, the black pawn starts running. And now Wesley cannot both protect his pawn on f6 and his pawn on a7 while at the same time stopping the black pawn from running in and becoming a new queen.
This is actually devastating for Wesley. Kudos to Levon, who fought so hard. And okay, the game isn't over yet, but at this point,
so Wesley tries to hold on to his pawn with the king, but then he's struggling to stop the black pawn in return.
So what if I go rook, let's say b7 or anywhere?
Wesley's moving the rook to get back and stop it. The pawn is one step away from becoming a new queen. And I think Wesley now realizes that he has to move his rook back, but then after the rook moves back, Levon Avronian can capture white's pawn with his rook. And then f7? Well, then f7 I can even sacrifice because my king is close enough.
Even that will give Wesley flashbacks to him wrongly capturing the pawn yesterday.
If I'm entirely honest with you, Levon Avronian right now is probably considering going for the win.
But then I give a check on e1, no?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's bad. Okay, that's bad. So Levon Avronian gives up his rook for the white pawn, but then he helps his own pawn afterwards. And we're left with a position. No more pawns left for either player. Just the kings remain in what was an epic struggle. Wesley So will feel like he had this one in the bag, but it
not just once, but twice. I mean, I think that's what's so cruel about this game. He first got a winning position out of the middle game with this beautiful idea starting with g4. And I'm sure he felt that he was winning there. He picked up a pawn. Then I'm sure he also felt he messed it up. And then suddenly he's winning again, and he misses his chance a second time. Those games are really particularly painful.
Yeah, and he also navigated very well when his king was in trouble. And he managed to survive the troublesome king. He managed to get into a position where the queens were traded off. And then he played the rook endgame so beautifully with how he he got that infiltration with his king. Like Wesley basically played very well to win this game in 2, maybe even 3 different instances. And then he makes one big blunder, this rook to e7. Had he instead gone with his king forward, he would have won this game. But maybe it was not so easy as I make it out to be. Maybe he could have gone with the rook first, so that if Levon tries to go after the white pawns, then he's prevented in doing that by the rook check. Maybe this was more difficult than what it initially appeared, because if it was easy, a player of Wesley's caliber would not waste his chance like he did.
I have to say, I saw a comment in the chat, maybe Wesley is tired. I think that is definitely true. I was in Berlin just a couple of weeks ago. Wesley won that tournament. I remember on the last day, on the Sunday, he said, I'll be going home tomorrow, and then I only have one day, and then I'm off to the American Cup. And before Berlin, he had been playing in this Düsseldorf, what was it called? The WR Masters or something, which was a long and grueling classical tournament. Not too long before that, he had played in Weißensee. I think between those tournaments, he had gone back to the US, then back to Europe again. Then at the end of Berlin, on Monday, there was a strike at the airport in Berlin. So Wesley couldn't fly out. He had to get a car from Berlin to Amsterdam and catch a flight the next day. The whole thing just sounded horrendous. And now he's also on top of all of that, the only player who didn't get a rest day in this tournament. So I do think, and I'm not making excuses for Wesley, doesn't need me to make excuses for him. But I certainly imagine that he is, that fatigue is playing a role in what we're seeing.
Yeah. And I think, you really went through his entire tournament history. I was just going to make the point that he is the only player in the American Cup who will now not get a rest day. Since he was battling it out with Hikaru while the others were getting a break in the elimination bracket. But now that you've kind of showcased how he's gone from tournament to tournament to tournament, fatigue definitely playing a part here. I agree.
For sure. There were a lot of questions. Will they play another game? They would have played a second game regardless of the result in this game. That second game will take place 43 minutes from now. I hope Wesley manages to put this game behind him. It is difficult. I mean, especially after what happened to him. I'm sure it wasn't easy getting over his match against Hikaru yesterday. Now he has this disappointment to get over with. But he will have to bounce back. He will be playing with the black pieces. If that game is a draw again, we will continue to a faster, rapid time control. However, if we see a decisive result in the next game, then that will be that. So we'll be back to cover that. Before we go on a short break, as promised, for those of you who were here earlier in the day, we will tell you a bit more about the upcoming Decathlon. If you weren't here at the start of the show, then Jon Ludwig, tell us about what's coming up very soon.
10 chess events where you can challenge Hikaru himself. It starts this Monday at the Monday, March 27th, with a Chess 960 arena. Chess 960 is a special form of chess that has basically all the same rules. The only difference is how the pieces start the game, with the pieces being shuffled around on the bottom rank by a drawing of lots. that is going to be open to everyone who has already played 30 Chess 960 games on chess.com. So if you want to participate, if you want to have the chance of going up against Hikaru Nakamura, and I saw someone saying this in chat, going up against Hikaru, getting a chance to be absolutely destroyed and featured in a YouTube video, that is, of course, also a risk you take. But in that case, make sure that you practice playing Chess 960 on chess.com in preparation for the event, because only players who has played 30 rated games are allowed in the arena format. And Chess 960 is not the only thing on the menu this year.
Absolutely. In total, well, if you know anything about sports, a decathlon, of course, consists of 10 disciplines. So that's the reason there are 10 tournaments. I'm kind of pointing out the obvious here, but let's bring back the other slide. In April, we have a King of the Hill tournament to look forward to. For those of you who haven't played any games of King of the Hill, a very fun variant. You can also try it out. Please note already that all the tournaments will have the same requirement of having played 30 games in that particular variant. So you can already, don't leave it to the last minute. Just try them all out now. They are all fun. King of the Hill is like normal chess, but if you bring your king to one of the 4 central squares, maybe Jan Ludwig, you can very quick. I know the board is gone. Never mind. But one of the 4 central squares, e4, d4, d5, e5, then that immediately ends the game. In May, we have tree check. My favorite variant. The first player to give tree checks wins the game. Bullet June. I don't think I need to explain to anyone here what Bullet is. Crazy House, another very fun tournament coming up in July. That is a bit like Bug House or Exchange Chess, as it's also known. Basically, the pieces you capture of your opponent, you get to use them again. And let's have a look at the second half of the year. So starting from August. I actually think there will be some, now I'm suddenly unsure, but in August we'll have a puzzle battle. In September, this one I'm very much looking forward to, a bar quiz. I remember well, Jan Ludwig, attending in person the Reykjavik Chess Pub quiz that you won one year. Remind us who your partner was again?
Yeah, it has been a tradition at the Reykjavik Open, which is actually scheduled to begin next week. But at that tournament, they have a pub quiz side event. And I attended that one year together with Magnus Carlsen, who happened to be in Reykjavik at that time. And I got to win the event. Not thanks to my knowledge. It was a team effort with Magnus knowing the answers to the question and me having the very important task of writing it down. And I claim to this day that writing the answers down is a legitimate part of the pub quiz team effort. And I am just as much deserving of the trophy as Magnus was. And I'm also very much looking forward to the Duck Chess tournament coming up in October. There's going to be Blitz.
Unfortunately, the Duck Chess, if you want to play on Ludwig, it's not enough to have played 30 games. You will have to qualify for that one because those last 3 events, the Duck Chess in October and the Blitz in November, will be 32 invited players based on their prior performance, and then the grand finale in December. Jan Ludwig, will you try to qualify?
That is the plan. I personally believe I am one of the best duck chess players in the world. And this is the big stage to prove such a combative statement. So to summarize, everyone, there's a lot of fun tournaments coming up, and you, the viewer, are invited to participate in these events sponsored by a Misfit Gaming, Hikaru's team, esports team, and to get back to where we started. For now, we've put a lot of information on you, but the important thing to know is that it will kick off this Monday. Chess 960. I'm seeing a lot of questions in chat. How do we play Chess 960? I think the easiest way is to go into the tournaments on chess.com, find a Chess 960 tournament, and get some games there.
Absolutely. You can even do that right now, because I believe we will be going for a break momentarily, as once again, all the information is presented here on the slide. We are going to go on a break for 35 minutes, and that is when the next game starts. So you can use that time to get some games in and share your feedback with us. Tell us how it went once we come back. And yeah, this first game was a very exciting battle between two great players. Looking forward to game 2, and we will see you guys on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everyone. For today's video, we are going to be taking a look at some of our subscriber games that have been played on YouTube very recently in the classic Vienna opening. Our first game that we have is this game that is played between Just a Random Dudes and Ryan Azato. So let's dive right into it. Game starts with e4, we get e5, and now knight to c3 is played here. Now this is the starting position of what we call the Vienna opening, or the Vienna game. Black has many different replies. We're going to focus on 2 replies and 2 individual games that our subs have played. Probably the most common line that is played is knight to f6 here, which we'll look at in the second game. Or sorry, which is played in this game. Knight c6 is another move that is very playable as well. That will be in the second game. So let's start with knight f6. So after knight to f6, f4 is played. Now there are many different possibilities for white here. You can play f4, you can play knight to f3, knight 6 d4. This is the Scotch 4 knights, for example. You can also play bishop to c4. However, in this order, after black plays knight takes e4, position is very tricky to play for both sides here. If white takes knight, black plays d5, forking the bishop and the knight, and black ends up with a better position here due to having this one pawn in the center. You can play knight f6, bishop d6 castles, and black is doing very well, whereas this bishop on e4 can become a target very, very easily. So after bishop c4, knight takes e4, white normally would play this move queen to h5, threatening checkmate in 1 on f7. Now, of course, many of you will have seen a similar opening to this, where you'll see the classic scholars checkmate or the 4-move checkmate, where basically you get this clean checkmate on f7. If you do this, black can play knight to d6 here, which guards the pawn, attacks the bishop. Also, white can't capture the knight. If you play like queen e7, for example, white simply wins this knight on e4 here. So after knight d6, bishop b3, black can play either bishop to e7, which is probably the main line after queen takes e5 castles. Black generally is doing okay here. He can play knight c6 to attack the queen. Let's say white goes knight e2. You can even play a move like rook to e8, castles, and bishop to f8 to open up the e file for the rook on e8. So black has many different possibilities. Last but not least, in this position, black can also play knight c6, guarding the pawn. And after knight to b5, there's this very sharp variation that is known as the classic Frankenstein Dracula, due to the huge imbalances and nature of the position. Because black normally goes g6 here. If black were to say take the knight on b5, you get checkmated once again on f7. So g6, white goes queen to f3. Again, if knight takes knight, checkmate in 1. So here black normally goes f5, and now the point is, let's just say you move your knight here. Now I can capture the knight because there is simply no checkmate on f7. So here white has to play queen to d5 here. Again, the idea is if takes, you go for checkmate, and if black plays a move like bishop e7, you swap the juicers, and after takes, queen f7 would be made. So after queen to d5 is played, black normally goes queen to e7 or queen to f6, knight takes c7, king d8, knight takes a8, and b6. And the position is very, very sharp. I don't think any conclusions have been reached. I know in the short term, when you have the engine running, you see from the bar, it gives white a very big advantage here. However, I think according to modern day theory, it's still very, very unclear what's going on, because black has to develop the bishops very quickly. He's going to win the knight. He has these pawns in the center. These knights can jump very quickly. You can even bring the rook to the center, and white has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces that are underdeveloped. So this is one line that can happen, but in this game we get this move f4 instead, which is probably the most principled approach in the Vienna. Now here Ryan Azad plays d6. Now the main move that black probably should play here is d5. He should not capture the pawn on f4, because then white goes e5, kicking the knight out of town. Knight has to go back, and after knight to f3, let's just say d6, white can play queen to e2, bishop to e7, and now this move d4, consolidating this pawn in the center on e5. If there's a trade, you get the pawn back here. Also, white is threatening to win the pawn on f4 and then bring the rook into the center of the game very, very quickly. One sample line, let's just say bishop e6, bishop takes pawn, knight to c6, and now you can go rook to d1, hitting the queen. And after, say, queen to c8, you can even play a move like, I don't know which one is better, let's just say knight, I'm going to say knight e4 just to keep peace on the board. And black has big issues. You can't really castle to the queen side because white controls the d file. It's very hard to develop this knight. Maybe knight h6 is a move and you can castle, but your king side is going to be very, very compromised here if you try to castle, and white has a big attack in the center of the board. So black normally should play d5 here, and now there are many different possibilities, but yours truly has actually played this quite a few times from the white side. So I'll just show you guys a couple of neat variations. So in the US Championship all the way back in 2010 in St. Louis, Missouri, I actually had this with white against Alexander Onishuk, who I believe at the time was a defending US champion. In that game, I decided, you know, it's not enough to play the Vienna opening. I have to try to play a Bond Cloud and also have some fun along the way. So in that game, I traded on d5, and now I play this move f takes e5. Now, on first glance, this looks completely insane, because after knight takes knight, pawn takes queen to h4 check, you're like, well, look at this Hikaru guy, total beginner. G3 to stop the check, of course, queen e4, and black just wins the rook, right triangle, game over, queen e2 takes, GG. That's all she wrote. Nothing more needs to be said. However, white can actually play this very funny looking move, king to e2 here, playing it like a Bond Cloud. Now, unfortunately, black is completely fine, but there are some tricks here. So on first glance, you'll probably think, well, wait, can't black just go check, king f2, and I don't know, bishop c5? This actually doesn't work because white goes d4, building a chain of 3. And when you move the bishop, I develop the knight, and then I simply develop my bishop, bring the rook to the center, manually castle the king, and I simply have a big white center on top of having an extra pawn as well. So very quickly it can turn around. Now in that game, unfortunately, this line, as we see, doesn't turn into anything, because after king e2, black can play bishop g4 check, you go knight to f3, knight to c6, and now in the game I played queen to e1, offering the trade of the queens. Onishuk played queen h5, and now I play this very funny looking move, king d1. Now again, this looks very, very strange because I've moved my king all over the board. I played a Bond Club, but now I've also just rearranged the king and the queen as though I don't know how to play chess. Anybody who's watched a lot of movies, you will notice that in many of the famous films, the king and the queen are set up on the wrong squares at the start of the game. So people probably think, well, he's just doing this to showboat like a Hollywood actor. At any rate, this is playable, but unfortunately it doesn't lead to much. Here, if black were to say trade on f3 and take on f3, after bishop to e2, queen to d5, white can play rook to b1, attacking the pawn. And when black castles, you can even play rook to b5 here, and after queen takes a2, this move bishop f3, and the position is very wildly out of control here. The king is actually very safe with all these pawns in front of it. Also, you have this great op targeting the knight and the pawn on this diagonal. Rook targets the pawn next to the king as well. You can even go queen e4, and so white is actually doing quite well in this position. Unfortunately, black can avoid all of these interesting lines by simply going knight takes pawn. I cannot capture the knight here, because after queen takes queen, the knight is simply pinned here. I would lose my king if I try to capture it. So in the game, I played bishop to e2, but unfortunately, after castles, knight takes knight, bishop takes bishop, we trade everything, and rook to e8. I played d4 in the game, but after this move f6, black is completely fine here, because temporarily white is going to end up a pawn. Let's say I go bishop f4, but after takes, and let's just say pawn takes, black can go bishop d6 and capture the pawn next move, and material will be even. You see 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, and I will lose this extra pawn that I have in the center of the board. So the game would end up being a draw, but it was one cool line that was featured in one of my games, so I thought I would mention it. Additionally, after d5, there was another game that I played also in a United States Chess Championship in 2007, where I played this move f takes e5, knight takes e4, and queen to f3. But unfortunately, after knight to c6, bishop b5, pinning the knight so you can't capture the pawn, knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, being able to activate the dark square bishop here. Black can play queen h4, g3, queen to e4 check, forcing the queens off the board. Sorry. and after takes, bishop to f4 and h6. I had this in the US Championship in 2007 against Alexander Yermolinsky, a former US champion himself. Game would end very peacefully in a draw. So these are a couple of lines. Now if you're looking to play against this, since I haven't really given you a concrete way to get an advantage, not that there is one, I would probably recommend that you take on e5, and after knight takes e4, you play knight f3. Idea being that after black plays, let's just say bishop e7, playing something simple like d3, knight takes, pawn takes, and after castles, going d4, building the center. Idea to play bishop d3 and castle your king out of center as quickly as possible. So this would be my recommendation. Now in this game, we get the move d6 being played here by Ryan Azad. Knight to f3 is played. Now we get bishop to g4, so white cannot win this pawn. Takes, takes, takes. You lose the queen and you lose the game. So here bishop to e2 is played to break the pin. We get pawn takes pawn. Now this is probably a mistake by Ryan Azad. Temporarily black is up a pawn here, but white is going to get a very big center with these pawns on d4 and e4 and potentially winning the pawn on f4 as well. So I probably recommend here, if I was playing this with black, to play something like knight to c6 here, and after d3 just bishop to e7 and castles. And until white forces you to make a decision with the bishop, you don't. If white plays h3, then you have to decide, do you trade the bishop for the knight? Do you go back, for example? What do you do? But unless white provokes you and forces you to do something, I would simply leave the bishop on g4. So in the game, we get e takes f4. Now d4 is played by just a random dudes. White has a big white center, and you can also take the pawn, and white is doing very well. Game continues with knight to c6. We get bishop takes f4 here. h6 is played, just stopping bishop g5. Not necessary, probably more important to simply castle the king, but it's played anyway. We get castles, g5. Again, not the right development scheme here. You should once again try to move the bishop and castle. g5, I guess you can play, but it's actually much worse in a lot of normal positions, because in this position, since we've played the Vienna here and pushed the f pawn, you're actually going to have this big issue where the f file is completely open now. So it's even worse. There's a pawn in f2, you could maybe justify it, but with the open f file here, playing h6 and g5 is simply a little bit too bold. So bishop g7 is played. We get d5 here, knight to e5, bishop d4 played by just a random dudes. Good move, probably not the absolute best move, but it's good enough. If I were playing with white here, due to the open f file, I would trade the knights. After takes, takes, and d takes e5, there are a couple ways to play. There are a couple themes though. So bishop c5 is probably the best move to stop black from castling, but what I would recommend here is to go rook to f5, attacking the pawn. Black probably should just castle, because after you take the pawn, I assume there's some kind of idea where you move the knight somewhere to attack the rook, but even if there isn't, for the themes, because black has these pawns on g5 and e5 and no light square bishop to attack the rook, now you can simply stack the two towers, and when black say moves the knight to d7, you can play h4 with ideas like queen h5 and queen g4, and all of white's pieces are very harmonious. One line that I will show you guys is f6 to guard the pawn, and now you can play queen to g4. Let's just say black plays a6, you go knight to e2, say a5, knight to g3, a4, and now you go knight to h5. All these pieces are massing near the black king here. You have the rooks that are stacked, the queen is on a great square, knight targeting the bishop, pawn can capture, bishop can capture, and white should eventually be breaking through at some point. Just to show you guys an actual breakthrough, let's say black plays a3 here, you can go b3, let's just say b5, and here you can take, and now go bishop takes pawn, pawn takes bishop, rook takes pawn, the rooks get swapped, and now you're simply going to win this bishop on g7. Knight targets the bishop, rook and queen are behind it, king can't move anywhere, bishop can't move anywhere, game is over. So this is one sample line, probably what I would go for here since the f file is open. But again, I think the more important point to note is also that in this position you could take and go knight g3 and knight f5, and when black ends up with pawns that are like on g5 and e5 and there's a big weakness here, you should always be seeing if there's a way you can get a knight to that square or a rook to that square potentially. Now obviously very dependent on what piece is on the board, what the situation is, but nonetheless something to keep in mind if your opponent has a bishop on either g7 or e7, but the pawns are advanced to these two squares and there's this huge hole on f5. So bishop d4 is played instead. We get bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3 played, knight takes, queen takes, and here black castles. Already this is probably lost for black because you can't really move the knight because you lose the pawn and you get checkmated, and there's no way to guard the knight because white is attacking with uno, dos, tres. You have 1, 2 defending. This is simply already lost. So black castles, we get the swaps, everything comes off, rook f2. So white simply has an extra knight here and he's looking really good. Rook e1, rook a8, a4, c6, swap, rook ff1. Again, All very good. White plays b4, rook e8, g3, d5 swap, and now rook to e7, d4, knight e4. Very, very well played, by the way, from just a random dudes here, a 900 player. Just very, very good stuff. Rook a7, rook d4, knight f2, takes. Very good. Check, king g2. I assume he's going to go a5. That's a6. Okay. Rook a7. Now here, because the king is actually on d4, you should play a7, but very understandably, due to this pin on the second rank, just a random dude got afraid that after a7 there was king to e3 and black would win the knight on f2. Now this position, it doesn't work because you can play rook to e8 check, king has to go away, and then you make a queen, and white is simply winning the game. Nonetheless, very understandable. I would add as one note, though, there are a lot of rook and pawn endgames where you have a situation where you have rook in front of a pawn with a rook behind the pawn. So if you disregard the whole king side, you always want to remember if this pawn gets the second to last row, the 7th rank, before queening, if there's a way to move the rook with a check or a way to win material, generally you want to push this pawn up the board as far as you can. Now, if black's king were magically able to be on g7, you don't want the pawn here because now there's no good move. You can't go here because I take and I cover this queening square, so you're unable to move the rook without losing the pawn. But just in general, if you have a rook in front of the pawn and there's a king or there's a queen or something that you can attack by moving the rook out of the way from in front of the pawn, you should be very mindful of that. So rook a7, king e3, rook takes f7, rook a6, knight g4, king d4, takes, rook a2. Now fortunately, this is still winning for white even if black takes the knight, simply because you can go rook to g7, attacking the pawn. If black plays rook h5 to guard it, you go g4, removing the rook from the square where it guards the pawn. After rook h8, rook takes g5. With two connected pawns, this should be winning. So we get rook a2, rook f2, rook a6 check, king e5, h4, g4, knight e3, rook g6, rook f4. Great move to gobble the last pawn here, and the rest should be pretty basic here. Let's just make sure. Okay, looks pretty straightforward. Check, king h4, g5, h6, g6, king h5, king g8, knight to f6, king h8, and now g7 checkmate. Very, very well played by just a random dudes here at the end. Very, very good game overall. Can't really be critical of a whole lot. Perhaps in the middle game there were a couple moves that he could have played better, but I would say this is one of the reasons that I do really like the Vienna as an opening, because the plans tend to be pretty straightforward here in terms of what you're playing for. Now of course black did not play the most accurate line with d5, but nonetheless this idea that if black takes, you can build the big white center, capture the pawn, finish your development quickly, taking advantage of all that. Also playing bishop d4, not the best move, but a good move nonetheless. I really have nothing negative to say about this game. Just a really, really good game played by this fan of Levy Rosman. Okay, so this is the first game that we took a look at. Now we're going to move on to the second game. Now this is a game between not GM Dimashab 1390 and Botanic 1647. So a little bit stronger. Again, another 10-minute game. Both players have quite a bit of time. So e4, e5, knight to c3, and now we get this move, knight to c6 by Botanic. Now this is very, very different because here, ordinarily, unlike in the other position, f4 is actually a fairly serious mistake in the opening. And the reason for this is that now after pawn takes, knight to f3 here, you'll notice there's a knight on c6 versus f6. So if we compare, if we contrast this here back to what we looked at before, after e takes f4, e5, the knight is on f6, so white gains a lot of space very, very quickly here, and the knight has to go back home. All of the other squares are simply covered here by the queen or by this knight on c3. So knight has to go home, and you lose a lot of time. White gets more development, and white's doing very well. Whereas with knight c6, if you play f4 here after pawn takes pawn, you don't have an e5 move to kick a knight. And in fact, if you play a move like d4 to take all the center, black can play queen to h4 check, and white's king is very vulnerable. So you would have to go knight to f3. But after g5 here, white's in a lot of trouble. Probably the best way to play is h3 to stop g4, but after bishop g7, d4, and a simple move like d6 here, black has connected the pawns here. They're guarded on g5 and f4, and black is simply much better. Now for players who are a little bit stronger, more at the intermediate level, you probably are wondering, well, can't white go bishop c4, g4, and castle? Now the reason that someone might think of this is because there is another opening that's very similar to this called the King's Gambit, and there's a specific variation called the Muzio Gambit, which I will show you guys in 1 second. But first things first, after g takes f3, queen takes f3, queen h4, black is doing very well here, simply because white cannot push this pawn to d4 because the knight will capture the pawn. So let's go to the videotape and rewind. So what I just mentioned here is that there is this variation in the King's Gambit called the Muzio. And this, you'll see, this looks very similar, right? You brought the knight, the bishop out, black pushed the pawn to take the knight. But after castles takes, if black plays queen h4 here, for example, white can go d4. Now let's stop for a second and let's go back to the previous position so you guys can see the difference. If we go to this position, you'll notice that both sides have developed the knight. Now this is important to note because white has sacrificed a knight, so white is down a knight here, so white needs to develop very quickly. So the fact that black has this extra move to develop the knight means that black is doing very well here, because you cannot go d4, and if you play a move like d3, black will go knight to e5, forcing mass trades. If you trade the queens, you simply are just down a bishop here, and black is completely winning in the endgame. And if you move the queen away to, let's just say, e2 after takes, many moves black can play here, but let's just say bishop to c5, king to h1, and d6, you do get a pawn on f4 here as rook takes f4. But after queen to d8, black has a very simple plan of going bishop to e6, queen to d7, and castling the king out of the center of the board, and you have no attack here because you don't have a bishop on c4, which could target the pawn on f7. So this is the big difference here. Now back to the Muzio for 1 second. The Muzio is a very fascinating opening. Now even this position after bishop to h6, it's very unclear in terms of what is happening, but white can play g3, queen f6, e5, and you'll notice that black is losing a lot of time here, having to move this queen all over the board. No development here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 pieces on their original squares, and white is doing very well. Anybody who's curious in my own games, I think I have a game from the World Blitz Championship many years ago in Moscow, Russia, against Dmitry on Drake, and I think there's video footage of that on YouTube. Maybe I'll even cover it here in a recap at some point. But at any rate, if you're looking for a game of mine with the Muzio or something very similar, make sure to check out that game. All right, so back to our Vienna. So unfortunately, due to the knights coming out on c3 and c6, f4 is not really a viable move here. So we get bishop to c4. Now this is a reasonable move, developing the bishop. Black plays bishop to e7. We get queen to f3, threatening to create the classic scholar's checkmate on f7. Knight to f6, knight ge2. Excellent move here to cover the d4 square. If you were to play a move like d3, black can play knight d4, forking the queen and the pawn, and you would have to retreat to d1 to guard the pawn. Because if you go to g3, for example, black can play knight takes pawn, checking the king, but also winning the rook, a typical fork that we see many times. So you'd have to go back to d1, and now after d6, you've simply lost time because you brought the queen out, and then the queen had to go home. So knight ge2, good move, preventing knight to d4, or at least offering a trade. We get castles, d6, and d3. Now anybody who's been watching a lot of my videos, you probably noticed that it looks very similar to a game that I played in my most recent Title Tuesday victory, my 50th Title Tuesday victory, where we did a recap of a game that I played against Alexander Indjic in the very last round. This is very similar as a positional setup. Now the point for white is very simple. What you're aiming for here is to potentially play queen g3 and f4, maybe knight g3 and knight f5 as well, or maybe even bishop g5 additionally. So you have a lot of flexible plans for moving the queen, knight g3, knight f5, bishop g5, maybe even knight d5, a3, etc, but you base your decision based off of what black does. So here we get bishop to g4, queen to g3 is played, and now bishop takes e2 is played by Botanic. Now this is a big mistake here because black is giving up the bishop pair, but more importantly, this bishop on c4 is really eyeing this diagonal very closely, and if you don't react immediately, you could end up in some serious trouble. So we get takes. Now knight a5 is played. Excellent move here by Botanic, even though the computer doesn't like it, because if you don't go knight a5, let's just say you play a6 and white can play a3, for example. After knight a5, bishop to a2, the bishop is always on this long diagonal. You don't have a light square bishop to swap it with, and so the bishop will always be spying the pawn and the king here. To contrast that, if we go back to say a position like this after a6, a3, knight a5, bishop a2, where when you do the light square bishop, I can always just go bishop to e6 to offer the trade, but once that bishop is gone, the bishop will always be spying the diagonal. So we get knight to a5, we get bishop to h6 played here. Now it's worth noting, if white tries to keep the bishop on the board with bishop b5, after a6, bishop a4, and b5 here, you have to retreat to b3, and now black can swap the knight for the bishop, and the position is still completely playable, but you no longer have the bishop pair, and you no longer have any threats on this diagonal towards the black king. So we get bishop to h6 here, threatening to go for checkmate in 1. Black cannot capture the bishop because then I would capture your king. Get knight to e8, not g6, by the way, because then white simply takes the rook, and a rook is simply worth more than a bishop on f8. We get knight to e8, preventing the checkmate. Bishop to d2, played by not GMHikaru. Now if I were playing here with white, I'm not sure exactly what I would do, but it feels like in this position maybe there's even a move like f4 potentially to try to open up this f file, because again, Black's knight is very passive. It's on the back rank. The rook and the queen are passive. And if we just look at this conceptually here after it takes and say bishop takes f4, with all these passive pieces, it feels like white should be doing well. White has already finished the development. You can bring the last remaining rook into the game very soon, and it just seems easier to play. At any rate, we got bishop d2, we got a swap, c5 played here. Now this is a very bad move by Botanic, because what it does here is it creates this huge weakness on d5. White is this great square for the pony. Additionally, because the pawns are doubled, black does not have a bastion on d4. If you were to, let's just say white goes knight c3, knight c7, I'm going to play what's a good move here? Let's just say queen d3, knight to e6, and knight d5. You'll notice the only way for black to remove this knight is to go back and trade it, because you can't magically put a pawn on either of these two squares here. Let's just say you go knight d4. If you could magically put this pawn here or here, it would target the knight, but your pawns are too far away. You've pushed these pawns already, and so the knight just has this great protected square, and white is in really good shape. Additionally, your knight on d4 is not a bastion, because here I can go c3 and kick the knight out of town, and you simply cannot use the square for the knight, whereas I can use this great outpost for the knight on d5. So c5 is not a great move here. Probably if I was playing with a black piece, there are two things I would look to do. Either I'd look to play c6 and d5 to break this open in the center of the board, or play f5 to try and get rid of white's central control with this pawn on e4, which prevents d5. Either plan I think is playable. I think at the top level it's still relatively okay for black, but again, just a general thing to keep in mind when you have these structures. So you get c5. Now f4 is played by not GMHikaru. Great move. We got f6 here. If black were to take on f4, now you can even take with the bishop, and black is this very weak backwards pawn. You cannot push it forward because white controls the square, and white is angling with the queen and the bishop. You have rook d1 as well to win the pawn, and it just looks quite miserable. So f6 is played. Now we get knight to c3, knight to c7, f5. Excellent move here, because what you'll notice now is that black no longer can jump with the knight to e6 and d4. It's going to take a long time. You need like one, two, three just to get to d4, and in the process you're going to be conceding the d5 square. Also, white has ideas to try and lift the rook and attack with the pawns on the king side. So we get a6 here, bishop h6 again, rook to f7, guarding against the checkmate threat, and now knight to d5 is played by white. Now this is a horrible move, because what you're doing is you're offering exchange of the knights, when black has a very passive knight. Even if we get a position like, let's just say this, for example, you'll notice that black's knight is really misplaced. There are no squares available. e6 is not available, d5 is not available, b5 is not available. So because this knight is so bad, and you always have this great square for the knight, it simply doesn't make sense to trade your great knight for his knight, which simply can't go almost anywhere. So I don't like knight d5. Black does trade, because now you trade your good knight for his bad knight, and now the center of the board also becomes close. If we go back here, you'll notice that you can always even try to say stack the two rooks on the d file to put pressure on this pawn, but now it's not even a weakness anymore when we look at this position, because now the center of the board is completely closed. So now black's pawn structure is completely fine. Game continues with bishop f8. We get rook to f3 here. White tries to lift the rook and attack on the king side. b5, bishop to d2, a5. Now queen to h4. The idea is to play rook h3 and checkmate on h7. b4 is played by Botanic, and now we get rook to h3, h6 played, queen g4. Another excellent move, trying to capture the pawn due to the pin here with the bishop. King h8, rook to g3 is played here. Bishop e7 is played. If black were to play a move like c4, again you can eat the pawn on h6, because after pawn takes bishop, you have queen g8, which would be checkmate. So we get bishop to e7. So now if you take on h6, I'm simply covering both of the checkmating squares with my rook and my queen. We get rook f1 here, queen to f8, rook f3, queen g8, and now rook to h3. Now this is already probably lost for black, simply because you cannot, there are no open files on the queen side, so white can put these rooks on h3, g6 maybe, and with your king on h8, it feels like this is borderline impossible to defend. So you get rook to h3, queen to h7, queen to h5, attacking the rook on f7, rook f8, rook fg3. Another perfect move here. We get bishop d8, bishop takes h6. Now this is a great move. If I were playing with white, I probably would have played rook g6 first, because now it's very clear what the plan is. If black was like c4, you can take and take with the rook, and you have a legendary triple stack, and you will win the game very shortly. But bishop takes h6 is still good enough. We get pawn takes, rook g6. Great move from not GMHikaru here, just going to capture and win the game. c4 takes, king g8, queen h8, checkmate. Wow. What a game from not GMHikaru from this late middle game position, understanding to bring these rooks in. Very, very impressive play from a 1300. Probably he's studied some tactics or he's seen these themes before, and once he did it, he just blew his very esteemed 1650 opponent off the board, and it wasn't even remotely close. So what to say about this game? Now, this game is very, very, very well played by GMHikaru. I do feel he was a little bit too fixated on this bishop h6 move. I think he did it at least like 2 or 3 times. Like, it's not necessarily a bad move here, but then when he does it again, and I think he did it a third time even, right? Did he do it a third time? Maybe he didn't actually do it a third time, but it felt like he was maybe a little bit too fixated on playing bishop h6 or bishop takes h6. Mind you, it did win him the game when all was said and done, so I can't be too critical, but that maybe is the one thing I would say is it felt like he was a little bit too fixated on the idea. But overall, a very, very good game. The one thing that I would stress about this, and again, at 1300, 1400 level, not super critical, but as you're getting to like 18, 1900 level, think about your pieces when they're exchanged, assuming that there's not a lot of chaos in the center. For example, say we have some position like, what's a good example? I'm trying to think about this. What's an example of an exchange? Like, let's just say, for example, you have some position like this where black has a decision. There's a lot of chaos here on the queen side, for example, or even let's just say it's like this. There's a lot of chaos here, you'll notice, due to the pawn structure. So there's a lot of chaos. You can't necessarily look at it as like a straight up trade or piece for piece. But when it's a very stable position like this, where both sides only have knights on the board and there are no like pawn captures or anything else going on at the moment, you really should try to think about whether your piece, in this case your knight on c3, is better than this knight on c7 or not, and whether you want to trade. Same thing goes for bishops. Let's just say I can play some random moves here and you get some position like this. Now, disregarding the fact that I can take the pawn and win the game, in a situation like this, I mean, it's not completely stable, but white has a choice. Do you want to trade the bishops or not? Now, in this position, there are pluses to trading the bishop potentially, but in general, keeping the bishop on the board makes much more sense because this bishop is walled in by all the pawns, and so it's just a very, very passive bishop. It doesn't really have much scope on any of the diagonals. So in this situation, again, is your bishop better than his bishop? It is. So generally, you don't want to trade unless there's something leading to, say, a forced win or you're way ahead in material. So that is what I would recommend that you keep in mind with either bishops or knights when the position is very, very stable. Is your minor piece, the knight or the bishop, better than their knight or bishop? Do you really want to trade it? Which pieces should you keep on the board? It is something to consider as you're improving and becoming a stronger intermediate player. That's my only real critique of this game. Otherwise, the attack was executed nearly flawlessly. Very, very good game by not GMHikaru, and that's why I think you should play the Vienna. Very, very good play in both of these games from players with white pieces. So on that note, you guys, I hope you've enjoyed this video on the Vienna. I sort of was a little bit all over the place in terms of variations. We focused on 2 specific ones with this knight c6, bishop c4, and then we focused on knight f6, f4. In the future, I probably will do another video on subgames featuring the line knight to f6 and g3, in case you guys are wondering, because this is also another variation that many players have played, including myself, with the white pieces. But I do hope that you guys have enjoyed this video of subscriber games. Make sure to keep those subscriber game submissions coming, and we'll be back very, very soon with some more great YouTube content. So once again, make sure you hit that subscribe button below, and we'll be back very soon with some more great opening content here on YouTube. See you guys. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the American Cup. We await game number 2 of the final of the elimination bracket to find out Hikaru's opponent for tomorrow for the grand finale. My name is Fiona Stahl-Anthony and I'm here with Jan Ludwig Hammer. Jan Ludwig, for those in the chat who might have missed game 1, can you tell them what they missed?
Not in the time span we have available. The next game is starting in 2 minutes, and well, the quick thing, walk around, whatever that's called, is that Wesley managed to get a tremendous attack, pushing the pawn in front of his king 2 steps forward. It looked as though he was going to win the game with all pieces participating, win threats towards the black king. But somehow Levon Aronian managed to thwart the threats in the first place. The American Armenian player ended up down 2 pawns, but he had some counter chances against Wesley's king.
Wait, I think I just realized this whole time there was no board up. I think we need to bring up the board.
It was an eventful game, and Wesley can be very unhappy that he was not able to come away with it with a win. So Wesley is going to be annoyed at himself for that performance, and now he has the black pieces, which means he's going to have to defend to survive. Aronian's turn. To be white and put pressure.
Yeah, I'm very curious. In this first game, before it started, we talked about Levon's time management in the tournament. So far, he's been playing very quickly, sometimes seemingly bluffing his way through the opening somewhat. But here we saw a different story. In game 1, Wesley was the one who put Levon under pressure on the clock. Levon went into the tank quite early. What do you expect from Levon with the white pieces?
I'm expecting him to play faster. I'm expecting him to go back to the kind of Aronian we saw in earlier days. And I think also part of the reason why he got behind on the clock last game is because he had the black pieces and he got an opening that he was not ready for. Levon now is going to try to be aggressive with white. He's going to play some opening he's well familiar with, and he's going to use the clock as a weapon. Because what we did see in that previous game is that even though Wesley played amazingly in the end game, when he was low on time, Wesley is capable of making mistakes. And so I think Aronian is going to try to play faster this time and use the clock as a weapon.
Interrupt you. The players, as we can see on the camera, have started their game, and we have the Petrov defense, aka the Russian defense, on the board. One of the most solid openings out there for black.
And the bishop comes out to attack the black knight. The knight then moves back, and we see very, very quick play from both players here, as the moves are coming way more than one at a time to our analysis board.
Let's rewind a few moves to show everyone how we got to this position.
King pawn forward from Levon, king pawn forward from Wesley. Aronian attacking the pawn in the center of the board, but Wesley returning the favor. After the white knight captured the black pawn, the knight was kicked back by the black pawn. Black's knight then managed to take white's, meaning that they've taken 1 pawn each. Bishop out to attack the knight is an unusual move from Aronian. Normally this bishop is very poorly placed because it's blocking the pawn from being able to contribute forward. But what Aronian did was just give himself the opportunity to castle early, get the rook pointing down in the middle of the board, and then he has moved his bishop out of the way so that the pawn may participate moving forward in the center.
Yeah, and after d4, I believe this is where we stand in the game. Look at Aronian's clock time. You got one thing right for sure. Levon has not been spending any time here. He's up a minute compared to where he started. However, I mean, this isn't gonna surprise you, John Ludwig, but I'm really struggling to get excited about the position on the board right now.
Well, so all the pawns are placed in the same manner for both players. Both players have 3 pawns in front of their king. Both players have a pawn each in the center of the board. and both players have the pawns in starting positions on the queen side. And when the pawns are completely identical, what we call symmetrical, it increases the chances of a draw. That being said, Levon Aronian has gotten his pieces slightly better placed. And we actually had a similar symmetrical pawn structure in the previous game, where Wesley had the white pieces. That was very much the same thing, that the pawns were equal for both players, but Wesley's aggression with his pawns at the right moment did manage to create a devastating attack on Aronian's king. So I guess we're hoping that Aronian can bring some of that same magic Wesley did in the previous game, which also was a position out of the opening we considered quite boring, but which actually livened up massively later on.
True. However, here, okay, I'm not saying, this game will not heat up. It's hard to imagine we'll see a kind of kingside attack like we did in the previous game, although who knows what could happen. Let me ask you, white, almost all the pieces are undeveloped, but Levon answers that question for you. I was wondering, do we want to go c4 or not? It's a move that I would be hesitant to play. I'm a bit more of a chicken unless it comes to actual, attacking on the king side. I would probably just put my pawn on c3 and try to play it more safe, just to make sure I never end up with an isolated pawn on d4. But c4 is certainly a lot more enterprising, fighting for that central control.
And that is Levon Aronian. Aronian is considered a fighting player, and the way he's coping with this position, which we were scared it was going to be boring, and now I don't hold those same concerns anymore. Levon Aronian moving both his pawn and his knight forward to put pressure on the black pawn in the center. He wants to make stuff happen. And Wesley So responds with pawn to h6. So this pawn move has the intention of preventing the white bishop from getting into the game. Pawn takes control over the g5 square, preventing the white bishop from getting there. And then Aronian does the same thing to Wesley. Also, he puts his pawn one square forward to prevent the natural development of the c8 bishop. We've got a much more exciting game ahead of us than what the first 10 moves maybe suggested.
I agree, and I'm already more thrilled now than I was 2 minutes ago. So black to move. If the bishop cannot go to g4, another natural developing square would be f5.
Yeah, absolutely. Bishop f5, a very natural move here for Wesley. I mean, I'm kind of inspired by Wesley here also. I'm a bit crazy here, but g4.
Let's go for it. You have my seal of approval.
Like, Wesley pushed the pawn in front of his king 2 steps forward in the previous game, and it worked like a charm.
Yeah.
And it depends, of course, on Aronian's mood, but moves like this is definitely possible in the situation we're in. Instead, Wesley decides to deal with the pressure, both pawns having looked at each other now for a couple of moves. Wesley decides to be the one to make the trade. The disadvantage of making the trade is that you allow the white bishop to get into a good position, pointing down on that black king. But Wesley also now gets the chance to offer a trade between the rooks and the center.
In this position, let me ask you, the pawn on d4, the isolated pawn, what do you think? Strength or weakness?
In general, this isolated pawn is not considered a problem when black has an extra pawn on the left side of the board. So this isolated pawn is considered a bigger issue when black has a pawn in the center as well. I don't really know why that is. I just know that's a thing. So in general, you're not too concerned about having a pawn in the center that cannot be protected by other pawns, because maybe you have an opportunity to attack the black pawn on c7 in return. Some things about chess is just knowledge, and you don't necessarily know why it is how it is, but you kind of go along with it because, you know, what else are you going to do? Figure out why this pawn is worse for black than having this pawn? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, right now,
I'm
being in
really-
a commentary setting, I wish I knew why it was like that. But for the time being, all I can tell you is that this isolated pawn is not considered that big of a problem because of the positioning of black's pawn.
I take your word for it 100%. It's interesting. I have been around the chess world for quite a while, of course. I'm nowhere near, GM level. I had never heard a lot of these nuggets of wisdom I'd heard of before, but this one never. And it's something that I will remember. So chat, get your notepad out, start taking notes. How do it is Levon to play? He has started thinking now.
Yeah, and Levon has a problem here. We talked about how Levon was with his h3 move trying to prevent this bishop from getting into the game. Well, Wesley was one step ahead of him, right? Wesley is the one who started with this pawn on the side step one forward to control the g5 square. And now with his bishop, Wesley is also taking control of the f4 square. And what that means is that the white bishop, which needs to get into the game, actually doesn't have a good square to place itself. And so what are you going to do? Are you going to go bishop to e3? Probably, I think. And
then queen d2 and boom.
Yeah, well, I didn't even think about that, but maybe.
Let's just show the chat what I was hinting at when I said queen d2 and boom. What I'm looking at is that pawn. It doesn't make sense. Even I can see that because the bishop retreats to...
Engine likes it.
Oh, because the knight is hanging. Because of your last move, queen d7, that helps my flight.
No, but in general, it can be tricky sacrificing to eliminate some of the pawns, protecting your opponent's king, especially when you have this nice bishop pointing down on the king. So, I mean, that idea is not without merit. But instead, Levon Avronian has opted to trade off the rooks in the center of the board. Wesley then takes back with his queen. And I'm not sure what Avronian is doing here. I feel like maybe he needs to go knight b5 now to win the bishop pair, but then he's definitely not better. He goes for this bishop to e3 move now. I'm expecting Wesley to go a6. I'm expecting Avronian to go a3. They're kind of mimicking each other with their plans on both sides of the board. But in this case, a6 is a useful move for black to prevent the white knight from moving forward. And a3 is a useful move for white because you want to have a square where you can hide your bishop so that the bishop is still pointing down on the black king.
Who would which side would you rather play here?
I think I would I mean, I would be happy with either side if I'm playing a lower rated opponent that I should outplay. So I think against a lower rated opponent, I would be happy regardless. Against a higher rated opponent, maybe I would prefer being black because I'm normally a bit scared of having pawns that cannot be defended by other pawns. But here we go. We're getting more moves on the board. The bishop coming out for Wesley into a good positioning. But look at this response from Levon. Knight to h4 attacks the bishop. And now if the bishop goes back, the queen will get involved trying to help the knight into that f5 square. Now, Wesley can try to protect that square by moving his queen forward, but then he might get hit by the bishop sacrificing itself on that side of the board. The idea being that black's pawn is overworked. It cannot both capture the white bishop and keep the knight protected, allowing the queen to get in and create all sorts of trouble. So I'm really liking Aronian's play style. In general, Aronian is my favorite chess player. I want to be as aggressive as he is. I just don't manage to do it in my own games.
It's interesting what you're saying, but yeah, I saw a comment in the chat. Oh, this is so boring. I have no idea if it said tongue in cheek or not. I was really uninspired by the position we saw, you know, around move 8 or with a completely symmetry. But here, even if the answer engines say 0-0, I'm starting to like Levon's position a lot. f5 is an outpost for the knight. It's the knight's favorite square in general in these types of position. What did Kasparov famously said? I never know the exact quote. Like, I've heard so many different versions of the quote, but something about the knight on f5 being worth more than a normal knight. Unless you know the exact quote.
No, but that knight is now coming in to that f5 square. Levon Aronian's plan over the past couple of moves, even though he put his knight out on the side of the board, it's okay. Normally we say that a knight on the rim is dim, but here that knight's potential location on f5 makes up for it. As long as the knight actually gets to where it wants to go. And that's a big problem now. Wesley plays queen d7 without much thought. And
I mean,
so
the move
Wesley,
that we originally thought wasn't really... Was it not exactly this? No,
it was the same position. And Wesley now with his queen is taking control of the f5 square with both his queen and the bishop. And if the knight cannot go to the f5 square, then the knight actually is poorly placed on the side of the board. The reason we thought this might be okay for Aronian still, or rather more than okay, was because we saw this interesting sacrifice with the bishop capturing the pawn on the side of the board, provoking the black pawn to recapture, but then opening up for the white queen to capture the black knight. This would be amazing for white if this were to happen. But these moves are not forced. Instead, Wesley is relying on that if this bishop moves from its current location and tries to be an attacking piece instead, the bishop then abandons its defensive duties, which is keeping the d4 pawn protected. And when the bishop leaves that pawn, it means the knight could come in, capture, and threaten the queen. Now, this would normally be a disaster because now you have to protect both your queen and your bishop, but Aronian has a counter. Queen takes pawn and counterattacks the rook. And so here we're looking at a potential position where Aronian is going to be up by a pawn, but where his knight is poorly placed on the side of the board. This can become supremely tricky in just 2-3 moves.
Yeah, I mean, this position is very... I mean, Once again, what did I say earlier? This escalated quickly. This position certainly escalated quickly. I am shocked by how quickly Wesley played Queen D7.
I agree.
I mean,
and
Levon
Runner goes for it.
Hey,
Okay.
well, we were saying that line isn't forced, but this line that we just had on the board is a lot of that was forced, right? I think we're gonna go down this path.
Yeah, we certainly are. And Runner kind of had to do something drastic because he couldn't live with the fact that his knight was out of play here on H4. He needed to do something fast. Otherwise, he would just have a bad position with the knight unable to get back into the game. So bishop takes pawn, game on. The gloves have been thrown. All other kind of sport analogies you may prefer. This game just got real.
This game has gotten very real. I mean, also the fact, do you think we were just talking about how we're shocked that Wesley played Queen D7 so quickly? Do you think he might have just missed Bishop H6 for a second? Because there is no way he could have calculated all of the ramifications of that line as quickly as he played Queen D7.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah,
so let's go down the line one more time and just try to, because here already the engines are saying if Wesley doesn't take on D4, the move we just showed on the board, that he's already in very serious trouble, which is kind of self-evident because it would mean he just lost a pawn.
Yeah, so if Wesley just tries to improve the positioning of his pieces, the bishop comes back to the defensive position, and even though the white knight is still bad, you have a pawn, so you don't feel that broken up about it.
As a pawn.
Yeah.
So knight d4 is kind of first, unless you want to go, and it has happened. So knight d4 and queen b7, rook e8, this whole line that we just had on the board a second ago, has all been played. And now the question is the bishop from h6. I was just about to say it's going to drop back, but where is it going to drop back? I think e3 makes a lot of sense. First of all, we're hitting the knight on d4, but also beyond that knight, we're also looking down at the pawn on a7, and we're also reducing the scope of the black rook somewhat. So bishop e3 to me seems like the most natural move on the board. However,
and it would be a winning move if not for this knight moving forward and attacking both the rook and the bishop. And then it begs the question, well, why did Aronian go into this when he allows this fork? Well, Aronian has seen that when the knight leaves its positioning in the center, that opens up for the white bishop to attack the black queen. And if the black queen moves, the rook will be lost behind it. But then, wow, computer engines are just so mean. Queen can move back, allow the rook to be captured, because when you capture back, you're opening up for an attack against that knight on the edge of the board, which we were talking about, that this knight is poorly placed. It needs to get back into the game. Now it's a problem because it's under attack together with the white rook in the corner. It is absolutely wild that Wesley I think, just stumbled into a variation where he was not in control, where he hadn't calculated everything ahead of time, but where it now appears that he holds the advantage thanks to some very nasty tactics.
What an insane line. And yeah, I think I'm with you on this. I think lucky might not be the right word, but I think in a sense, Wesley is lucky that all of these lines are actually working out for him, because there is no way, as strong a player as Wesley is, that he had foreseen all of this when he played Queen D7 within whatever it was, 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
I mean, had he played it after 5 minutes, we would have no issue giving him credit for that. Yeah. We would be like, oh, great play, Wesley. You saw all of these tricks. But the way he played it and no thinking time at all, that is just wild. And here we go. The moves are on the board. The knight is attacking the rook. The knight is attacking the bishop.
We are joined in the chat by the man himself, GMHikaru, who's informing us about what he got up to on his rest day, playing 9-ball pool and trying to make a buck here and there. I like how the man is never satisfied. You know, he just made an extra 10K already yesterday, but the grind never stops. Good to see Hikaru in the chat, and good to see that he's been enjoying his rest day. I actually wonder if Hikaru, while following this match, has a preference for who he would like to face tomorrow. Would he like to take on Wesley again? Would he prefer Levon? You have a strong opinion?
No, that's a great question, but I'm not sure we're going to get the answer. Because once you have a preference for that, it means you're going to be disappointed if the other guy wins. So, like, from a sports psychology viewpoint, it's very, very dangerous to say out loud, I'd rather play that guy or that guy.
Well, he did say no preference. Also, let's remind everyone, there was actually a question in the chat just a while earlier asking us who did we think Hikaru would prefer playing. Yeah, and Hikaru is furthering on the before the previous point, saying from a sports psychology standpoint, it's always the easiest to not care. Great advice right there. So yeah, I think just to remind everyone, this is a double elimination format. So Hikaru, even if he were to lose the first match, which is a big if, because Hikaru has been tremendously impressive so far in this event, hasn't lost a classical game. Is he still the only player to have won a classical game in the event? Because,
well, in the guy section anyway.
In the open, yeah, which is that's quite an impressive stat, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the black win from Hikaru was incredible against Dominguez, but I also think it's also the other players haven't managed to get a win on quite a few tries.
Yeah. So just to say that, just to finish my point, since this is a double elimination format, even if Hikaru were to lose the next match, he would get another shot, since you only get eliminated if you lose twice. So anyway, back to the game. So let's rewind just a couple of moves, because the line didn't go exactly where we thought it might.
Yeah, so bishop b5, that was the trick Levon Avronian was relying on, putting pressure on the queen and on the rook. We were studying the computer's discovery of queen to d8, which was wild, allowing the rook to be captured. But then when you take back with the knight, you open up an attack on the knight. It was very much something a computer could come up with rather than a human player. And Wesley had another good option, which was his choice. He moved his queen back and challenged the white queen. And when the queens were traded off, that also gave the opportunity for the rook to escape the threat from white's bishop. And still going on is the fork on the rook and on the bishop. The rook moves away, allowing Wesley to grab the bishop pair. And we're now going to have a game where Levon Avronian is going to have an extra pawn, but Wesley is going to have the bishop pair. probably should favor Levon. An extra pawn is not to be stifled with, but a draw very likely according to the engine's assessment.
I mean, you did tell us an hour ago you're a sucker for a pawn, so I'm not too surprised by your stance here. Let me ask you, the fact that the engines are giving equality here, has it got to do with the fact that black has compensation, or do you think black can try and win the pawn back quite quickly?
Well, Wesley is trying to win the pawn back now. He's aiming at the e3 pawn with his bishop, but Levon Aronian can easily use his king to defend that pawn. So I think it's about black just having very well placed pieces, and that is trying to hold on to the extra pawn has a big advantage in that if the opponent doesn't manage to create the necessary threats on your position, if you manage to coordinate your pieces with an extra pawn, you're likely to win the game. So I think for now, if I'm Levon, I will just try to hold on to the pawn and then just survive the immediate onslaught. And if you survive the immediate threats Wesley is able to create, then you might manage to win the game in the long run with that extra pawn.
Yeah, that's a good point. If we go back to that position we just had after King F2, I see there were a lot of calls in the chat to try Rook B8 here for black, trying to use that semi-open B file and put pressure on the pawn on B2.
Yeah, and that's a good move. After which Wesley will probably be able to make a draw. I guess if I'm Levon, I will move my rook forward to try and offer some protection for the pawn that was being targeted by the rook. But with correct play, this should end up in a draw.
Meanwhile, Levon is still thinking maybe this is a good moment to take a very quick timeout and head over to the women's section for a second, because Alice Lee won the first game there, but it looks like Naji has great chances to make a comeback here in game 2.
Yeah, this is a massive position for white. They're equal on number of pieces, but they're not equal in anything else. The white rook pointing down on the black queen, making the queen uncomfortable. This bishop black has is being blocked by her own pawn. White's pieces can also try and create an attack on the black king, pushing the pawn forward to eliminate more defenders there. They're equal on material right now, but that is the only positive thing I can say about black's position. It's very, very likely that Paikidze will be able here to strike back after a loss in their first game and take this to the playoffs.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I will keep an eye on this one and let you know if anything, if there's any big developments. For now, let's go back to Levon and Wesley and see if Levon has made up his mind. Levon is still thinking, and the clock times are evening out right now, with both players having spent roughly half of their starting allocated time.
Yeah, I think what Levon is doing right now is trying to figure out whether or not this pawn that's being threatened will drop off no matter what he does. And I think if Aronian makes the decision that, no, I am going to lose this pawn, then he's considering the move bishop to d3 to take the opportunity to give up the pawn. That's fine. But then afterwards, try to trade off black's bishop pair and exploit the fact that black has what we call split pawns. pawns that's not sitting next to each other. And when they're not next to each other like white's pawns are, then they can't protect each other in the future, because they can't create that protection pawn formation. So yeah, I guess right now Arunan is calculating deep into the end game, but he's not going to be willing to go into the end game if black still has two bishops roaming the board. So right now it's a question of whether he will go king f2 to protect this pawn, or if he will move the bishop back to trade off the powerful black bishop.
Let's see. Let's have a hammer prediction. Which of the two do you think it's going to be?
Well, now that he's thought for so long, I think it's going to be bishop d3. I feel like if he was desperately trying to cling on to his pawns, he would have done that already.
Mm-hmm. And do you think bishop d3 is more or less just going to peter out, or do you think white can actually put some pressure there?
No, I think white should have chances there. If white manages to trade off black's bishop pair, the weakness in black's pawn structure, and also the fact that white's king has an easier path to getting into the center of the board, I feel like there's some chances there. Like if Levon was playing against me, he would have some chances. The problem is that Levon is going for a minimalistic position against Wesley Stone.
Things are picking up.
When channel points are on the line, suddenly then my predictions are hitting the target.
So bishop d3, and Wesley clearly came to the same conclusion as you, as Levon was thinking. Wesley also thought to himself, bishop d3 is probably the move that is going to appear on the board, and he used that time to come up with his answer, and here immediately blitzed out rook b8.
Yeah, I'm very surprised he didn't capture the pawn. Like, this is a free pawn. What are you doing? But I guess for the moment, he was attacking a different pawn, so it's fine. But like, if you don't take this pawn now, that pawn isn't going to be available forever.
I like this message in the chat. Dear Fiona, please turn off the music. There's no music playing on my end. I'm afraid I'm not the one in charge. But I'm sure if enough people feel that way, we can probably turn it down a notch. But I am not the running the show. The message was very kind, though. I always appreciate it when those requests are made in such a polite way. So thank you for that. Wesley still hasn't taken the pawn on e3, but he will take it. I mean, white cannot hold on to it any longer, right?
Yeah, it's not running away. There's two black pawns pointing towards that e3 pawn. The pawn cannot move forward because then the white king would end up in check. So the pawn is going to be captured. But what Wesley is doing here, that he says, I'm not going to use my bishop to capture that pawn because then my bishop isn't all that well placed. I'd rather get my rook, because if I get my rook up here, I can then threaten your bishop or I can threaten your knight. So that's probably very clever play from Wesley. And then the question is, what is Levon going to do about it? Levon can capture the bishop. I guess that's a fair place to start because that was part of the plan anyway. And then after the bishops have been traded off, then I guess king to no, wait, maybe rook here. Maybe rook here to try and offer some protection. And now the advantage of moving the rook to protect the pawn is that if the rook now captures for black, then we don't have to worry about any threats from that rook because we're just going to trade it off. But then we've traded a lot of pieces, though. The question being, can you win this with the white pieces? And I'm not sure. But black's pawns are not in a position to protect each other. So if anyone's going for the win here, it would be white.
I see Crazy Coffee Man, who I believe has been here every night. Shout out to our lovely team of mods. Is saying, can we please get a decisive result? I don't have the energy to go as late as last night again. I'm sure Jan Ludwig and I would also be delighted to have a decisive result, but my prediction is 100% this will be a draw.
Okay, Hammer hits a prediction again. I'm just going to put it out there. The bishops are traded. Rook d3 was indeed played, but instead of rook takes, Wesley doesn't want to trade the rooks because he's concerned that he will then have no pieces to control the light squares. So Wesley goes for the bishop trade instead and keeps his rook on the board so that this rook now makes sure that the king cannot cross over to the other side. And not as in being dead, but rather as in trying to attack queenside pawns. What happens if there's a draw again? Good question. If this game is a draw, and if Alice ends up losing her game in the other section, then we will go to playoffs, which will be more rapid games, just that we give the competitors less time to think. And in general, my thinking is that for Wesley's chances, it's better. His chances are better the more time there is. Would you agree with that assessment, Fiona?
I don't know. I never really. It's funny you should say this because I was, as I mentioned before, watching your commentary with Maria yesterday, and someone at some point in the chat made the point that Wesley is actually an excellent blitz player. And it made me think maybe Wesley does not get the credit he deserves, because I feel I've also been sleeping on his fast chess prowesses. So I don't know.
He did get 2-0'd yesterday. I'm just going to put it out there.
No, I understand that, but I think if we look at his career and his history, also he was playing Hikaru, who is arguably one of the best blitz players in the world. No offense, no disrespect to Levon. Yeah, so I don't know if I would agree. I think that right now Wesley's biggest problem is probably the fatigue. Anyway, so I think if anything, maybe blitz, I would argue, make the counter argument that it might favor him, because in blitz you can rely a little bit more on your instincts rather than having to calculate so much. But, I think these are, at the end of the day, we can both, present our arguments, but the faster the time control gets, 2 blitz games between these two players, I think is always going to be almost a coin flip. They are so close in terms of playing strength. 2 blitz games is such a short, so few games. So yeah, I really think it's hard to predict who it would favor. Anyway, I spoke for a long time to not really say that much at all. But meanwhile, the game has developed. The black
I'm just letting you talk, Fiona.
Yeah, I can get into a flow sometimes.
I didn't see a way to rescue you in that situation.
I mean, I like to think that I made some good points, but I also know that sometimes I'm like, it's chat, make of it what you will, Maybe there were some takeaways in what I said, maybe not. Some great points, thank you.
Sometimes
Anyway,
when you're talking, you just kind of lose yourself in the
I
argument.
know.
I've
And
experienced that quite a
I do
bit.
this all the time, not just in chess commentary, especially outside of chess commentary, in fact. In real life, I do a lot more of it. Because here I have your help, right? You're great at keeping me in check and bringing me back to the topic at hand, which is a game of chess.
Well, sometimes I'll
at.
just steal the word, but then you can stop blabbering.
Yeah,
It happens.
it does happen. So
But
anyway,
I think this is a good opportunity to check in with Alice.
Yeah. Let's go
Because
back there.
right now there's not that many pawns left between Wesley and Aronian. It's very likely that this game will end in a draw. We'll check in with Alice Lee going up against. Please help me pronounce.
Naji Paikitse.
Naji.
I never actually, in fact, that's another thing I've been wondering about. I'm not, and I saw someone ask her on Twitter yesterday, and I meant to check if she responded. I'm not 100% sure if it's Naji or Nazi. I think the emphasis on the last, but I'm not sure if the Z is pronounced Z or Z. Anyway, if anyone in the chat, if we have any Georgians in the chat, let me know, because I'm not 100% on this. I think Nazi, yeah, Nazi. So, okay, moving on. Anyway, she's in a great spot in this position.
Yes. She's about to checkmate, in fact, because her queen is going to take this pawn on h6, putting the black king in check. And if the knight tries to move, well, then there's this bishop that can get into the game to give a check on the king. There's just no defense. I guess you could potentially move the queen back so that the queen defends the d4 square and make sure that this bishop cannot do a checkmate immediately. The problem then being that there's a bishop here. There's a bishop that's just standing there ready to be taken for free. In which case, white is going to have a massive attack and a bishop more. So this game is pretty much over. It's going to be a comeback victory to equalize the match.
Impressive and brutal comeback by Naji. And yeah, this game is going to be over fairly soon. I think we're headed for playoffs in both sections here today.
That is definitely the impression. Alice is spending some time here trying to figure out some kind of save, but none exist. So this game, we can just wrap up. There is no chance whatsoever that Paikitse messes this up. And boy, is there some channel points, hoping that I'm wrong about that right now.
I mean, even you, Jan Ludwig, I think even you wouldn't be wrong about that one.
In the meantime, we're back over with Wesley and Aronian. Wesley has made a trade. So Wesley was concerned in this position that his bishop was placed on the same color as his pawns on the dark squares. And he was afraid that that would make his bishop bad. So to solve that issue, Wesley has traded off that bishop. And that was a good decision because he then managed to follow up with his knight getting a great placement in the center of the board, followed by the pawn making a headway moving forward. Now, this pawn to f5 is actually a bit of a pawn sacrifice from Wesley because it allows Aronian to play rook forward, check on the king, and when the king moves, there is a pawn that can be captured. So Aronian is going to spend some time here trying to figure out whether he would like to accept the gift. But whenever there's a gift from your opponent in chess, it is wise to be a bit of a critical thinker. because here, after something like king g5, even though white can try to push the pawn forward to become a new queen, black has some ideas as well, trying to get a checkmate, using the king as the primary weapon together with the rook and the knight. And I think it was variations like this one that scared Avronian. And Avronian decided not to go for the pawn. Instead, he's going for the trade of knights. After the trade of knights, Wesley gets his rook to attack pretty much every pawn on the board. And Levon responds in kind. And boy, are the pawns disappearing. That's pretty much all of them. Wesley is left with one, but he doesn't protect it because he just wants to confirm the draw. Nothing but kings left on the board. A second game in a row. This match is going to tie breaks.
Yeah, the pieces and pawns were hoovered off the board at the speed of light there in the end. Let's quickly, before we go to Alice, just answer this question from the chat. I know we already partly answered it, but where is it? Dunning was just asked, why didn't Levon go for the pawn? So maybe we can show that line again and once again highlight some of the risks associated with grabbing that pawn.
Yeah, so we were studying rook up, attacking both the king and the pawn, but there was a plan here for the black king to infiltrate towards the white king. And if white was just focused on trying to get a new queen on the side of the board, this would allow the black forces to coordinate beautifully to give that very nice checkmate with all the pieces working together and leaving the white king with no escape. So that explains Avronian's caution, and that is why we will have more games from this match coming in an hour and 10 minutes. In the meantime, let's check in with Alice and whether she can rescue what we said was a hopeless situation. And not only is she getting checkmated here on the edge of the board, I mean, worst case scenario, can you capture a free bishop?
I mean, this position, I think, is exactly what you were saying. Oh, it's an embarrassment of riches. Of so many winning moves. Again.
Well, but here it's easier, right? Because when you have many moves that seem to be winning, that's difficult. Mm-hmm. When you have like a ton of moves that actually is winning without any difficulty, it becomes much, much easier. And well, now the queens are traded off. White has an extra bishop, and white has a pawn that can try to become a new queen. White can also attack with the rook.
C6 is hanging also.
Yeah, true. Yeah. I mean, white is going to win this game.
Yeah. We will stay here until it concludes. But I think Alice is playing on a little bit. Sometimes it can be inertia that you just don't want to resign yet. Or, you know, that you're shocked about how badly the opening went and you just need some time to compose yourself. But yeah, this one will be over very, very soon.
Yeah.
And I like the way Nashi has handled it, actually. This, you know, queen trade was probably not the strongest move on the board by computer evaluation, but I think it was the easiest. Just, you know, get rid of the queens, play a piece up. You know, why look for mate when you can just enter an easily winning endgame?
Yeah, agreed. The bishop moves back. The black bishop now must move away because otherwise the rook will come in with a check to attack both the king and the bishop. But when this bishop is busy moving away, it will give white time to push the pawn forward to become a new queen, or move the bishop forward here to try and give checkmate, or move the bishop here, now that I think about it. Bishop here can also try and have a checkmate happen. And as we see on the video feed, resignation has arrived. The rook managed to attack both the king and the bishop. Alice has been taken down, but her hopes are not over yet in this tournament. Both the match between Paikidze and Lee, as well as the one between Aronian and both of them go to further playoff games. The bad news is that those playoff games are not scheduled to begin for another hour.
Another hour and 7 minutes to be precise. I believe we are preparing some more playlists for you, because while I'm quite good, if I do say so myself, at blabbing and rambling, doing so for an hour on end might be too much, even for me. But yeah, the next game in an hour and 7. This time, the time control will be somewhat faster. The players will be playing 2 games of 10 minutes plus 5-second increment per move. And just before we go off on the break, maybe we can bring up just very quickly the slide of the Decathlon, an event that Hikaru is putting up starting this Monday is the first event. This is an event that is presented to you by Misfits Gaming, Hikaru's org. There will be a tournament every month. This first one, as I just mentioned, this Monday, it is a Chess 960 tournament, also known as Fisher Random. If you would like to play, the most important thing we need to inform you about is that you need to have played 30 Chess 960 games before. The reason I'm telling you this now, you have an hour before we come back. So go off, try and get some games in, especially if you haven't played Chess 960. It's very fun. The pieces all start on random squares on the back rank. The reason it's called Chess 960 because there are 960 different starting positions. So you'll always get a different game. There is no opening theory. Lots of fun to be had. And we hope to see many of you in that first tournament on Monday. Not only is it a fun event, but you might get the chance to play against the big man himself, GMHikaru, that is. So yeah, lots of exciting stuff coming up. Hammer, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that.
That was perfect. We'll see everyone back when the games resume, and we'll play you some Hikaru opening videos in the meantime.
Welcome back, everyone. For today's video, we are going to be taking a look at some of our subscriber games that were played in the King's Indian Defense. Now, it's a very important opening that is near and dear to my heart. I've had many great victories with it, including my favorite victory of all time against Grandmaster Boris Gelfand. Now, that being said, there are a lot of different variations in the King's Indian, so today we're taking 2 of our subscriber games and looking at the fianchetto variations where white puts a bishop on g2. All right, so first game we're going to be taking a look at is this game that is played between Kin and Moment Afterwards. So in this game, the game starts with d4. We get knight to f6, knight f3, g6, g3. Now, this is the fianchetto variation where white puts a bishop on g2 around this pawn formation here with this triangle, or the sniper and the bird's nest, as Fuseli called it during PogChamps. So bishop g7, bishop to g2 is played, and now the game continues with castles, and d6. Now, black could play d5 here, and if you do play d5, this leads to the fianchetto Grunfeld, which is the system where black plays knight f6, g6, but with d5, whereas in the King's Indian, you always create this dragon formation with these pawns. Anybody who, of course, has studied constellations and astrology is familiar with Draco. So d6 is played, we get knight bd2, and now knight bd7 is played by black. Now players here are strong intermediate players. You can tell it's a 10-minute game. Black is 1922, white is 1987. So I'm not going to be super critical about knight bd7. It is worth pointing out that generally if white plays knight bd2 and plays for e4, generally what you're trying to do is play knight c6 and e5 like this. And the reason that I recommend this a little bit more than trying to put the knight on d7, for example, and we will see this later in the game, is that when you put the knight on c6 after e4 e5, for example, if white commits to playing d5, the center gets closed right away and you can move this knight back to e7 here. And if white takes on e5, you can also just take on e5. You can develop this bishop to either g4 or e6. You can bring the queen to e7 and bring the rook to the center of the board, and your next couple moves are very straightforward in terms of what you're aiming for. So white generally has to make a decision here whether to commit with d5 or d takes e5. If white plays c3, for example, you can play rook to e8, and the threat is that if white plays a3, you can take the pawn. White can no longer capture the pawn to keep the center intact, because then you simply lose this pawn on e4. So white can't really take with a pawn, and after knight takes pawn, now white doesn't have the center with the two pawns on e4 and d4. So white would love to keep these two pawns in the center. So let's say rook e8, rook e1 is played, for example. Now you can actually take the pawn, and after c takes d4, you can play this move bishop to g4. And white is really struggling here because both of these pawns are actually very weak. If white plays h3 trying to kick the bishop and break this pin, you take the knight, and after knight takes pawn, you lose the pawn once again. And if you take with the bishop, you lose this pawn. So it's very tricky for white to play, and if white tries to play just a random waiting move like a3 to illustrate the point, now you can go knight takes pawn, because after knight takes knight, you simply lose this queen on d1. So white has a lot of issues here trying to guard both of these pawns, and black is doing very well. So generally against systems where white plays knight bd2, I would recommend knight c6 over knight bd7. Now it's not to say that knight bd7 isn't playable, and in fact I myself would play knight bd7, but I feel like at an intermediate level where you want plans to be a little bit simpler, it's what I would recommend. Because after knight b7, we get rook e1, rook e8, e4, e5. White goes c3 here, and now you already notice the difference. If you take on d4 after pawn takes, the pawn is guarded. You cannot put the bishop on g4, and with this knight here, you can't ever put pressure on this pawn on d4 like you could with the knight being on the c6 square. So already it's very illustrative in terms of what the difference is. So b6 is played here by a moment afterwards. We get queen to b3, and now we get bishop to b7. All these moves are very good. But as we're about to see, now the problems start to occur. We get knight g5 here. Now this is a mistake from white. In fact, I would say queen b3 here already is not the best move, mainly because queen b3 does nothing except potentially put pressure on the pawn on f7. But as we can see in the game, after knight g5, rook e7, you're simply guarding, and the queen isn't really doing anything on b3, even though we have a right triangle. So if I were playing with white here in this position, what I would probably recommend is playing a move like queen c2. So after bishop b7, you're now guarding the pawn with the queen, the knight, and the rook, and black isn't going to be able to win this pawn very easily. And then playing a move like b3 and bishop b2 to fianchetto the other bishop, because this knight is in the way. If you could magically say, let me just illustrate the point, make some random moves here. If you could magically put this bishop on e3, the bishop is very well placed, or even on g5, bishop is just on a great diagonal. But in the game, as we see here, you have this problem where the bishop can't get into the game on this diagonal. You can't really move the knight either, because I assume after pawn takes, I mean, maybe you can take with the knight and you're hanging on, but there's a lot of pressure here towards this pawn on e4 in the center of the board. So you don't really want to move the knight, therefore you can't develop the bishop. So the more natural way to develop is to play b3 and put the bishop on this other diagonal. And long term, what you're hoping for is that sooner or later you can actually go c4 and open up this long diagonal for the bishop on the b2 square. So this is what I'd probably recommend. At any rate, queen b3 is played. We got bishop b7, knight to g5, rook e7 guarding the pawn. f4 is played here, and now c5 is played by moment afterwards. Now very recently there was a discussion I saw on certain forums about an opening called the Grunfeld, and whether it's an opening that should be played at the intermediate level. Now the biggest reason that I suggest that people do not play the opening, and we have it in our tier maker playlist as well, is simply because white gets a lot of center and it's very hard to play against it. And I think this game is a good illustration of that. It looks like on first glance black should be able to win some material, because after pawn takes an h6, if the knight goes to f3, again you lose the pawn, you're guarding it with 1-2, and white simply is attacking it with one lone rook. So on first glance it looks very good, but the problem is that after knight to h3 here, you can tell that white has this massive center, all of these pawns, you can't win the pawn on e4. If you play a quiet move like, let's just say rook b8 for example, after e5, white is really pressing forward, your knight is getting pushed backwards here, you can't go to the center because you simply lose the knight. So you can't really go to the center. You're kind of getting pushed back. White has this massive space advantage in the center of the board, and it's very hard to play against these pawns. Now, this is specifically why I said that players should not play the Grunfeld. It's very similar. White gets an unimpeded center, which is very hard to contest. So therefore, with this game, even though black is actually much better here, it's already very hard to play, and moment afterwards makes a mistake with c5. So what he should have played was h6. I guess h6 first. I don't know if h6 or ed4 is best, but after knight to h3, because now when you take the pawn as guarded, you can play this move c5 here. And white is unable to maintain the center of the board, specifically because of this rook placement on e1. If white were to play this move pawn to d5, trying to create a chain of 2, black can simply take with the bishop. You can't take with the queen here because you lose your queen, and if you take back with the pawn, you lose this rook at the end of the board. So as we like to say to beginners, pin to win, and in this case black is going to win. So white can't really push the pawn. If white takes on c5, now you can capture with the knight, and you're attacking this pawn with 1, 2 knights, a bishop, and a rook. So you're attacking this pawn with 4 pieces. White has to go queen c2, and after rook c8 with this massive pressure on the c file, and also in the center of the board on the pawn at e4, black is doing extremely well. That being said, it's not obvious on first glance how you should play this. So that's what black should play, and if black does do that, let me just get back to the position, of course. After c5, let's just say white plays e5, which is another option. You can trade the bishops, and then you take the pawn. Now this is a little bit different here, because when white captures the knight, while you do win the rook, white is getting a bishop and a knight for the rook, but due to the king being fairly open, and also this bishop and the rook here not being in the game at all, after rook to c8, black should be winning. So moment afterwards, should have played pawn takes pawn. Nonetheless, not gonna be super critical. He goes c5. Now this is also a move that I understand, because he's trying to contest the center. He's feeling a little bit cramped without space, doesn't want to concede the whole center yet. So c5 is played. We get d takes e5. Now d takes e5, I would say, is not the move I would play here for a couple of reasons. If I was playing with white, it's very important to think about the structure of the position and what pieces are very good for black. So when you take on e5 here, what you're ensuring with the white pieces is you're ensuring that this bishop on b7 is unopposed on this diagonal towards this pawn in the center of the board. There's no way to get rid of this op, and so the bishop is always going to be spying this pawn, and it's just going to be a problem for the rest of the game, essentially. So what white should have done is traded this way and then played d5, because now you have the pawns and this bishop is staring at a pawn chain in front of it. The bishop is very useless here. It simply can't become an active piece, and now also the other bishop is very passive because you have a pawn and a knight in the way. Let me just move the knight to illustrate the point here. If you get a position like this bishop can't do anything because the diagonal is closed. You have a pawn in the way, but the other bishop is also very bad because both of white's pawns are in the way of this light square bishop. So black is in a lot of trouble here from a fundamental standpoint. So f takes e5 would have been better, but after d takes e5, we get d takes e5. Now the bishop is just spying the pawn forever. We get knight to c4, pawn to h6 is played, and now knight takes f7. Great move played by Kin. H6 is a mistake here because D's knights are really jumpy. If moment afterwards had realized that this was a problem, he probably would have played queen c7. But even here, this is already starting to get into the territory where these moves are not obvious, and this requires a great amount of calculation to see why this move is playable. So I'm not faulting him, because to the naked eye, as you look at this on first glance, you'll see takes. If you take with the queen, there's bishop to f4, and spaghetti-o, your queen is actually trapped here. You have no squares. You can't go back because I take. You can't go back on the diagonal because then I just capture it with the bishop. So your queen is actually stuck, and you're simply in a lot of trouble. Now you could play c4 to avoid losing the queen completely, but you'll end up down material. So if you take with the rook, which is the other option, then white again has bishop f4, and now you're going to lose the rook or the queen due to this pin, and it feels really bad. However, in this case, you can actually play this move c4 here, attacking the queen. If white moves the queen to say c2, you can break this pin by going queen c5 check, bishop e3, and then a move like queen to e7. And if white actually takes the rook here, you think, well, maybe you check because you're going to win the queen and you're great. But here white has bishop d4, and you end up losing material. If you take the knight, white simply has a rook for a knight. And if you take the queen after bishop takes, pawn takes, white again ends up with a rook for a knight in the endgame, and white should be winning. However, instead of playing check, you can actually just take the bishop, and after white takes the pawn with the queen, you capture this knight, and now you have a bishop and a knight for the rook. And at least at the upper levels, this should be really good for black. Knight and bishop should be more valuable than this rook in the corner. At any rate, h6 is played. Knight takes f7, rook takes f7. We get knight to d6, queen to e7, knight takes b7 played here, and now we get rook to b8. F5 played here now. Again, very, very dank stuff here for both sides. The only way for white to actually stay in this game is to play pawn takes, and knight to a5, because now there is a new pin in play where you can't capture this knight because you lose your rook on b8. So again, very, very tricky, very, very hard to figure out. And again, even at the 1900 level, this is not stuff that I would expect. So very, very difficult. However, and it feels like they're probably something better for white. At any rate, f5 is played here, and now g5 is played. Important move. You do not trade the pawns, because then the scope is open for the bishop on g2. And if you play rook takes knight after pawn takes pawn, you cannot move the rook backwards, because then I would capture your king, so you're going to lose this rook in front of the king. So g5 is played. Excellent move. Now white can no longer go knight to a5, because after pawn takes knight, the knight on d7 is guarding this rook on b8. So we get h4, g takes h4, bishop to f1 is played here. White trying to go bishop c4 and win the rook. Not really clear why he played h4 first. He didn't have to do that, but the show goes on. Rook takes b7, bishop to c4 is played. Now we get knight to g4, g takes h4, queen takes h4. Good move. White probably should have just traded. Now all roads kind of lead to Rome for black here. Let's say everything comes off and white takes on h4. The way that you would capitalize on your advantage here is to go c4, making space for the knight to jump to c5, and then you can jump to d3 or potentially put pressure on this pawn on e4. Very important. So g takes h4 is played. Queen takes h4, bishop takes rook, king f8. Now black has all kinds of threats. Queen h2 and queen f2. A lot of right triangles, 90 degrees here. We get rook to e2, queen to g3 played, king to f1. Not rook to g2, because then queen to e1 would be checkmate. The king is simply stuck. So we get king f1, queen to f3 is played here, and now king to e1, bishop to f6 is played. We get bishop takes h6 here. Maybe not the best move. Black is still threatening to go bishop h4, so we get takes. Queen to e6 is played, bishop h4, king to d1, queen to f1. Excellent move here. King to d2, and now bishop g5. Perfect move, checking the king. You do not take the rook first, because then you lose the knight on h. Actually, not knight h. There might even be a mate in here. Wait, I guess you go check, and then rook g2 is actually the way to mate here with white. And now you're in a world of hurt. If you go to f6, you get mated by queen to e6, and if you go to h7, white can go bishop to g6, king to g7, bishop to h7, king takes bishop, check here, and queen h6 with the ladder checkmate. So you do have to be very careful. And to his credit, moment afterwards plays bishop g5 check. Bishop now also guards this knight here. We get king to d3, queen takes a1 is played here, queen e8, king g7. But now the knight on h6 covers the check on g8. There's no check on the g file, and it's all but lost for white. Game continues with bishop d5, queen to d1 check, king to c4, and now b5 checkmate. Excellent finish to the game from moment afterwards. So overall, a very, very good game that was played by moment afterwards. Not a whole lot that I can be super critical about. The only thing I would say is that perhaps in the opening, there's nothing wrong with knight bd7, but when you do play these systems with knight bd7 instead of knight c6 with a structure where white gets this big central pawn mass, you have to know exactly at what moments you're looking to pawn break. And this is very, very critical that you understand that, for example, in this position, you don't push d5 to the e5, but if c5 works here and you break the structure due to the tactical reasons of the pin on the e file, this is how you need to play it. So as long as you're familiar with those concepts with knight bd7, it's fine. I would probably recommend knight c6 in general, knight c6 with e5 as opposed to knight bd7, but nonetheless, overall, very, very well played game for a moment afterwards, and I am impressed. So fantastic. All right, let's move on to our second game. So this is a game that's played between Mr. Ben from Dover, the Dover Cliffs in England, against Baby Yoda. So you get d4, knight to f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, g3, d6, bishop g2, castles, and now knight to h3 is played by Mr. Ben. Now knight to h3 is probably not a great move here, and I'm not sure if Ben confused his variations or what the reasoning was, but as we can tell from the game, the players are rated around 1200, and at this level you should always play simple development. You should not look to improvise at all. Always play knight to f3. In fact, the only situation of a fianchetto where black pushes the pawn and the bishop where I can think of that white ever plays knight h3 is actually against the Dutch defense. You can have some of these systems where, not knight f3, sorry, with c4, knight f6, knight c3, d6, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, and in this case knight to h3 makes a lot of sense because white wants to go knight to f4, d5, and knight to e6 and put pressure on the center. But additionally, white might also want to play e4 at some point, and if you put the knight on f3, you're kind of in the way of this pawn break because the bishop can no longer capture when pieces are traded on the square. So in the Dutch, there are situations where you can put the knight on the rim to jump to f4 and e6 potentially, but that is the only opening I can think of where it makes any sense to do that. So against traditional King's Indian or anything that's not the Dutch, you should always put this knight on f3 and develop in the natural way. So knight to h3 is played. We get knight bd7 here. Bishop to f4 is played. e5. Excellent move from Baby Yoda. Now, this situation is a little bit different, by the way, because here I do like knight bd7 more than knight c6, simply because white has not played e4 and c3. And in this case, where white has taken more space in the center, if you do play a move like e5, it's a little bit different because white at some point can trade and play for bishop g5 with ideas like knight to d5, and it can be a little bit tricky to play at times. So I like knight bd7. We get bishop f4, which is a mistake because now the knight on h3 really does not make a whole lot of sense. If white was trying to justify putting the knight on h3, white should try to go knight f4, and then let's just say black goes rook e8, either a move like knight to d5 or a move like knight to d3. But trying to bring the knight into the center of the board from the edge makes a lot more sense. Whereas when you go bishop to f4 here, now the knight is never coming to f4. We also get e5 here. Black strikes in the center. Excellent move from Baby Yoda. Pawn takes, bishop to g5 is played, and now we get h6. And bishop takes f6 is played by Ben from the Dover Cliffs. Now this is not the way that white should be playing here. I feel like Ben simply is losing the thread. He's not quite sure what he's aiming for with this opening setup. Knight to h3 fairly random. Bishop to f4 and bishop g5 just wasting tempo, wasting time. And now he decides to even take, and after queen takes, black is really in great shape. Game continues with knight e4, queen to e7, and now white finally castles. But white has wasted a lot of time here. If we go back to this position all the way back here on move number 7, let's look at this position. White could castle here, right? And if white castles, just as we take stock of the position, not a whole lot has changed. Both sides have all their pieces on the board. Neither side has really made big commitments to the center here. Black hasn't played e5 or c5, and so it's very stable. But white goes bishop f4. So first things first, now black has the pawn in the center, so black's position has improved. Bishop g5, h6 trade, and now we get knight e4, queen e7 castles, and white has now given up the dark square bishop. So black has the bishop here. Black also now has a queen on e7 and a pawn on e5, all while white has not improved his position. The only thing white has really done besides wasting time with bishop f4, bishop g5 capturing a knight e4 is that he has actually castled now. But in the process, he has given black a lot of extra time, and black's position has improved immensely. So we get knight to f6 here. Now this is probably not the move that I would recommend. What I would actually play here is this move f5, because now if white goes knight to d2, you can actually play e4, building a connect 3, but also opening up this great scope for the bishop on g7 towards this pawn on b2, and black is in great shape. Additionally, if white goes knight c3 to try and pop to this d5 or b5 square, you can go c6, which is dual purpose. First of all, it cuts off the knight jumps to either of these squares. Secondly, it stops the bishop from being able to create threats on this long diagonal. However, knight to f6 is played. We get knight takes knight, queen takes, and now white plays b3. It's also worth noting in this position, this knight is very iffy on h3. There are no jumps that are available. You can't go to either of these squares because it will be captured, and this bishop is once again just permanently spying the knight on the edge of the board. Game continues with rook d8, queen c2, e4 is played here, and now we get queen takes e4 and queen b6. Now e4 is a very confusing move. My guess is that when e4 is played by Baby Yoda here, perhaps he didn't realize that the queen is in front of the bishop, or maybe he simply missed this, because if white takes with the bishop, then you lose the knight, and obviously black is winning the game. And so he either forgot about this one, that white could capture the queen, or he simply saw the position wrong. He didn't realize the queen was in front of the rook as it relates to capturing the rook on a1. So we get queen e4, queen to b6 is played. Now based on this last one, my assumption is probably just forgot that it was the queen in front of the bishop in terms of capturing the rook. Game continues with rook a d1, and now we get bishop takes h3, and now black has really justified everything. So Yoda has really justified everything that white has done. Once again, it's actually quite amazing here. So when you look at this position, white's knight can now jump to the center of the board very easily without the pawn. You also just lost the pawn for nothing, and so white is in great shape. And then when you take, even you get rid of the one kind of mediocre piece that white has, the knight on the rim, and so white is simply up a pawn here, and he should be doing very well. Rook e8 is played. We get queen to f3, queen to a6 here, trying to go after this pawn on a2, and now white plays a4. What Ben should have played here is rook to d7, creating the classic kebab with the rook on the 7th rank, putting a lot of pressure on all of these pawns. This pawn here is weak, this one's weak, this one on b7 is also weak here, so white is in really great shape. Instead, a4 is played. We get rook a d8, preventing white from infiltrating with the rook on the 7th rank. Rook takes, we get e3, c6, rook d1, swap, b5 played here. Now this position is still very good for white, but with the opposite color bishops, black has some chances to maybe save the game. Takes is played, takes is played. Now here what white should have played is this move bishop to f1, pinning the pawn on b5. If you capture the pawn, you lose the queen, and if you move the queen, well, I just simply capture, and after a6 bishop c4, white is simply up 2 extra pawns here and well on its way to victory. Instead, we get a takes b5, queen takes b5, bishop to f1, queen to c5, queen d8, bishop f8, queen d4 played here. Now in this position, since white does have an extra pawn, white should not be looking to trade the queen, specifically because it's also a situation where you have opposite colored bishops, and with opposite colored bishops, these endgames tend to be very drawish, and black should never lose here. So what white should have played is bishop c4. There's great support here from the pawn guarding the bishop, so the bishop can't be removed, but you also spy the pawn on f7 and the king on g8. You can go queen d7 later, maybe even queen f6, and white definitely has good winning chances. Instead, queen d4 is played, black trades, and now this should be a draw. a5, we get some moves that keep getting played. Okay, now this should be a draw. However, in the process, white has managed to lose his pawn. What white should have played was check and then taken the pawn, but even this should be a draw after bishop to g7. So takes, king d5, king h3, king g4, bishop d6, king f5, good move, king c3, and king g6. And now this gets really wild, actually. If I were playing with the white pieces here, I'm not sure what I would play. Bishop to a4 is a safe move, simply guarding the pawn. If you go bishop c4 guarding the pawn this way, it actually runs into a4 here, and now you're in a lot of trouble. If you take the pawn, you lose the bishop, and if you move the bishop, now I can go a3 and try to run this pawn up the board and make a queen. So probably here, if I was playing with white, I would go bishop a4. That being said, king g6 also has a lot of merit too, because you attack the pawn on h6. So we get bishop f8 played here, king to f5 played here by white. Now here what white should have done is white should have gone king f7, bishop to d6, and king to g7, because now there's no bishop to f8 guarding the pawn. And after takes is a big race. I don't know if this is winning or a draw. It feels like it should be a draw after a4 a3, but it's really murky in terms of what's going on. Probably bishop d7, a3 check, and I assume you go king c3, and after king g6, king d3, h6, king e3, h7, bishop e5, king f5, bishop h8, bishop d5, king d4, king e6. This should be a draw because white can always wait on a2 and d5. Black can always yo-yo. You can't push this pawn, white can't push his pawn, so it should be a draw. But again, at this level, I would not expect this to happen. However, here white plays king f5. We get takes, and a4, takes, and now this position is a theoretical draw here, because what we have is a situation where black has a bishop and a pawn on the edge of the board. Now when you reach these endgames with a bishop and a pawn on the edge, the way you know whether it's a winner or draw is you look at the square of promotion, which is this h1 square, this light square in the corner, and when you look at the square, you can tell this is a white square, and this bishop is on the dark squares, or the blue squares in this case. And when the bishop is on the wrong color relative to the square of the where the pawn would promote to a queen, then it is a known draw. So here all white had to do was go king g3, king g2, and just sit in the corner of the board here, and this is very simply just a draw. You just sit forever on these two squares, and there's no way for black to ever win the game. Again, the bishop can go to the dark squares, but you just sit forever in this little box of 3. So if you can't go to g1, you sit on these two. If the bishop is here, you sit on these two, and it's the same thing. Even if the king is here, you just sit between these 3 squares. It's just a matter of which square you can go to. And if you do this, you would draw this even as a 1200 player against myself. You would draw this position. So it is an important end game that you do need to understand. But again, it is also very simple, just knowing that the king stays in the corner and you just sit between these 3 squares, and you'll never lose it, even against Magnus Carlsen or myself. Unfortunately, white tries to proceed to win the game with king e5, king b4, f4, king c3, f5, king d3. Now this is still a draw. White still has time to run back to the corner of the board and just sit there forever and draw, but he doesn't do that. Instead, he plays f6, king e3, king e6, king f3. We get f7 here. Now this is a big mistake. If white goes king f7, this still should be a draw, because after bishop a3, king g7, You can't really guard this pawn easily. If you go bishop c1 to save the pawn, then white pushes the pawn down and makes a queen, and so you probably have to just go bishop b2 here, and after king takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, king g6, bishop c3. This I mean should be a draw, not that it will be, but it should be a draw. Instead, f7 is played, and now black goes king g3, which is a mistake. King g4 would be winning here, just capturing the pawn. We get king g3, king d7, mistake. White still, I think, can save this game with yeah, white can still save the game with king f5, king h4, and then the sort of counterintuitive at this point move, king to f4, just running the king back into the corner, and this will be a draw. Instead, we get king d7, king h4, king e8. You move the bishop, white makes a queen swap, king takes h5, and now as long as you don't hang this pawn on the next move, you'll be able to push it down the board and make a queen. King g7, king g5, only move to win. If you go to h4, g4, you lose the pawn. So by scooting over, you guard the pawn. The king can't move to either g6 or f6, and now the pawn has a free path down the board. And I assume the rest is very straightforward, but let's see. Okay, h5, h4, h2, h1, check, queen a3, check. Okay, the technique a little bit unusual here, but black, I assume, inevitably figures it out. Kind of figures it out. Does he win this? Okay, queen a6 is wrong. Now there are almost everybody has done a video on how to mate with king and queen versus king, but what you do when you have king and queen versus a queen, or king and queen versus king, is that you basically keep the queen one square away from the king. So here you make sure the king can't come over. Now if the king goes to the edge, you go here, king has one square, and then you go here, and then you run the king back, and it's checkmate. So black does not actually understand the technique, but nonetheless I assume he converts, because king e7 gets played, and now he finds queen to e6. If white had gone king to g7, it remains to be seen whether Baby Yoda would have been able to win this game. At any rate, he gets queen to e6. Now the king gets forced to the last rank of the board here, and now queen to f7 is played. We get king c8, queen h7. I mean, I guess the technique works no matter what, but even here I would go queen e7, force the king towards the corner, and then when the king is actually in these final two squares, you don't move the queen over to the c7 square, because that would be stalemate, as XQC knows all too well. But now when the king only has the two squares in the corner, you can go here, here, and make the checkmate. Very straightforward. Same thing the other way. I know this is fairly basic, but just to illustrate, if you have this one, it's the same thing, where the king has two squares this way and it's cut off this way. Again, you just bring the king over and make the checkmate on b7. At any rate, queen h7, king b8, king d6, king a8 is played, king c6, king b8, and now we get queen to b7 checkmate. So I don't know if Baby Yoda was having fun or it's another alternate technique he learned. At any rate, he gets the job done and wins when all is said and done. So again, overall, pretty good game by both sides. Definitely the end game was very back and forth, not too surprising at this level. Overall, I thought it was pretty well played by black. I mean, knight bd7, e5, very good understanding. Really the only big mistake that I would say was this e4 pawn push. Other than e4, this was very well played. It's also worth noting for players who are intermediates, if you have this structure where there has been a trade of pawns on e5, I would not say all the time, but whether the bishop is fianchettoed or not here on g2, you almost always are going to look to play c6, even if there is no knight jump to the center of the board here, just because you blunt the bishop's ideas on this long diagonal. So it is one minor detail that I forgot before, but I thought I should mention. At any rate, good game played overall by both players. Excuse me. And that's how you guys see that this is recorded live, and I do not edit my videos. Sorry about sneezing. But at any rate, very well played game overall by both sides at this level for sure. And I can't really be critical, so I think it's a good game. So I hope you guys have enjoyed these games played by our subscribers of the great YouTube channel here, GMHikaru. If you have not hit that subscribe button below, make sure to hit that subscribe button, and we'll be back with more great subscriber game videos of various openings in the near future. So keep it real, you guys, and see everybody very soon. Have a good one. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. For today's video, we are going to be taking a look at some of the games that were played by some of our subs here on the YouTube channel. Now, thank you so much to everybody for your submissions. I intend to continue doing opening videos going forward. For today's topic, we are going to be focusing on the London system. Away we go, you guys. So first game we're going to be taking a look at is a game that was played between Kamesh Ragavan from India and Moritz Scheierhoff from Germany. You can tell from the ratings, white player 1340, black player 1114. Game was 10 minutes. So we get d4, d5, bishop to f4, and now we get pawn to e6 being played here by Moritz Scheierhoff. Now, in a future video, I am actually going to focus on systems where black plays bishop f5 and knight to c6, but that will not be for today. All right, so we get e6 here, we get pawn to e3, and now knight c6 is played by Moritz Scheierhoff. Now, this is a slight mistake here in this position. You can put the knight on c6 if you've developed the bishop to f5, but generally speaking, in a lot of these queen pawn openings where white pushes d4 and d5, normally you want to push a pawn to c4 or c5 and then bring the knight out behind the pawn, because here when you put the knight on c6, you can never really put pressure on the central pawn chain. You can try to play for e5, but it's much more effective to push this pawn first, then play knight c6, and now you're putting more pressure on the central d4 point, and you still can also play for this e5 pawn break as well. So knight c6 a little bit dubious. Knight to f3 is played here, and now we get bishop d7, a move that doesn't make a lot of sense. White's plan is very simple. You want to bring the knight out, bring the bishop out, castle the king, play c3. Very, very straightforward. But for black, with the bishop behind his pawn chain, the light square bishop's a little bit dubious. Knight on c6 isn't great here. You can't really push for e5. c5 is not an option either, so white is already considerably better. If I were playing black in this position, what I would aim for is to play bishop d6 to try to trade off these dark square bishops. For example, if white trades the bishops and then plays bishop d3, now black can already play e5, striking in the center, and the position is very balanced here, but black has no issues as now the light square bishop is very active. You can develop the knight here to f6 very quickly, and then just simply castle the king out of the center of the board, so black has no issues. So bishop d7 doesn't really do a whole lot here because you're not really playing on the queen side. Additionally, if we go back a few moves, if you had, say, this position where you can play bishop d7 with the idea of rook to c8 followed by taking, you can try to play on the c file with this knight and this rook. One example, let's just say h3 takes, maybe something like knight b4 to put pressure on the pawn on c2. So without this pawn on c7, now the rook is very well placed on c8. But in the game, as you'll notice here with this pawn on c7, rook c8 doesn't make sense. You can't play for c5, and the bishop simply is doing nothing on d7. So we get bishop to b4 being played here. Now white plays c3 correctly, bishop a5, we get a4, setting up a nasty trick. If black plays knight g to e7, you have b4, bishop to b6, and then a5, trapping this bishop on b6. So bishop b6 is played, b4 played, and now to his credit, Moritz plays a6 here, stopping white from trapping the bishop, because after a5, now you simply go bishop a7, and the bishop is safe on the square. That being said, of course, white has a lot of space here on the queen side. Black does not really have great pawn breaks. White can also follow up with bishop d3, castles, and knight to e5, and white should be considerably better. So we get knight to e5 being played here. Now this is a move that I don't necessarily dislike. It's a very good move objectively, but one thing that's really important when you're newer to the game is to follow the basic principles of what you're aiming for. And when you do play the London system, you're almost always aiming for the setup with the following moves. You want the pawns on f2, e3, d4. You want this chain, you want the pawn on c3, and then you want the two knights and the bishops developed on d3, f4, and d2 and f3. And this is generally the starting setup that you want. So while knight e5 is a reasonable move, I would suggest that you continue following the themes first with, say, bishop d3, knight to f6, castles, and then knight to e5 like this, because now you finish your development, you have the perfect setup with the bishops, the knights are very well placed, and white should be better. Nonetheless, knight e5 is of course a very reasonable move. So we get knight to e5, knight takes knight, bishop takes knight. Now the bishop is threatening to capture the pawn on g7 and win the rook in the corner. We get pawn to f6 played here. Now this is kind of a, maybe it's a reasonable move. It's not a move that I love. I know the computer actually thinks it's the best move, but probably I would suggest playing knight f6 just so you can castle and have something that's a little bit more standard, because again, at this rating range, trying to play these unusual setups with like f6 here, it makes it very difficult to follow it up precisely. So now we get bishop to g3 being played here by Kamesh Ragavan. We get knight to h6, a good move here. Black tries to castle. Maybe also you can bring the knight to f5 to win the bishop on g3. We get bishop to e2. Now this of course is a move that I really don't like here. Again, follow the themes. One of the things that you're always looking to to do as a newer player is put the pieces on some of these standard squares and develop. And if you put the bishop on d3 and then castle, the position is completely fine. But when you start getting too creative, I would say in the London system specifically, you always want to try to follow the setup unless there's a specific reason. So let me illustrate one example. Say black has say black has some setup like this. Now of course the specific position is somewhat irrelevant here, but say black were to have a setup and you want to put the bishop on d3 but it loses to e4, then yes, you do need to improvise. But if there is no reason that you're going to be losing material, you want to put these minor pieces, the bishops and the knights, on the squares that they belong. So bishop to e2 is played. Now we get knight to f5, we get bishop to h5 check being played here by Kamesh. Not g6. Okay, king e7 is played. Probably if I were playing black here, after g6 bishop f3, black can already play this unusual move h5, trying to go for the same thing that white was doing on the queen side, winning this bishop. And if white say castles, you have h4 bishop f4 g5. Spaghetti-o, there goes your dark square bishop. You will lose the game. And if you do play a move like h4 here to stop the pawn push, then black can trade the knight for the bishop, and after c6 followed by bishop b8, white has a lot of problems with this weak pawn next to this light square bishop. So king to e7 is not the best move, but again, you can't be too critical of the players at this level. We get castles, knight takes bishop, and now white captures with the f pawn. Now this is a move that is not the correct decision. I would say at the levels below, probably I would say expert or master level, the number of times when you're gonna end up with stacked pawns, say like on g3 and g2, these double pawns here, I would say like 95% of the time you want to capture towards the center. So what does that mean? When you look at the center of the board, that is the E files and the D files here. So when you capture with the H pawn, you're capturing towards the center. The pawn is going towards the center part of the board. When you capture with the F pawn here, your pawn is going towards the edge of the board. So I would say like 95% of the time you want to capture towards the center if you can. So when you take with the F pawn, there are some situations where it makes sense, but in this case, even though you open up the F file for the rook here, there really are no threats towards this pawn on F6. Game continues with bishop to b5. We get bishop to e2, and now black plays queen d7. And already here, this is where you have to take stock of the position. Now this is more middle game concepts at a 1300 level. I don't really expect players to grasp this necessarily, but in a position like this, when you look at this on first glance, you'll notice that black has the bishop pair. Bishop pair it's a little bit better than the bishop and knight in general, so it's slightly preferable for black. However, that being said, black is lacking development here. If you look at the position, the rooks are on their original squares, the queen has not been developed, the king is in the center of the board. Additionally, this bishop on a7 is doing nothing because all these pawns are simply killing this diagonal. So because of that, what you're looking for is you're looking to not sort of trade down, because if you trade down in the long run, let's think about this logically. The last thing I forgot to mention, I realized, is the pawn structure. When you look at the pawns, black's pawn structure is better than white's pawn structure because white has these pawns that are stacked, and additionally this pawn in the center in the long term could become a slight weakness. So generally here, the advantage for white is that the black king is in the center, he's lacking development. Black's advantage is that he has the bishop pair and a better pawn structure. So if you keep pieces on the board, it's a lot less likely that black can fix this king issue that he has with a king stuck in the middle of the board. Nonetheless, we get bishop e2, queen to d7, knight to b3, bishops are traded, we get queen to c6, and now knight to c5 played by Kamesh. Not a bad move, but again, already here there are not as many pieces on the board, so the advantage is slowly slipping away. Black plays rook a e8, we get queen to g4, and now king to f8 is played here. If I was playing with black, probably what I would have done here is I would have already probably traded and then played rook e8 with the idea of, let's just say white plays rook b1, going king to d8, and I'm just going to make some random moves, say h3, e5, and now black tries to play on this e file, which is somewhat open. Black's rook is very well placed on e8. King can always just run to c8 and b8 potentially to be very safe here, and black is very much in the game. So rook e8, queen g4 is played, king f8, and now h4. Not the best move, but again, very hard to understand what you're playing for. If I was playing this position, probably what I would play is rook to, I don't know which square is better, either f3 or f2, with the idea of, say, let's just say black plays e5, going rook f1, stacking the rooks. Maybe there's a knight d7 trick, and white should be better. Again, it's not conclusive. It's not like this position is winning, but white has some pressure. Instead, h4 is played here, and now the game continues with h5. We get queen to g6. Rook h6 is played here, and now to his credit, Kamesh finds the winning tactic with rook takes f6. Now in this position after h4, what black should do here is probably trade and then play something like rook to e7, because if white tries to go h5 and h6, let me just illustrate it. h6, you undermine the pawn chain and win the game. If black pushes, you win the pawn, and so it's very good. However, in this position, black can play h6 here, and the pawn structure it's difficult to progress. You can't really push forward. Pawns are very solid here, and black, at least for the time being, is holding on. So h5 isn't the best move. Queen g6, rook h6. Now rook takes f6. Great move by Kamesh, because now if you take the rook, you lose your rook on h6. King g8 is played. We get queen f7, king to h8, trade, rook f1. Great move, bringing the last piece into the game from the a1 square, and white wants to go rook f6 and go for checkmate. Bishop c5 is played. We get d takes c5. Now again, this is not, I mean, there are many, all roads lead to Rome here, but I will stress once again for Mr. Kamesh, in this position, what did I say earlier about having pawns? You're going to notice that white is going to end up with stacked pawns here on c5 and c3. Now, once again, white is capturing away from the center of the board. When you do this, you're capturing towards the edge of the board, whereas when you capture with this pawn, you're capturing towards the center of the board. So once again, for Mr. Kamesh, I strongly recommend that you think about this concept where when you have the double pawns, you think about capturing towards the center rather than away towards the edge of the board. Nonetheless, he takes, and in this case, it doesn't matter all that much. We get queen to b5 played, rook to f6 played here by Kamesh, queen to c6, and now he plays rook takes h6, which is checkmate. So what to say about this game overall? Very, very well played game by Mr. Kamesh. There are some inaccuracies, but again, the inaccuracies are things that don't matter at this level so much. There are two takeaways, however, that I would stress. First one is that in this opening phase, you want to follow your basic setup. Like you basically, this is the ideal setup where you put the bishop on d3, you get these four pieces, and you get this pyramid as well. This is the ideal setup in the London system if you can achieve it. So when he had the opportunity later on to set it up, first of all, I mean, he had this spot. He also had a few moves earlier. Just remember the perfect placement of the bishops and the knights in the London system. And the second point is just in general, and this does apply to the London system a lot, which is that there are many cases where black will play knight f5 takes g3, or a more common theme is something like knight h5 and taking like this on g3. And you almost always, I would say at a 1300 level, always capture towards the center with an h pawn taking on g3. I would say that you always want to do that. So just remember that when you end up with pawns stacked on top of each other, capture towards the center of the board. Just think of it capturing towards these two files, so you want to capture towards rather than away towards the edge of the board where nothing is happening. So those are the two big takeaways, but nonetheless, overall, a very, very well played game by Kamesh Raghavan. So big shout out to him. Next game we have is a game that is played between Dikichi 1460 from the great country of Nippon, also known as Japan, and of course JK Bihani 1459 from India. Now this game is a 1 hour game, so a little bit slower, so maybe I'll be a little bit more critical of my subs. Game starts with d4. We get d5, bishop f4, knight f6, e3, e6, all standard, knight f3, bing, bang, boom, bishop b4. Now, it's weird that just like in the first game, the black player plays bishop b4. Now, again, this does nothing except help white get the setup he wants. And this is called losing tempo. Now, tempo, of course, essentially means losing time in Italian. Because in this position, if you play bishop to d6, for example, white will have to waste time to go c3 here. White plays this move, and then lo and behold, it's black's turn. But when you throw in this check and you go to d6, you'll notice that now it's white's move. So now I play knight d2 versus this position where here it's black's move. So you're basically losing time, and you're helping white improve and get the premier setup with these pawns from b2 to d4 and f2 to d4, and of course this mini pyramid. Bishop to a5 is played, not a great move because now black is going to have trouble fighting for the center. One of the biggest reasons you play bishop d6 is not even necessarily to trade the dark square bishops, right on f4 I should say, but you know, if white trades, you can very quickly always fight for the center with e5 pawn pushes. And even if white doesn't trade, say white plays bishop d3, c5, castles, queen c7, bishop g3, you still can fight for the center with knight bd7, c3, and e5 here. So that's why you want to really consider putting the bishop on d6 if you have pushed the pawns to d5 and e6 very specifically. If you've done this and you haven't developed the light square bishop, you're always looking to play bishop d6. Now, of course, with the bishop on a5, it's going to be very hard to fight for a pawn push with this e5 pawn. You also can't really play c5 either, so it's very, very difficult. Game continues with knight bd2. We get h6 being played here, bishop to d3, castles. White plays knight to e5, great move. Castles, of course, is fine. h3 also fine. I would say it's sort of for choice, but I think white has an idea in mind. So we get knight e5, knight bd7, and now bishop g3. Now, here, Decathlon is actually aiming for something different. What he's trying to do is, he's on top of playing a London system, he's now trying to create the classic Stonewall Jackson in the center of the board. Now, there is an opening called the Stonewall, which I will just show up very quickly for those of you guys who are wondering, where you try to bring the bishop out and you try to create this situation where you have this pawn structure here with these dark square pawns, and then you try eventually to plop a pony on e5, and this is what we call the Stonewall. However, in this specific position, this is quite different, because here what we have is we do have a Stonewall. White does have these pawns out in the center of the board, but additionally White's dark square bishop is all the way over here. It can always go to h4, and this bishop is much better on g3 than it would be staying at home on this critical c1 square. So this is a bit of a Stonewall and a London, but with this active dark square bishop, it's very, very nice to play. We got c takes d4. Correctly, Decathlon captures with the e pawn. You do not capture the c pawn, because even though this keeps the center intact in the classic diamond hands formation, this bishop on a5 is spying the knight on d2 and the king on e1, and here black can even play knight takes, pawn takes, and knight to e4, and you'd be forced here to trade with the bishop, because there is this pin problem that you have towards the knight and the king. And after takes and castles, takes bishop d7 followed by bishop c6, position is fairly balanced, of course, but white doesn't really have any way to attack easily. So white takes with the e pawn. Now, of course, if black goes knight e4, you simply gobble because the diagonal is closed. We get pawn to a6 being played here by GMHikaru. Bishop to h4, excellent move, pinning the knight on f6 here. Queen c7 is played, and now Decathlon goes g4. Now, this is a move that I think is a great move in this situation. Black has many issues. First of all, you see this bishop and this rook, they're very passive. Even if you move the knight out of the way, bishop is still staring at a closed diagonal with this pawn on e6 in the way. So the bishop and the rook are very passive. Even if you can play b6 and say bishop b7, for example, you're still looking at a closed diagonal. So this bishop on b7 or c8 is very, very passive, which also means this rook on a8 is stuck and not in the game. So I really like this. Additionally, with black having castles and push this pawn, white has some very basic ideas like g5 takes, and then rook g1 followed by queen f3 or queen h5. There are all kinds of threats here with this king on g8, and black is in a world of hurt. So we get knight takes knight, and now we get d takes e5 played by Decathlon. Now this is a very bad move. It is not the correct move in this position, as with I would say most London systems. If there is a trade on e5 and you have pawns on d4 and f4, I would say probably 90% of the time you want to capture with the f pawn. Now again, you're probably saying, well, you said this about the double pawns, now you're saying about this, you make it sound too easy. But in the London system, when this does occur, where there's a trade, you almost always want to capture the f pawn unless there's something very specific. Now, I'm going to give you guys a really advanced tip here. Now, probably let me just set this up in a different situation, or actually let me just put the bishop here for a second. If we could magically reach this position where there's a bishop on d7, taking with this pawn is actually quite good, because now the knight is to go to either e8, and you'll notice that this pawn on e5 covers both the squares where the knight can jump. And also white can try to put this knight on this critical d4 square as well and get a nice little outpost. So in this situation, it would actually make some sense. However, when you capture with the pawn here, because this d7 square is available, black's knight can jump to c5 to target the bishop on d3 or go to the center. And additionally here, black can also put this bishop on b6, and there's now this open diagonal, which is going to cause the white king some uncomfortable situation here. So this is why you should not take. If you take with the f pawn here after say knight d7 and castles, for example, you have a great connect 5 here. Black can't really push f6 because of the bishop and the pawn. Say black tries, just to show you guys why. You can simply take and play like queen f3, queen to e7, rook to f1, king g7, and now a simple move like bishop c2, threatening to go queen d3 and create this big battery on this diagonal and go bring the queen to either the square here or here. It's just a lot of problems for black to deal with. So f takes would be better basically for those two reasons. First of all, it opens up the diagonal, but also the knight can jump to c5. So you do want to capture with the f pawn rather than d pawn. Nonetheless, at this level, probably not that big of a deal. We get knight to h7 being played, which is wrong. Now we get bishop takes knight. Now this is a horrible move. I cannot state it enough for the following reason. One thing that you want to look at, and this is not easy to conceptualize at the lower levels, lower intermediate levels, but one thing that you do want to think about when you're looking at trades is a couple of things. First of all, you look at this pony on h7 and this bishop on d3. The bishop on d3 is a great piece. It's keeping an eye on this knight. an eye on the pawn as well. And this knight can't really go anywhere. The knight can't go to either the f6 or g5 squares. If you say play knight f6, I just take the knight. You go to g5, I take the knight. And the bishop also can't be traded. So the bishop is basically just spying this knight forever, essentially. And because of that, the bishop is a much better piece. Knight has no squares, and really trading here is just not what you're aiming for, especially because white has violated one of the basic principles in the opening, which is that white has started pushing the pawns on the king side without finishing the development and castling the king. So when you've done that, you generally want to be very aggressive in attack. And when you're attacking, trading off pieces normally is not the right approach. Obviously, it depends on the situation, but nonetheless, in this case, you definitely don't want to trade this great bishop for this knight that simply is just sitting here on h7 doing nothing. So we get the trade. White goes g5 here. Now black takes on g5. Now this is an example, like I said, where because the players are at an intermediate level, black is unable to fend off this attack. But what I would say here is that if this was a stronger player, say around master level, black actually can play d4 here. And it looks very scary, for example, after queen h5. But what you'll notice in this position, I'm just going to play a random move, not the best move, like bishop d7, is that white can't really progress with the attack. You can't really push g6, so I just take the pawn. King is very safe. If you take on h6 here, I actually go g6 very quietly, ignoring everything. And when you play queen g5 here, I can simply take. Let's just say you take and I go bishop c6 just to illustrate the point. Even if you get queen f6 here, threatening the lolly checkmate on g7, black can still stop it with rook g8. The queen guards the pawn, and white is in a lot of trouble here because the rook is under attack. Your other rook hasn't moved yet. Your king is stuck in the center of the board. You don't have safety either way. You try to castle here, there are probably really bad things like queen d7 and eventually a queen d5 or even bishop d8, winning the queen here on f6. So it's very, very scary to play. And if you try to castle queen, so this of course is pretty absurd, because after takes black can simply go queen takes c3, king c1, queen d3 check, and wherever the king goes you will lose the knight with check, or if you go to a1 you simply get checkmated with bishop c3. So it's a total disaster. So this is something that intermediate level players probably won't be able to fend off the attack, but as you're trying to improve or getting better, players will understand how to defend against a pure attack with only a queen and a pawn here if you go for this. However, in this game, pawn takes pawn is played, which is a big mistake, because now after queen h5, king g8, and bishop takes g5, white is doing very, very well here. Now the h file is open, the g file is open. There are ideas like bishop f6 and rook g1 creating checkmate threats, and the rest should be pretty straightforward, but let's see what happens. So f5 is played. Good attempt by JB here to try and do something. One illustration of a very cute mate would be f6, or not f6, sorry, d4, bishop to f6 here. And now if black takes the bishop, you have rook g1 checkmate. If black plays g6, we get the classic lobster pincer checkmate with bishop to h8. And if black takes on c3, you can completely ignore it and go rook to g1, pawn takes knight, and then king to d1. King is very safe here. There are no real checks. There is a check on c1, of course, but no matter what black does, he's mated. g6, queen h8 is mate. If you move the rook, I go rook takes g7, king f8, and queen to h8 checkmate. And so the only way to prolong mate would be queen c1. Would be queen to c1, but this too also leads to checkmate after king b1 and rook e8, rook g7, king f8, queen to h8. So I do like f5 here because it's a move to stop the whole bishop f6 rook g1 idea. Game continues with rook g1 here, still same threats, bishop f6 or bishop h6, with this rook eyeing the king. Queen to f7 is played, and now we get queen h3. Now there is a beautiful way to win here, which I believe is that white can play bishop to f6, because after queen takes queen, you take king to h8, there's rook g5, and the king is in check. You're going to win the queen, and the rest again will be very straightforward. But that being said, there's no need to allow this either. So white plays queen to h3, we get queen to g6. Now white castles. It's worth noting white cannot go bishop f6 here, because then spaghetti, you hang the rook on g1, and with it you lose the game. So white castles, we get queen to e8. Now this is a bad move. What black should have tried here, if anything, was to go queen h7, trying to trade off the queens, because since white is trying to attack here and black is underdeveloped with this bishop and the rook not in the game yet, you want to try to trade off if you can. So queen to e8 is played. We got bishop to f6, rook to f7. Now we get knight to f3 being played here, bishop b6, rook g2. Knight g5 is winning here for anyone who's wondering, but again, rook g2 is relatively fine. We got bishop to d8 being played. Now some people might wonder, can black go bishop e3 check? The king has to move and then take the pawn, stopping this knight g5 move. Now black could play this, however, after this move rook to g1 with the double stack, the bishop on f6 here, and this pawn on g7 under major fire, the game should be pretty much over. So instead, bishop d8 is played. White plays bishop takes g7, a great move as well. Takes, bring the rook to the open file, check the king. We get king to f8, queen to h8, excellent, king to e7, and now we get rook to g7 check. And here GMHikaru very respectfully resigns the game. At this level, 1400th, I would not expect someone to resign here. I'd expect them to play on with queen f7, but after rook takes queen, king takes rook, queen takes bishop with a queen and a knight for the rook and the bishop, and an open king, it'll be very cleanly winning for white. So what to say about this game? I would say overall, very, very well played game by Decathlon. I don't know if there aren't necessarily black repertoires against the London so much in terms of these games, where both these games we looked at feature this bishop b4 check, which is not the correct move. So from the black perspective, I mean, maybe try to study a little bit more. From the white perspective in this game, I think Decathlon played this very well. He had a very straightforward plan of playing this hybrid stonewall setup with the diamond hand formation setup, and the bishops on d3 and g3 with the London. Really nice. Overall, I would say it's a great game. Only big qualm I have is that here, when black traded the knights, you should take with the f pawn here, because the thing is, when you take with the f pawn and the knight moves, say, let's just say e8 even here, you can still always play g5. You don't need the pawn on f4 to support the g5 pawn push, because you always have the bishop here to recapture. So that's maybe the one thing I would say, is that in general, also in structures, which this is very similar to another structure which comes out of the French, and I will just show this to you guys very quickly, going back to the start. So there's like this e4, e6, d4, d5. Let's just say knight c3, knight f6, e5, knight d7. Is this one of the structures? I'm trying to think of a structure where black takes and you take back with the pawn. What's a good structure? But just to illustrate, there's some structures where you get like this French setup where you have these pawns opposing on e6, d5, and d4 and e5, and there are situations where you do take with the pawn because you have access to a d4 square. But generally speaking, especially below probably master level, I think that most of the time, when you're in the situation, just always look to capture towards the center when you have this French structure of these pawns on d4 and e5 versus these pawns on e6 and d5, if you can. That's my only real qualm with this game, I would say, overall. But very well played game. I mean, it was a 1 hour game. Both players are 1 hour, and I think pretty good game from white. Obviously should not have traded the bishop for the knight on h7 either, but again, that's just something where I think as you play more and more, you'll realize, like, what are the good pieces. Like another example is, let's just say I put a knight on b3 and black plays b6. This is just one final example. We're in this position, you look at this trade of the knight for the bishop. Now if you trade, yes, black has double pawns on the edge of the board. That's not great. However, when you look at the knight placed here versus the bishop, is the bishop doing anything? No, the bishop is stuck here. Can't retreat, you can't take the pawn. Bishop is simply sitting out to lunch. The knight, on the other hand, can still go to d4. You can always keep an eye on the bishop, and if you say castle here, you still can always capture the bishop. The bishop can't go anywhere, so you have time to wait. Now if black plays b5, then you have to decide, well, do I trade this knight for this bishop, or do I let the bishop go back to b6? But in this situation, the knight is simply much better, and the same thing applies for the bishop on d3 relative to knight. Knight can't go anywhere. The two squares where it can jump are simply covered, and so later on you can always decide you want to trade the bishop for the knight, but you don't need to be hasty and do it right away. So that's my only criticism. But again, the way that the game progressed with the whole g5 set, with the g5 move that was played, and then bishop g5, queen h5, I'm very understanding of that. I can't be too critical, because at this level, it's not something that probably is going to matter. So overall, very good game played by Decathlon. Nothing but props. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. These are two games that we're covering of our subs here on the YouTube channel. In the London system, I will be doing other openings in the near future. I also, as I alluded to at the start of this video, we'll be doing another video on the London system where black starts out with knight c6 and bishop f5, which kind of prevents white from getting the classic setup with the bishop unopposed on d3, knight f3, and c3. So stay tuned for that as well, because we have some other sub games. But at any rate, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button below if you have not, and we'll be back with more great YouTube content in the near future. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a great one. Bye. Okay, so next up we have the Grob defense, which is 1 g4. So what do you think, Levy?
It's trick only. I mean, right, there's like this thing where you get like the trick on c4 and bishop b7, but like,
yeah, it's like this and then queen b3. All the funny thing is, even now when I played this in the speed run, it's actually not great. Like, even if you get your trick to work with like this and takes, After knight d7, it's not clear at all.
Yeah.
So
it's not good. I mean, it could even go into garbage. Just come on.
I think it's tricks only. I don't think it's pure garbage. Do you? I don't know. At intermediate level, I don't think it's pure garbage.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's like bottom tier kind of tricks only. Okay, so next up we have... Welcome back, everyone. For today's video, we are going to be taking a look at a game that I played against none other than Internet.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the American Cup. Today is the finals of the elimination bracket, aka the losers final, as it was put so eloquent. We've gone for an hour and I've forgotten how to speak. Eloquently. Is that the word I'm looking for?
Yes, it is.
John Ludwig, welcome back. 3 minutes to go until we find out who Hikaru faces in the grand finale tomorrow. Is it going to be Wesley So or is it going to be Levon Aronian?
That is the big question at the moment. And based on the game so far, it's difficult to make a prediction. Oh, sorry. Wesley was closer to the win in the long time control rapid games, but as the time controls get lower and lower when we're trying to decide a winner, will this favor Wesley or will this favor Levon Aronian? I'm not really sure. What I do know and appreciate is that we're done with these 1 hour breaks between the games. In fact, from now on until we're going to find the winner, the person to challenge Hikaru tomorrow, the games are going to come in very, very quickly after one another. So no more 1 hour break between games. Now there's going to be more like 2-3 minutes between games.
Absolutely. Diminished in the chat was asking, can we get a little update on the Alice Nagy game? Absolutely, you can. They are at the same stage that these two are. They also finished their first match tied 1-1. However, we saw more action there. Alex winning a crushing game in game 1 and Nagy winning an equally crushing game in game 2. So they are also coming back to the board. In fact, you just saw them in the camera. You just saw Nagy there sitting at the board getting ready for her next game. Like Wesley and Levon, they will play 2 games of 10+5 now. As I say that, we see Levon just sitting down. He will start with the white pieces around there. We see the women players, so Nagy starting with the white pieces, which means, Jan Ludwig, that they are reversing colors from the previous match. Right?
Yeah, and I actually made the point very early on today that I thought Wesley would prefer having the black pieces in the first game because then he could just try to be solid, make a draw, and then push for the win in the final game. And the problem with having the white pieces in the first game is that if you end up losing, then you have a must-win situation with the black pieces in the final game. So I guess it's different between players what they prefer. This is what we're going to get this time, and I like it. I think Levon is going to be aggressive with the white pieces. He knows that surviving with black against Wesley is going to be tricky. So I'm looking forward to the fight ahead.
Yeah, and the women players are off. I imagine Levon and Wesley are shout out to Aaron for the gifted sub, by the way, for the continued support to everyone. Remember to check those primes. And oh my God, where have the queens gone? No.
They had indeed started, but we have had some move relay issues this entire week from St. Louis. And when we first got the moves, we got 9 of them in a batch. So let's just quickly recap what happened. King pawn opening from Levon Aronian attacking the pawn in the center of the board. Last time Wesley went for the Petrov defense, but he was not happy with the position he got. This time instead, he's defending in the center, going for the Berlin defense, considered one of the most solid ways of playing with the black pieces. Levon Aronian went for a line which creates a very big imbalance in the position. Levon trading a bishop for a knight, giving black doubled pawns. Thereafter, he goes for the queen trade, eliminating black's opportunity to castle the king. So black has a disadvantage with the king, with the two doubled pawns. But on the other hand, black is trying to prove that having two bishops, the so-called bishop pair, is advantageous and can lead to good chances for winning the game. The knight was developed by Levon. Wesley went with his king back to its starting position. Pawn one step forward, prepares to push further on to be aggressive with these pawns in the center of the board. And here, bishop e6, knight g5, attacking the bishop, but also blundering the pawn on c2. Levon Aronian moves his knight up to attack the black bishop, but the engines are saying this is a terrible move because now after knight to d4, there's no way for white to defend the pawn on c2. What a disaster out of the opening for the Armenian American Grandmaster. He's just going to lose a pawn.
This is insane. I mean, this is exactly what you were talking about the other day. You know, I said to you, Levon played this really fast stuff in the opening that looked a little bit dodgy. And I said to you, could it be that he's looked at all this? And you said to me, no, Fiona, I think he's bluffing. And clearly, the fact that he paused after knight d4 indicates, you know, this was not a part of the plan. This is not a pawn that was meant to be sacrificed. There is no great plan here for some counterplay or for some initiative for white. No, it's just a pawn, a plain and simple pawn. And it's a big pawn as well, because before that pawn was lost, it hasn't been captured yet, but I expect it will be right now, or on the next move after the white bishop is kicked away from g5. Before the capture, black only had a 4 versus 3 majority on the queen side, and that was a majority that was not so easy to make use of because one of those extra pawns was a double pawn. But now that c2 drops, suddenly we're looking at 4 versus 2, and those pawns are going to be a lot easier to mobilize. Also, c2 was a pawn that could control some central squares, the knight. Now, if we imagine the knight jumping back to d4, that knight is forever going to sit pretty there on d5, even better. And this is just, I think, the biggest opening disaster that Levon could possibly imagine, especially with the white pieces.
I think right now Levon is very, very unhappy that there was a 1 hour break between the games, because basically he lost his concentration. He lost his kind of his energy, his mojo. He was ready to sit down and fight. We saw an interesting game and finishing an hour ago, but instead of utilizing that hour to rest, I think what has happened is that he kind of just waited and was kind of trying to make time pass by, but he didn't manage to uphold that enthusiasm and energy you need to play with full concentration. And we were talking about it just as the game started, right? Playing black in the first game suits Wesley's style very well. And now if Wesley manages to win this, he only needs to make a draw with the white pieces to secure a grand finale against Hikaru tomorrow.
Yeah, of course he has to win this one first, but what is Levon? Levon has just played knight e4, saying, okay, I'm going all in here. I'm not sure where the all in is. I'm curious to find out. The point I'm making is there is another pawn hanging now on a2. It is a pawn that at first sight looks to me like it can be grabbed because the knight will never be trapped. It can always jump back to b4, the pawn that's behind the knight. So if we imagine rook a1 here by white, the knight will just jump back. The pawn on a7 is defended by the rook. So yeah, this looks like a pawn that black can capture. I think the counterplay that Levon is looking for is the one that you were highlighting with the arrows, more along the lines of pushing the f-pawn up the board.
Yeah, so this is what Levon is looking for. Trying to get some sort of checkmating attack with all of these white pieces pointing dangerously in the vicinity of the black king. And so now it's up to Wesley to decide whether this is indeed very, very scary and something black should avoid, or if he can simply enjoy another free pawn.
You know, you said earlier you're a sucker for pawns. Would you take this pawn on a2, or would this white attack worry you somewhat?
I think the attack would be concerning. I feel like black has already captured one pawn, so you don't really need to take another one. So I feel like if there's a safer option available, I'd prefer that. The problem becomes, is there a safer option available? Because after something like bishop e7 to try and trade the bishops, well, then maybe you can go for the trade and the knight comes in, attacks the pawn on b7. If you come with your pawn forward to attack the knight, then suddenly the rook gets involved. And yes, maybe white loses the knight in these kind of instances, but that rook causing so much trouble, I'm not sure you'll want to allow such things. And indeed, Wesley decides that I don't really have such a safe move anyway. I got this opportunity to take another pawn. I'll grab it. Then my plan is also very clear for the next couple of moves. I just need to get my knight back into defense. And now the onus is on Levon, who is down 2 pawns after just 15 moves.
That's crazy. I remember the video which made it to Hikaru's Shorts channel on YouTube, your nugget of wisdom about when you're down a pawn, you might as well take a pawn back if you can. Here it's the same wisdom, just slightly different. When you're up 1 pawn, you might as well take a second if you can. I'm somewhat surprised that Levon hasn't responded yet. I thought that f4, f5 would appear automatically here. If not for f4, f5, what other plans do you see for white? Can we consider doubling on the d file somehow?
No. If you move your rook up to try and have 2 rooks working together, the knight comes in to block both of those rooks. And you got nothing. So Levon has to push his pawns up to create a counterattack. And that is what he does, although he did take his time with it. G4, F4. These pawns are coming. They're going to try to start an attack on the black king. And Wesley, he will move his knight back. Aronian will move his pawn forward. And then these 2 pawns can be quite intimidating. How they're just progressing further on. And if, let's imagine a world in which black just rushes up the side of the board, these pawns in cooperation with the bishop will give checkmate.
That's
on
a very
the
cute
black
checkmate.
king.
Very cute, what do you call this? A helpmate. It's not exactly a helpmate, I guess. Anyway, this demonstrates some of the dangers that still exist in black's position. Okay, Wesley starts by trying to kick out the white bishop, saying where you're gonna go. The bishop doesn't have too many squares it can go to, so retreats to h4. And now knight d5, the move that we've been talking about for a while. The knight is sitting very pretty on d5, closing off the d file.
And not only that,
threatening a big fork on e3. Which Levon has to deal with right now. So I don't know if he wants to play rook d3, rook f3. Putting a rook on e1 doesn't look like a move we want to play, because the rooks are needed on the DN, are more useful on the DNF files. But yeah, it's another move that Levon has to lose here to deal with the threat.
Yeah. He wants to go with the pawn to f5. He wants to push his pawns forward, trying to give checkmate. But now that is not a viable option, considering that double attack we talked about.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if there's a big difference between which move you pick, rook d3, rook f3. I would probably be inclined to go rook d3 just because I feel my rook on the f file I want to use for the attack. But
yeah, that's fair. But the problem is, no matter what you pick, you're going to be down 2 pawns. And this knight, this knight has had quite the journey this game. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry. 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Oh, man, I messed it up. But what I'm trying to say is this knight has had quite the journey. And boy, it's not, well, it might be done now. But
I think
here,
10, if I counted correctly.
Then back, and yeah, well, you get the gist.
Yeah, I was trying to count with you. I think it's 10 moves out of how many have currently been played? 18, which is more than 50%, quite impressive.
This knight has basically been doing everything for black. It's carrying black in a big way, but it's also taken 2 of white's pawns. And now Levon Arangan is spending all of his time thinking, how am I going to deal with this situation? And Levon, he's desperate. He goes f5. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the knight coming in to take one of the rooks, because Levon has realized that if he doesn't go f5, he's not creating counter threats. And also he realizes this black knight is so good on d5, blocking the rook from ever getting anything done. So Levon says, okay, you get my rook, but at least I get rid of your scary knight. After pawn takes pawn, the knight has captured the rook. Let's see, that's another 2 moves with the knight. And the knight has also captured a rook. This knight is just carrying for
moves.
Wesley right now.
12 out of 20 now. Is the knight going to be eliminated? I mean, I don't see what else, Levon. I'm sure he's looking at some rook f7. And then if we imagine the knight landing on c7, that would be checkmate. But it's kind of hard to...
I think what Levon wants is something like this, where he captures this pawn, then comes in with the knight, and suddenly this is quite scary. So I think Levon is considering letting this knight live, which I just, from a general standpoint, am a big fan of. Like, this knight does not deserve to die. Like, you should be allowed to be a hero without dying for your country and or chess player. Just go up with your rook and leave the knight alone. Yeah.
By the way, just to address a quick question in the chat from what was that chess principle about not moving one piece in the opening? Yeah, so the chess principle goes, don't move the same piece too many times. However, rules are made to be broken. The problem is that if you try this at a beginner level, these guys are the best players in the world, so they have a great understanding of when they can break the rules. Here, this horse, yes, it has been moved a lot of times, but always for a reason. So if I think my advice to you would be this: if you know a principle and you are tempted to break that principle, then ask yourself, do I have a reason why? If you can answer the question like, why am I moving this piece again and again? And if you have a good reason, then you might be right. If there is no good reason, usually not a good idea.
And if you keep having a good reason, but also keep losing games, you may want to you may want to follow the principles despite having some sort of justification.
Fair enough. Levon is still. Oh my goodness, Levon is down while I was.
He did it. He did it. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
He's also down to 30 seconds.
Honestly, I hope this knight keeps moving. Like Wesley basically has been moving this knight nonstop for the last, because right in the beginning, right in the first 6 moves. Okay, he did move it 3 times. Here in the first 10 moves, this knight had moved 4 times, which is quite a bit. But in the 10 moves after those, the knight has moved 8 out of 10. So yeah, I'm really hoping this knight just continues capturing stuff for the laughs.
I mean, we are having a laugh, but if we're serious for a second, for Levon, this is just a tragedy. I mean, to lose in this fashion with white, he has no time on the clock. He's down. I mean, I've lost count of how many 6 points. Chess.com informs me because I was struggling to do the math. And unless he can produce some kind of magic here, which does not exist, Wesley would have to help him a lot. This loss is just, it's very rare to see a top player in the world lose like this.
Yeah. But he was careless.
Yeah.
He went for an opening. He has played himself many times, both with the white pieces and with the black pieces. Levon Avronian famously said, if I want to try and make a draw, I play the Marshall. If I want to win, I go for the Berlin endgame. Like this guy knows the Berlin endgame, the choice Wesley made for this game. And yet he just made a careless, silly mistake and is paying the price for it without ever really having a chance in the game.
Yeah, and this is, and I mean, knight g5 was played so quickly as well. I agree with you. I'm very curious to see whether they will change the schedule for next year's American Cup, because I'm with you that it is incredibly disruptive to the players when you're in a rhythm and then you get this 1 hour break, not just once but twice in the same match. It's a lot. You know, again, it's no excuse for Levon. Both players are playing under the same conditions, but I think it's something that absolutely needs to be addressed. Anyway, Wesley, you know, he took some time here and he said, you know what? I have all this extra material. I'm just going to defend my pawn on c7. And
yeah,
what are
but
you
look
going
at
to
this.
do?
Look at this. Bishop to f6. Now, if this bishop is captured by the pawn, that's game over. The knight comes in, check on the king, the rook, checkmate. So there are some threats in this position. Also, if the knight tries to get back into defense, it's going to be a draw. Because strangely enough, in this position, there's no way for black to win. In fact, black has to be very careful not to lose. And it's a draw here when you go back and forth. Oh,
this
actually,
is one of the weirdest draws I've ever seen, potential draws from a real game that I've ever seen. That line is just very funny. But Wesley said, no, I'm not interested. He's given up to, like, I mean, Wesley He lost a game where he was winning against Hikaru yesterday. He lost, what did he lose? He didn't convert a completely winning position against Levon today. So I think he's doing the right thing. He's taking some time to make sure, he doesn't lose control over this one as well.
Yeah.
Let's see what happened next.
Yeah, the rook came in to protect the pawn. As long as this pawn is here, the pawn is controlling the f6 square. You don't want to spend the pawn on the bishop. Rather, this pawn is here to stop the white knight from getting to that square. Wesley now took the opportunity to bring the knight back into defense. There's still a lot of white pieces in the attack, but Wesley now even managing to try and trade off the bishops. Yeah, the bishops are traded off, but now Aronian is sacrificing even more material. This knight has to be captured, but then the pawn retakes. There's now a threat against the knight. When the knight moves, the pawn can move forward to get a fork. The problem is that Levon Aronian has sacrificed so many pieces that even if he wins a rook in a fork, he's still down by a knight and 2 pawns. So that wouldn't actually do anything.
I was just wondering, this position a few moves ago, let's say after g5 by Levon or something, I was wondering if I was...
Let me just catch up with the game.
Let's catch up.
So h4 has been played. The idea is that if this pawn is captured, then the rook will be able to use these pawns to help it out and go for draw checks. But that can be prevented. After this h4 move, all Wesley has to do is play h5, making sure that this pawn does not progress further, and that should be the end of it. But Wesley is hesitating here, and I guess that's because he's been stung by similar winning situations earlier in the tournament. So he wants to double check everything.
Yeah, he still has a minute 40 on the clock, and it makes sense, right? h5 that you just put on the board is one option. There are other moves he can play. He just wants to make sure he picks the moves where there aren't suddenly some tricks. By the way, I'm just seeing on the camera, we had a result in the women's game, and it was a huge win also with the black pieces for Alice Lee. We can check it out after this game concludes. It's an impressive win because I was keeping an eye on it. Naji was pushing throughout. We'll check it out in a bit. Here, Wesley's still thinking. I just wanted to make a point earlier that this game to me is so interesting because these top GMs, they are so incredibly resourceful. I was going to say in that position where the engine gave +6, +7, if I was playing black against Levon, I think, okay, maybe I wouldn't lose it, but that I would fall for one of these many drawing tricks, I think very good chance. And it's even the fact that Wesley, the engine is giving him +1,000,000, but he's thinking because Levon is, despite having given up all his material, making things so tricky here.
But Wesley, in the end, decides to move his rook out of the way. No longer a fork for the pawn. It does allow the white pawn to advance and attack the knight, but the knight moves away, attacking the white pawn. And with that, Levon understands there's no saving this. In the final position, Levon is down a pawn, a knight, and a rook.
It's a lot of...
And even so, it was only now he found out that there's no hope of surviving.
I also hope, Jan Ludwig, you appreciate the poetic justice in it being a final knight move that forced resignation.
Absolutely. And also all the black pieces on the back rank. I wanna test this theory. Other than the knight, the knights moving forward, did Wesley move a single piece off the back rank?
Oh my god, maybe. Bishop,
and Bishop
E7 also.
So basically, this knight was doing all the heavy lifting, but I guess the bishop did move. But
I would be curious. Maybe someone from the chat, so we don't have to do the counting ourselves. Maybe someone from the chat. How long was the game? How many moves?
30 moves.
30 moves. Can somebody in the chat tell us how many knight moves were there? While we go and maybe quickly check out the Alice Lee, well, the Naji Paikits against Alice Lee game. 17 apparently.
Yeah, more than 50%.
I'm getting some 17, some 19s, but a lot of 17.
I'm pretty sure 17 is right.
Insane. That's crazy. Okay, so let's take this one from the beginning and see what happened here. Thank you, chat.
Nazi she went with the queen pawn opening. Normal play so far, just getting the pieces out, getting the king to safety for both players. The rook being placed on the same file as the opponent's queen. Classic play. Paikitsa, she pushed forward the pawn in the center. All of this pretty standard play. Here she's struggling because this bishop needs to get into the game. However, if she pushes the pawn forward, the bishop will be captured. So she felt the necessity to push her pawn up, kick the queen back so that she could then open up for her bishop. But Alice didn't open up for her bishop after all. That feels like a bit of a mistake. Instead, after rook d8, engines are giving a massive advantage for white if white finds this move c5, which just blocks this bishop out of the game for the foreseeable future. Not to mention giving white's bishop a very nice location, pointing down on black's king together with the white rook. So I guess here there was just one move away from white winning the game. Let's see how Alice managed to turn it around. Plenty of opportunities both players had to try and either stop this c5 breakthrough or push it themselves. In the end, Alice never actually managed to play c5, which meant that her bishop got buried alive on the b7 square. I'm very curious how she managed to win this game. White has a massive position, but did blunder a pawn. But even after the pawn blunder, this bishop is so poorly placed that white should have good chances. Oh, wow. Knight b4. That is a nasty move from Alice Lee. That knight can be captured, but in that situation, the queen would be trapped. The black rooks would come in and take away all the squares the white queen needed to use. That probably shook Paikitsa quite a bit because the rook came in anyway. She never moved her knight. In fact, it ended up the rooks did end up trapping the queen. And even then, white was doing better because white had a bishop and a passed pawn and a rook in return for the queen. But with a poor follow-up, Alice managed to focus her forces in towards the white king. And the queen and bishop together managed to create the double attack
Perfect timing, Hammer, because Levon and Wesley are off again. So very short break. Very short break here. Between games.
Misclick.
No, don't worry. I mean, we didn't miss much.
Okay, so Wesley starts out with the queen pawn, and now Aronian in a must-win situation goes for the modern defense. And he gets his bishop out early, pointing in towards the center. This is a strategy we've seen previously because this is the opening Wesley used to beat Hikaru in a must-win situation with the black pieces yesterday.
And employing it successfully.
Yeah, one time he was successful, one time he was unsuccessful.
Fair enough. Hammer, there was one question. I mean, it's crazy how we have these 1 hour breaks and then we don't have enough break to get through the other game. But there was a question, great question after the previous game from Wandering Bishop, asking Hammer, if you had to film a YouTube recap on that first game, would you call it The Black Knight Rises? Is my connection gone? Am I gone or is Hammer gone? Hello? The Dark Knight. I'm still here. Oh my God. I froze Hammer. And I quoted the question wrong. Of course, the Dark Knight. The Hammer. Oh dear. Okay, it's just me. It's just me. And I was. What did we do? I thought he was frozen. I thought he couldn't understand the question. Okay, let's try and bring up, let me try and bring up, maybe we can just get the, yeah, let me actually bring up the game 1 second. Sorry, you're looking at my ear right now. Okay. Okay, I am going to take over until Grandmaster Hammer returns. That was the timing of that freeze, though, was so funny. Anyway, I am sure. Sorry, I just looked at my camera on the screen and it's cracking me up. Sorry, this is all too much, but I think we will. And oh, am I muted? I think I'm muted. Will get me back. Hello, testing 1 2 1 2. Am I still muted? Back. I am back. Okay, I am back, and I am now in charge of this stream. This should be good. Openings, tips and tricks by Fiona. So E6. What is Black doing? Black is trying to limit that bishop, also getting some control over the central squares here. A4 makes a lot of sense. White is trying to both prevent B5. Oh, it's my purple board. Well, you'll have to do it the purple board. That's what I use for my streams. So A4 does 2 things. Stops B to retreat to B6, preparing to develop the black bishop to B7. Queen E2, just fortifying the center, but also putting some pressure down here in some lines, maybe stopping some potential bishop A6. Black just continuing with the development, knight D7. In fact, I think that we are very close to a hippo here. I think for the hippo to be complete, Black would have to put the knight on E7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I see that people in the chat also talking. Maybe someone can... Oh, Benji Bok. Hello, Benji. Are you here to get some opening lessons from Fiona? Maybe Benjamin can tell us. Does it have to be knight E7 for it to be a hippo? I think so. Anyway, rook E1. White has done all the logical things here. He's controlling the center. He's developed the pieces, putting the heavy pieces on a central file. Knight F6. Yeah, knight E7 is the hippo. Okay, so no hippos. So this is some kind of modern here we're looking at. H3, always a useful move, just preventing any piece from, well, the knight in this case, from jumping to G4. And finally, we get some action as black strikes in the center with d5, hitting the bishop on c5 and the pawn, so white decides to exchange here. I'm slightly surprised. I just realized that black isn't castled yet, so of course black can never recapture on e5 with the pawn. Has to capture either with the knight or the bishop, but in general, since black is in a must-win situation, it makes sense to not offer another trade. With bishop takes, in this case, of course, white never wants to go for another trade, as giving up the bishop pair here. I mean, the engine says this is actually okay, but I think if it were me playing with the white pieces, I would not want to leave black with these two powerful bishops. Knight e4, another move in the center, but especially opening up this bishop. Oh, and a lot of moves coming in, opening up the bishop from c1. Levon trying to limit this bishop, preventing any piece from coming to g5. And Wesley goes for the trade that I thought I wanted to avoid with the white pieces. But I think there is a very concrete reason for bishop takes d5, and we're about to see it on the board. c4, hitting the bishop that has to retreat, to b7. Now bishop f4. And I think what Wesley is saying, there's still so much pressure in some lines. He might be looking to play d5. So Levon says, let me get out of here. Castles kingside, rook d1. And I think I have finally caught up with the position on the board. So let's take a look at what is going on here. First of all, let me take a breather. What happened to Hammer? I have no idea what happened to Hammer. I'm sure we're working on getting him back. For those of you who just joined us, Levon Aronian with the black pieces here is in a must-win situation. That explains the slightly unorthodox choice of opening. And I think despite the engine giving white a small plus, Levon will be very happy here. Why? Because there is a lot of life in this position. He does have a bishop pair. He has a complex games. We don't have a symmetrical pawn structure, so this is the kind of position that Levon was looking to get. On the other hand, I am sure that Wesley is also not unhappy. He has a nice control over the center. All his pieces are beautifully placed here, the rooks and the queen on the central files on the E and D file. And knight e5 is offering another trade of minor pieces here. And it's a big moment here for Levon, who I'm not sure he can even avoid these knights being traded. Levon, who is thinking right now, he's up a minute on the clock. Hammer's neighbor. I actually thought that was so funny. I thought it was so funny yesterday when I was watching, when Hammer gave away in the end that his neighbors had been knocking on his door because he was too loud and he had just ignored them. And so yeah, maybe they pulled the plug, cut the wires. I don't know. We'll see if we get Hammer back. For now, Levon is still thinking. In general, he would like to avoid trading more pieces. However, I'm not sure he can do so here. And yeah, okay. He goes for a very direct approach with g5. That bishop is now under attack. It will drop back. I'm curious, is it going to drop back along this diagonal or along the other diagonal? I think there is something to be said for both moves. Bishop h2 is the move I think that I would instinctively have played as well. The engine slightly preferred bishop c1. I think the reason is because we put more pressure on the king side, also making it harder for black to continue pushing the pawns. h5 would never be a move here because g5 would be hanging, while in the game after bishop h2, now the pawns can, and they do continue rolling f5 on the board now. Truth in the chat is saying maybe Wesley could have ignored it altogether and gone for knight d7, which is also certainly interesting. I think black would have no choice but to recapture here. And yeah, another trade, I think, maybe followed by bishop e5. This would certainly have been fine for Wesley as well. In the game after f5, the knight has to drop back, and Levon keeps pushing those pawns forward. And I think now we see another reason why maybe the knight, why maybe the bishop should have gone back. What happened to Hammer while you were gone? He's been fired. He has been fired. Because now suddenly the bishop on h2 is looking rather sad. This pawn chain here is very solid, and in general, when you want to attack a pawn chain, you want to attack the base of the chain, which in this case is very very hard to get to. So yeah, this position, I mean, once again, I think Levon, I'm also just looking at the clock times, Levon is up 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock. And it's not so easy. If you're Wesley, what do you do here? I mean, one of the moves I would be looking at is taking here, and I'm just realizing, why can't I go pawn grabbing? Why can I not go pawn grabbing? And actually this line is on the board. Wesley has captured on e7 and has captured on e6, which means that once again Wesley is now up a pawn, and I think this is looking very good for him. We saw some more trades after rook takes, rook e8. The rooks came off, one pair of rooks came off as well, and I like this move by Wesley a lot. He understands that there is only one open file on the board, that is the e file, so he wants to fight for the e file by playing rook e1. Although having said that, this pawn is also hanging, so maybe deal with this pawn first, and then go for rook e1. This bishop is kind of dead on h2, but I wonder if we can activate it by playing f3 followed by bishop g1. That would both activate the bishop and deal with this hanging pawn on d4. I'm actually mentally giving myself a pat on the back here for Wesley playing f3, although we remember what happened the last time Wesley played a move I suggested, that, oh, we are adding a GM to the call. I have no idea who it's going to be. I'm curious to find out. Oh,
hello Fiona, how's it going? Yes, I was watching. I don't know what happened to Mr. Hammer, but I was like, hey, if you guys need me, let me know. But yeah, we have an exciting game here at our hands. This could be the last one, but Levon is making this into a good fight.
Yeah, for sure. Good to see you here, Brock. Thanks for coming to the rescue. Oh, and I'm still in charge of the mouse though, so I guess I gotta keep making those moves. Can you see the board?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I see that Wesley is up a pawn, but Levon's got great compensation. He's got the bishop pair. And what about a move like bishop f5 here, trying to go bishop c2, attacking that rook and hitting the pawn on b3?
Yeah, bishop f5. I like this a lot. The bishop pair, of course, is great on an open board. So you want to use them. The bishop's job here was done after this pawn was defended. I'm surprised actually that Levon hasn't played bishop f5 yet. To me, it's sort of screaming out to be played.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you don't play that move, white perhaps gets a chance to consolidate the position. I think Wesley would love to play the move bishop g1 and maybe some like rook e1, getting some rooks off. But yeah, bishop f5 looks like a problem for Wesley, because let's say you go rook d2, right? Stopping, then move bishop c2. What about the move rook e3 here? Hitting the knight on c3. And if the knight moves, you take the pawn on b3, and that should be in black's favor, I would think.
So let's say I try to get active and try and maybe target this square.
All right, yeah, we cannot take. But here you have to move bishop d3 and then bishop takes d4. That looks absolutely crushing. But yeah, just like you said, I'm a little bit surprised that Levon hasn't played it yet, and his clock advantage is dwindling right now.
I mean, well, he has. No, sorry, I thought the move had been made on the camera, but it's the women's game. No, so Levon's still thinking, but yeah, bishop f5, and how do we stop? Rook d2, you convinced me that that is a move I don't want to play. As white, what if no, then I hang the pawn. It's not easy to meet this threat. Can I try and give a pawn back?
I think that's a clever idea, and I think Levon probably just has to take it. I mean, sooner or later you have to, so let's say take stakes. Now you're attacking the pawn on d4, and you're threatening rook e3, but I think white can solve both problems at the same time with the move bishop to g1. And yeah, now I don't know. Like, if Wesley can play a rook e1, isn't that just a draw? Like king f7, rook e1.
And this is probably the answer to our question as to why Levon is still thinking, right?
I think so, yeah. I mean, this could be a draw. I mean, I would still take Levon here in case, let's say you trade, you go king e6, king f5, and then you start pushing, h5, g4. But it feels very close to a draw, so I guess this is why he's hesitant to play it. But I don't see anything else.
Yeah, this line is a problem, though, that we have just seen. I mean, if I go back to that final position, if anyone is pressing, it is black. But if Levon feels this is only a draw, then he might be looking for something else in the position on the board. The only problem, we've had
the moves have come in.
We've had a lot of moves coming in. Right, where
I played the move b5.
This happened, b5.
To me, that looks like a bit of a gamble. So Wesley took the pawn, takes bishop g1, then bishop remaneuver that we were talking about.
Yeah. And
Levon goes rook a8, d5, and rook a3. But to me, it feels like there's just too little left. I like how Wesley's playing this. He takes on b5, and now goes bishop to d4. And honestly, I don't see what Levon can do here to keep the game going. You can take on b5, but I think Wesley's just going to take on g7, play d6, trade off those pawns, and again, like, what is Levon going to do to keep this game going?
Yeah, and here you just, I mean, right, we take with the...
Yeah, I would just take that bishop in a heartbeat and start shuffling back and forth.
I think even I could hold this one, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the chat also, right? The chat also. Yeah.
Chat for sure. Oh, sorry. Chat for sure. So yeah, bishop d4. Wesley has, I think, just done a great job. I think Levon did a great job even putting some pressure with black. And we've seen Wesley over the last few days crumble a few times under pressure, but this time, and I think, he was like, he made extra sure, he took his time. And this one, is there anything that Levon can try still apart from taking?
I was thinking maybe you have to go bishop f8, but honestly, I don't see, like, let's say after bishop f8, white goes rook c1. How are you defending that pawn on c7? Because if you take on b5, I take the pawn, and if you take on d5, there's knight f6. So again, like, it's looking tough for Levon. Like, he has to go for a trade here or there, but then knight f6, and lose the rook.
Yeah, rook c1 is a nice move, actually.
Yep, so Levon is thinking, but again, like, I think if Wesley trades off those bishops, he takes the last edge that Levon has in the position out. And yeah, I don't see what Levon is what he has to play for here, and he's getting down to his last minute.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker, of course, for Levon, who I believe is about to make his exit from this year's American Cup, but he has provided us with what is, to me, one of the most exciting matches in recent memory. I'm sure you were following the thriller against Fabiano Caruana as well.
Yeah, no, that match was absolutely amazing. Went all the way down to Armageddon. But yeah, I feel like Fabiano definitely should have won that match. He won the first game. Yeah, now I'd say just take on G7 for Wesley and then I would go D6 in a heartbeat. Then CD, knight takes D6, take the bishop, and there's nothing for Levon to do here.
Yeah, and I can't believe we actually got down to the position that I claimed even I would hold. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really, right? I mean, you might think, okay, this king is a bit weaker, but can't this king even just hide here? And what are you ever going to do? I wonder if the players are still playing, or if they will. Well, they can't actually offer a draw, right? So
no, they cannot. They have to play it out. Now Wesley goes h4. He wants to trade off more pawns, and Levon, I think, yeah, he has to take that pawn. It's not going to change anything. King g1, clever move by Wesley. Let's go king h2, king h3. Clean up those pawns. And if you try to defend those pawns, let's say with rook h5 or rook g5, you can go after the f pawn with rook d4.
Yeah. So yeah. Then this pawn would fall. So after h3 takes king f6. We're down to only 2 pawns each. And I mean, I have to say, I wouldn't play this the way Wesley, you know. If I had to defend it, I wouldn't just push all my pawns. I think I would just sit and
I think, honestly, that might be the safer approach. I mean, everything is a draw here, but now there is the potential for Levon maybe going king g6 to h5, although the moment you play king h5, white can always go rook d6, or you just go like king g2, king h3. And there really shouldn't be a plan. But honestly, your approach of just sitting in the corner also is just a dead draw. Now, Wesley sacrificed the pawn there for a moment, but Levon didn't take it. I guess because you're just kind of stuck. Yeah.
This is nice, actually. Very cute little motif. And I guess...
I guess here you just check.
You just
check. Yeah. And then if the king goes... Let's say the king goes up, you check again. And here you move the rook to the side.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this rook is stuck. Very nice trickery by Wesley. So that's why Levon did not take that h-pawn. So this is the current position on the board. Levon down to second, still desperately looking for some chances, but they are just not here. This rook is also so well placed now. Here, cutting off the black king.
Rook d5, great move by Wesley. Now, if he gets a chance, he would love to go king h3 to g4. And so what are you going to do, right? You cannot go h5 because that rook controls that square. And again, if rook e5, you give a check. I think the only thing Wesley, I mean, probably everything is a draw. Maybe even if you trade the rooks, but that is maybe the only way you potentially could lose. And I think they've already reached...
I think, we just saw a handshake on the camera a second ago. So, yeah, I think they just... repeated moves here. So congratulations to Wesley So, who comes back. He just got to the elimination bracket today, but straight back into the final where he's setting up a rematch against Hikaru tomorrow. Benjamin, can you let me just, before we talk further, see... Oh, no, there is another game. Let me quickly bring it up. Sorry, I'm gonna mess up the layout for a second. How do I get back here? Sorry, guys, bear with me for just a second.
Oh, yeah, we also have the match going on between Alice Lee and Najib Paikidze. But that one is starting to look really good for Alice because she has just played rook a7 and taking that pawn. And I don't see how you defend it. Your rook on c4 is all of a sudden completely stuck. Also, all of your pawns are on dark squares. So I think Alice is taking this one, especially since she only needs a draw.
Yeah, she won game 1. So it looks like this will also be the last game in the women's bracket.
I'd say just
easy,
check
right?
here. Yeah, I'd say, again, especially given the fact that you only need a draw, just go rook d7, king c6, take the rook, take the pawn on c5. And again, it's got to be completely winning because all of those pawns are fixed on dark squares.
Yeah.
Well, you cannot even play that because the bishop is hanging.
Oh,
but
of course.
But yeah, you're just gonna walk your king over. Let's say the d5, push that c pawn, and it should be completely winning for Alice here.
Yeah, and that is exactly what she has done. Rook d7, king c6. And this position is on the board. I think
Yeah,
she will.
Oh yeah, like you said, I think she's gonna convert this, and yeah, we're gonna see a rematch both in the open bracket and in the women's bracket of the final of the winners bracket. So that's gonna be super interesting. I think both Hikaru and Irina will be the favorites again, but I'm sure that both their opponents will come back with vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, today has been an exciting day of chess once again. What are your thoughts on, the schedule of the tournament and these long breaks? If you were playing, would you find it quite disruptive, or would you be happy to have a break?
I think it's nice that there is a bit of a break. I'm just kind of disappointed from the standpoint of a spectator, right? Like I'm really getting into these matches and then, we'll be back in an hour. So that's kind of really disappointing for me. I feel like they set this schedule very strictly. They're like, okay, we're going to play at 1 p.m., then we're going to play at 3, and then at 5. I feel like if they finish early, they should be a little bit more lenient and just have the next round start within 15 minutes or half an hour. I feel like that should be enough time in between rapid games for the players to, relax and get ready for the next game.
Yeah. That is a very good point. I'm curious to see whether they will change this for the next one. But for now, we're in this year's event where Irina Krush and Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow, they are one match victory away from being crowned the champs of this 2023 American Cup. So yeah, a lot of exciting. Tomorrow we're back to classical games. What is your prediction for this rematch between Hikaru and Wesley?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of a replay in the classical games again. I think both players will, play it a little bit cautiously. They will not take major risks. And I do expect the match to go into a tiebreaker again. That being said, I feel like if Wesley wants to win this match, he has to try to win either in the classical or in the rapid. We saw that when it came down to blitz, that Hikaru's skills just proved to be too powerful. So I think Wesley, he cannot play it safe. He has to try. And I think his chances are better the slower the time control, because Hikaru only gets better when it gets to rapid and then especially the blitz.
Yeah, so I agree with you. And we'll see what strategy Wesley employs. Will he try to go all out in the classical games? We talked about it earlier today. I think Wesley at this point must be completely exhausted. He's been playing pretty much back-to-back tournaments between the US and Europe since the start of the year, and I can say he's the only player not to have had a rest day in this tournament. But I think it's already a fantastic, for him to be back in the final here, getting the better of Levon after a tough match. Kudos to Wesley. So always sad to see Levon go. Of course, he's such a fantastic player, great person, but there can only be one. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it's always sad, but that's how an elimination tournament works. I mean, of course, some great players stay in the tournament and some great players will have to leave. But yeah, I'm excited between the rematch between Wesley and Hikaru. I wonder if any of the mods know who will start off with the white pieces in their first match. Hikaru had the white pieces. It was a very quiet game. In the second game, Wesley went into the sharp variation of the Nimzo, but Hikaru had everything prepared and made quite a comfortable draw. So I'm curious to see how he is gonna try to switch it up. I think Hikaru, he might just stick to the same strategy. He might just, play it solid again, knowing that, hey, if these games end in draws, my chances are only going to improve in the tiebreak.
Creamsicle thinks that it's the same color scheme based on seeding.
I see. That makes sense.
Hikaru would have white and white again, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think, he will probably... We might see Berlin again. I don't think he'll make a Berlin draw or anything, but he's just going to play it solid. But it is nice for him that he got a rest day today, so he had plenty of time to do preparation. And like you said, Wesley must have been exhausted after such another tough match.
Absolutely. As you just said, tomorrow is something to get excited for, something else to get excited for. This is your final reminder for now. We'll remind you again. Tomorrow, on Monday, the first tournament of Hikaru's Decathlon. And the first tournament will actually be a Fisher Random, a chess 960 event where the pieces are all placed randomly on the bottom rank. I'll just wait for a second for the flyer, the graphic to come up. One of the requirements, Benjamin, to enter the tournament is to have played 30 games of chess 960. Would you meet that requirement right now?
I think I have. Yeah, there's been plenty of chess 960 tournaments held on chess.com, so I'm pretty sure I have enough games in. But for those of you who are watching, make sure to get those games in before the tournament on Monday. You definitely don't want to miss out on this one. It's going to be awesome. It also has very nice cash prizes, 2,000 for first. Also, you can win a prize as a streamer. So I would highly encourage everyone who's watching to take part in this event. And also, hey, look at that, under 2,400, under 2,000. That yeah, so everyone can win a prize.
Absolutely, will be a fun event. Will you be playing? Do you know?
If I can, yeah, I'll definitely try to play. Do you know if Hikaru is playing?
Hikaru is playing. So not only are you fighting for those prizes, you're also fighting for the chance to face your streamer in a one-on-one streamed game, which is maybe even worth more than the money that's at stake here, but a fun event for sure. The first of many more to come. There will be one event monthly until the end of the year. So that's really loads to be looking forward to. I will be trying to play on Monday as well, if I can. For now, I believe we are going to wrap up here for today. Benjamin, once again, thank you so much for jumping on. It's been fun reconvening.
Yeah, no, for sure. Oh, yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, yeah, I was watching a little bit. Yeah, great job done by you and by John Ludwig Hammer. Unfortunately, something went wrong. And also, I just wanted to remind everyone that also in this tournament, it's an arena. So you will be playing people in your own rating range. So literally everyone has a chance to win. And also make sure to check out Hikaru's social medias 1 hour before to learn how to join. You can follow him on Instagram, Twitter, of course here on Twitch and on YouTube. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun watching. And yeah, it was also fun jumping in all of a sudden and joining the commentary.
Yeah, nice surprise. Make sure to show Benjamin some love. Go and follow his channel in case you haven't already done so. Tomorrow, I will be back here with Jon Ludwig. I hope he has recovered from my question by then. But thank you so much, guys, for watching. Tomorrow, Hikaru will be back in action. Can't wait for that. Thanks again, Bok. Have a good night, good evening, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.